my gosh. Could you stop? Could you stop?
Uh,
Could you stop?
oh, it's starting.
They can hear you now, guys. So sorry about that.
Look at this guy. This guy looks like.
Hello. Welcome,
Oh,
everybody.
God.
You are on the White Dudes for Harris Zoom call that we've been pushing out. I want to start by saying, just thank you so much for being here. Before we launch into everything, I've got a couple of quick housekeeping things for folks. If you RSVP'd for the call,
Hey,
there's
Portia,
an
wide
email in your
screen it.
inbox that tells you how to join. Please forward to any
Wide
friends
screen,
that
Portia.
you know who might have also signed up. We know
There we
there's a little
go.
bit of confusion about this before, so we just want to make sure
Ah,
everybody gets it. I also know that a bunch of folks might not have seen the emails, so if you can also tweet, text, send along a Facebook link. The URL for this is whitedudesforharris.com. Again, that's whitedudesforharris.com. I just want to make sure everyone has a chance to tune in. This has really, truly been a
hey,
really
yo.
humbling experience for me, especially when we first started thinking about doing this, which was actually Tuesday night. Our initial goal was going to be 10,000 RSVPs and about $500,000 raised for the campaign. As of right now, we're at about 140,000 people who have RSVP'd for this. And we're at over $1 million in donations to the Harris Republican campaign. So it's just truly, truly humbling to see this. So just
Gay.
thank you. Thank you to
They're
everyone.
so gay.
Thank you to everyone that signed up. Thank you to everyone who's donated. Thank you to everyone who's going to donate. I really want to kick this off though by starting to thank
HB, is he taking it
the
up
organizers with the
Come on, let me get Portia out of here.
They organized the first of these calls. They had over 40,000 people on it and raised over $1 million to the campaign. They're the inspiration for what we're doing here right now. They deserve our thanks. They deserve our appreciation. They deserve our gratitude for leading the way with both grace and integrity.
That's a
and for those of you who don't know
that's
me,
a
which
female
I
to male.
is actually most of you, my name is Ross Morales Arquetto. I've been working in politics now for about 20 years. I'm originally hail from the great state of Texas.
This is not John.
Hey. He didn't say that.
My parents are actually watching with friends. So first, I do want to say hi to mom and dad.
He's from the great state of
over the last few years. I've been thinking a lot about
from your state.
I've been thinking about the
challenges
that many of them face. I've been thinking about how those challenges often
he said he's been thinking
into
about a lot of
violent or
men.
destructive behavior, either towards
A lot
themselves
of
or other
dicks.
people. But honestly, most of all, and most days, I think about a very close friend from my childhood
they're
who
very
went down a
promiscuous,
really
so you can
dark
only
path
imagine how
that
many
ultimately
loads
led to
he
him
swallowed
committing
today.
suicide. And I think
I would
think about his story a lot, how it should have turned out differently, and that's part of the reason why
I'm a
I care so
virgin.
deeply about this work. As we've been going around talking about this, I have a lot of questions from folks about why are we doing this? Why organize white dudes?
Portia, can you post the
And
link?
I'll start by really addressing the elephant in the room.
Yes, HP.
Which is a lot of people feel and felt uncomfortable about the call. And I think that's understandably so. Throughout American history, when white men have organized, it was often with pointy hats on. And so I think that just comes, I think the skepticism is understandable. The reason that we are doing this is because we just, the left that has been seating white men to the MAGA right for way, way too long. Trump won over 60% of white men in both 2016.
Come on out, you rapist!
And that's going to stop tonight, because we know that the silent majority of white men aren't actually MAGA supporters. They're folks like you who just want a better life for their families. They want more economic security. They want better health care. They want better schools. There's a crisis of loneliness in this country, and many of us are the ones that feel the most lonely. Men represent 70.
Come on out, you rapist!
Wow. Like suicide and substance abuse.
Wow.
And the way that our economy has changed over the years has left a lot of working folks who are trying to do right by their families behind. And that happens at the same time as the myths around America that we grew up with, that we as men are expected to be protectors and providers, are going out into an economy that doesn't really allow for that, especially for working class folks. And sort of like compounding on that,
compounding. I bet he wants to get it
trope has been co-opted by the MAGA right into something that feeds into and exacerbates the loneliness epidemic, as well as the mental health crises that many face that end up leading to really disruptive behaviors.
That's what I heard.
We aren't the only ones that are hurt by these things. Black and brown people, LGBTQIA plus people, especially trans, women, and indigenous people.
Hey, Portia, you know why he's gay?
All sorts of other folks in our society.
That's what she's doing.
Historically,
Crazy
and
person.
often still today, are marginalized, demonized, and marginalized even further. So, these people are our friends, they're our neighbors, they're our partners. But even if they weren't, they're just like our fellow human beings, and that should be enough for every single one of us on this call. So we created this space to listen. We want to learn, be inspired, and then get engaged. Throughout the call, we'll be making a ton of asks, financial and volunteer. As I said at the top, all the proceeds from your donations will go straight to the Harris for President campaign.
Yes, Portia is a whistleblower. She's in the car right now.
Below the little window.
Send her a cash app, and she will ask them a question.
We're all going to make sure that Vice President Harris is the first Black woman, the first South Asian woman, and the first woman president.
Ooh,
she can win. She's ready.
Barney!
And she needs literally every single one of us to do our part.
What is is this guy live? What's going on right now?
Being very clear.
Yeah.
We need a
white
lot
guys
of white
for Kamala.
Doors.
Hey, he just said he's very queer.
But tonight, right now, what we need from folks is to be able to
Barney,
do
you know this guy?
The link is in the bio.
Not at all.
The link to donate is in the top right.
Oh.
If you are against queers,
and you can give.
If you're against whites for queers, donate to Portia. If you are for queers,
and then keep giving,
donate to this guy. If you're not a queer, donate to Portia right now.
I'm really, really honored to introduce our first speaker.
But say we already knew this guy's a queer.
Been a friend and collaborator.
Oh shit!
Someone for whom
prove you're not a queer by donating to Portia.
Yes, so much.
I just donated so much to CT. I'm sorry, Portia.
Well, it sounds like you're a queer. It's okay. It's okay.
No, it sounds like I'm broke. I'm broke. Okay, HB.
Thank you so
there's
much.
a black guy.
And good evening.
Who's this guy?
I'm Maurice Mitchell. I'm the national director of the Working Families Party.
Okay, can we talk about how the first person up on the white people for Kamala Harris is a black person?
The work
that's what you're mad about.
And I want
and his face. Look at him.
I'm not sure if you noticed, but I am not a white man.
That's what she's doing.
Yet here I am opening up the white dudes for Kamala call, and stranger things have happened. But let me explain why I'm on this call. At the Working Families Party, we believe in this crazy idea that in a democracy, the people
we're not off to a good start, y'all.
Wealthy and well connected, and that means being in dialogue with people just like you. And I represent millions of our members who come from all ethnicities, including a lot of
do you?
And being from Long Island, I grew up, I befriended, and I
millions
and worked behind and worked for dudes just like many of you on the call. And
he can't count to millions.
That across many of our differences, and we have many differences, so many of us want the same things. We want good schools for our children, good paying jobs, affordable homes. And while we may argue even loudly over things like sports, so many of us are on the same side. And here's the thing. White nationalists in MAGA, they want to speak for you specifically as white men. And I get it.
Oh, God. The self-flogging happens. Okay. You have to beat yourself on the altar of democracy.
Hey, righteous muffin, you queers. Let the other queer talk.
Doing no harm out in the world. And that could
fuck yourself, HB.
Feel like enough.
Listen.
But in these times, silently disagreeing is not enough. When elected officials and internet trolls like Congressman Tim DEI hire, or Fox Business contributor and father of four, Alec Lace, calls the VP, and I quote, the original Haktua girl, or when JD Vance says things like, oh, she's a childless cat lady, or when Trump says she's as dumb as a rock, your silence signals agreement. VP Harris deserves people engaging with her record and policy proposals, not a discourse rooted in racism and sexism. So don't allow this fringe cult to speak for you and poison the well. This is your time to stand up for not just the VP, not just for Kamala Harris, but for democracy, for community, and for family. And I'm not saying you have to agree with 100% of her policy positions, but you
is somebody signed up to get in on this or not?
In the spirit of solidarity, as you are in motion with all of us who are seeking a better democracy. And not just solidarity for her, but solidarity for all the people who stand to lose if MAGA wins. And all the people who, with you, can build a fairer, more compassionate, more prosperous, more democratic country and world if VP Harris wins.
It's not even.
I'm inviting you all to get information with the pro-democracy forces uniting against fascism and uniting across all differences. A coalition that includes Black men and women and LGBTQ folks and labor unions. And people like me who want an arms embargo to stop the war in Gaza, and people like me who care deeply about public safety. And
Portia, unfortunately, in their eyes, you're a coon, so you don't know what democracy is.
Everybody of good conscience in between.
I am.
There's so many people.
Let me get right
so many issues. Out of here. So many identities coming together like never before. And now is your time. Joining this coalition is important for two reasons. One, on the other side is right-wing authoritarianism. It's Project 2025, for things like weaponizing the federal government against those who oppose this extremist agenda, stripping away workers' rights, reproductive rights, and voting rights. The second reason, white men are a massive part of the electorate. In a close election, a few percentage points can be the difference between having a democracy or not.
Too, Black
Joe Biden won 32% of white men.
That you're gay
what
too.
if we get that number to 35, to 40, or even more? When you remain silent, they win. One day, we all will be asked what we did to stop this MAGA movement. What will your answer be? I know what mine will be. And I'm inviting you to join me and those like me in stopping this movement. So this is your
He's inviting us to join white guys for
volunteer for the Harris campaign. Donate now. Let's get
racist.
Whatever the goal is. Don't wait for the end of this call. Don't even wait for the end of my remarks. Donate now. Join the thousands of men on this call, the millions of people in this country.
I feel like this dude will blow me if I join the club. What do you think, HB?
We're fighting their own version of MAGA. Do it now.
I think he's handing out free beaches for every white dude who joins. So
for the next 100 days,
if you go to that persuasion or if you're desperate, something to consider. I bet he's got skills.
Shit, I'm feeling inspired.
Let me get Barney out of here.
If you are, I encourage you to do what Mo said, which is slam the donate or volunteer button. We've already
Slam
raised
the donate.
about $1 million since we've been on this call, which is absolutely crazy. Let's see if we can get to 1.5 million. Let's do it as soon as we can.
Does he know how to count?
Next, we have another speaker, and when we found out that this next dude was joining, our organizing team collectively all kind of lost their minds. He's won or been nominated for Academy.
No, that's
Academy,
false.
Golden
Portia.
Globe, Screen Actors Guild, BAFTA, Emmy Awards. But even if he never won anything,
He likes getting
he'd
his
still
booty
be
hole
excited
played
as
with.
hell.
And I think that
Because
he,
Yeah,
you know him, you
no,
love him.
he
no,
deserves it.
no.
Right.
Dude in chief.
No,
Jeff
love is not love.
Love is love. He
chewing
likes
on it like crazy.
We don't accept all forms of love. Get
Well,
that
he
queer
likes
shit
his-
out of here.
he likes
Am
getting
I
his
there?
booty hole played with, so why not?
I can't.
You get that queer shit out of here.
Okay.
We can hear you.
Oh yeah. Okay. Great. Okay. Good. So great.
Is it
to
Jeff
be
Bridges?
here, Ross.
I hate that he's on this call
I
because
gotta laugh because
his
Is that
movie
Big
was so
Lebowski?
I accepted
Oh my
the
gosh, the
invitation.
last
I was
movie I
brought
watched
to
with
the
him was so
party,
good.
not so
This is
much as
disappointing.
being white, and I certainly am, but because I'm a dude, you know.
You're a dude. He's
So a
so
friend
Oh.
sent me this email
Oh,
today
God.
with your hat on there, and I said, "Oh, I gotta have one of those. I qualify, man. I'm white. I'm a dude, and I'm for Harris." So wonderful to be here, and I dug what you said, Maurice.
Yo, what's up? Is it my time to shine?
Really,
This is a white dude,
terrific,
and I'm imploring
the
you not
fact
to
that
vote for
you're here,
Kamala Harris.
man, here with us white guys. You know, I had no idea that this whole thing that we're up to was
Let me
based
just
on
say,
black
even
women.
as gay as this is, Kamala Harris has done more to recognize white people than Trump has.
White dudes
That's true.
for Harris, and
I
I'm
so hate
excited,
he's on
man.
this
I don't know what
you
you're
know,
talking
the
about.
fact that Joe has passed the baton.
Name a
let's-
way
let's-
Trump has
let's-
called out white people.
Let's listen to
Oh, sorry,
let's
HP.
listen to this.
And,
Yeah. I just want to hear this
Kamala
this
is
old white
just
guy.
so
I don't know
certainly
why, but I just want to hear him.
our girl, you know, I can see her being president. I'm so excited. A woman president, man. How exciting.
Awful.
You know, and her championing of women's rights. I'm for that, and for all her stance on the environment, and taking care of our children. You know, all of her leadership on that is wonderful, and something that I can get behind and support. And so, thank you, Ross, and you guys who are responsible for kicking on this channel.
Ooh, child.
To give me a chance to express my support. I'm really excited to be a part of this. And I don't, you know, the word fight, you know, I watched Kamala's speech there, you know, just before getting on the call. She ended fight. God, I can't, that's the thing. I can't relate to that. I just went through a health crisis. And I remember the doctor coming up to me and saying, you got to fight. I said, what are you talking about, man? I'm in surrender mode here. I'm going with the flow, what life has in store.
This
And
is too gay. I have to leave. Good luck. Hey, what's up, T?
What we're all up to.
This is too gay. I just want to say one thing.
But it's
Kamala Harris has a chance to beat Trump people, so don't take this lightly. She's building momentum. I know she's coconut pilled or whatever, but she's a clear and present danger. And I'm worried. I'm worried Kamala's actually going to pull this off because Trump, the wind has been blown out of his sails.
My opinion.
And it's not looking good, man. It's not looking good. Everyone's got to vote.
To be with you guys.
Kamala Harris is president. She's probably going to cut all our wieners off.
I got.
Well, come back after this is done, Barney. Keep watching.
Our next guest.
I'll see y'all. Good luck.
But I'm going to do it anyway. He's
look
the
at this
former
guy.
mayor of South Bend, Indiana. You can
that's
thank
what
him
she's
for
doing
making
on
it
it.
so the
That's
airlines have to refund your money after they mess up. He's also the internet's favorite candidate for VP, one of the brightest stars in the Democratic Party. We've got Pete Buttigieg with us.
The movie.
Thanks so much. I'm really excited.
Black Series. You should love this.
Dudes right after the dude is definitely one of the honors of my life.
Come on out, you rapist!
But look, I'm a guy. I've never been totally comfortable with the truth that no matter how much you believe in your policies.
We
so
know
much
you love it,
politics is
Black
just
Series.
vibes.
You love you. We
Having
know
said
you
that,
love it.
the vibes right now are incredible. My husband Chaston and I were home over the weekend and stopped by a Canvas kickoff in Michigan at the
If you need
Traverse
any
City Field office
tampons,
close
Black
to our
Series,
house.
to
I haven't
plug
seen
up
that
your
kind of
booty
energy
hole, just hit me
for
up.
Democrats in Michigan since I was
Portia,
campaigning in midterms for leaders like Gretchen Whitmer.
attacking
And
the
we
gay
all know
man.
how that turned out.
Leave him alone.
The momentum is extraordinary. And
Leave him
we got so
alone.
many great speakers tonight and
He
not a
came
lot of
to
time.
us.
So I really just want to stress one thing.
That's what she's
to
doing
all
on
of
it.
you. And that is, as we work to keep up our energy and spread it to everybody we know, especially over the roller coaster of the next 100 days, there's a real chance right now, I think, to be driven not just by what we're up against, but by what we believe in and what we're for. Not just what we're trying to stop, which we all know how important that is, but by what we're working.
Yeah, hit the link, queer.
Donald Trump's unfitness for office is clear.
Hit the link,
and
queer.
No one is better positioned to prosecute that case than Kamala Harris. And you can see that his campaign is flailing. He's reverting to his worst instincts. His choice of running mate in J.D. Vance is evidence that he's doubling down on the very worst of it, from the anti-woman rhetoric to this deep entanglement with Project 2025. But for all of that, what's really filling my sails right now, and what I think Kamala Harris is expressing so well right now, is the positive side of all this, a reminder of what we
That's
are
what she's
for,
doing on it.
namely freedom. I'm so glad she has made freedom the theme of her campaign, because I think in so many ways that's what's at stake. And yes, women's freedom is Exhibit A after Donald Trump demolished the right to choose. But of course, men are also more free in a country where we have a president who stands up for things like access to abortion care. Men are more free when the leader of the free world and the leader of this country supports access to birth control and to IVF. And certainly men like me and my husband are more free when we have a president who supports our freedom to get married to who we love. And it goes through issue after issue. Defending and building on the Affordable Care Act makes us more free, because more people are free from worrying that the next health crisis could destroy their entire livelihood. Doubling down on the climate crisis.
Yeah, Rashu, why you want us to imagine that?
Significant climate policy by any government in human
Why?
history means
Why
that our
imagine that?
children will be more likely to be free from the worst effects of climate change. Common sense gun safety rules mean that they have a better chance of being free from fear of coming to harm at school, which is a hell of a lot more pro-freedom approach to supporting children than one that is based on banning books. We think about economics. The freedom to join a union is a big deal. The economic freedoms that come from having good infrastructure and getting good paying jobs building it, that matters a lot. And even more deeply, I think the work that we're collectively doing right now on having a better democracy should be powerfully motivating to freedom-loving Americans and to every part of our coalition, including the dudes on this call, including the proposed reforms to the Supreme Court that the President and Vice President unveiled today. These are things that remind me that we're not just trying to stop our democracy from being undermined, although we're definitely working to do that. We are working to make our union more perfect, but we're making it better. So to my way of thinking, it's less so that we are saving our democracy and more that we are building one. And that's what we're part of. And that's definitely something as a father that I'm excited about being able to tell my kids when they're old enough to ask Chasten and me what we did in this incredibly important, really decisive decade in American history, that we came together to make sure that there was a good outcome, and supporting Kamala Harris is a huge, huge part of that. So thank you to everybody for being part of this. And I'm really excited for what we are going to deliver. Yes, the bad things we're going to stop, but more than that, the good things that we are going to propel in November. Thanks so much for the chance to join you guys.
Thank you so much. And I think that last point is really like the most salient one, is we're not just against shit, we're for stuff too. As I'm saying that, I'm also seeing a note from Reid Hoffman, who is the founder of LinkedIn. He has just let us know that he's willing to match the next $50,000 that we get raised. This is extremely cool because he's actually already maxed out his contributions to the campaign, but he was so excited for this that he's going to.
If you're not gay, donate to Portia J.
Exclusively working to.
If you're not gay, donate to
keep
Portia
going.
J.
He's going to match our contributions. And with that, we're going to introduce our next speaker, who I'm personally a huge fan of and have been for a while. I'd like to introduce two-time Emmy Award
nominee. You ain't lying, Raz. You ain't lying.
Emmy Award nominee.
Bitch was bad.
One of the most incredible voices in the world. Someone
Roz girl, how do you love Kamala so much? Black, and she threw all of the black men in prison. She had them on death row and everything.
Okay, there I am. Hi, everybody.
You still support
I am so honored to be here. Speaking is not the thing I normally do, but to be a part of this incredible conversation is one that I'm really grateful to be part of. Thank you to my friend Robert O'Malley for inviting me, and congratulations on an amazing thing. As a musician,
black men in jail.
I have the great privilege beyond the other privileges that I've had in my life to be able to have all different kinds of people come into an audience, to be able to travel the country, to travel the world, to meet people, to hear their concerns, to be able to unite people through the power of music. And it's sometimes a little bit of a scary thing to step out politically sometimes.
Child.
People,
she ain't black child.
Your DMs with.
She is not black child.
You're going to lose half your audience.
She is not black child. She is not black child.
Always drawn to and the thing that I've grown up and the person that Jack and Lindy Groban, who I think are watching, raised,
especially for people like you,
has to step out when unity, that very unity that I cherish in being able to perform, is at risk in the country that I also live in. And when I look to my left and to my right, my friends, and
but you said Kamala,
there is a
girl, so you got
there is a real age-old drum that is being played on the other side right now that is oversimplifying.
Roz girl's going to be on code.
Something that is really, really simple, and it's based on fear.
Roz girl, stay on code.
And it is this idea that to celebrate the beauty of our similarities and the beauty of our differences is somehow a scary
Portia,
thing.
leave the queer alone, Portia.
Equality and prosperity are not.
He already takes dick up the ass.
And that when we talk about the fact, especially as a white guy, where it is so much easier sometimes
man taking
to
dick up the butt,
to lean into the idea that
has to be has to be a hard life.
Go out of my way. When the world has been built for you,
he's
to say that
that's what she's doing on
Black Lives Matter on the right. The idea that it doesn't mean that other lives don't matter. It simply means that it has been too easy to ignore the struggles of that community, to support the love and the rights of the LGBTQIA+ community does not mean
it's good that they have that medication now for like HIV
relationships
and AIDS.
Do not matter. It simply means it has been too easy to ignore the struggles and the bigotry against those communities. And so it's easy to assume somebody else will step up. It's always easy, especially in the entertainment industry, to say, I'm going to step back. I am proud to raise my hand and to say that this is something that I believe so fully in. I'm so excited by the galvanizing of the Harris campaign. And I'm so grateful every single day to people
every single thing
in my life and in the marginalized communities that educate me every single day, that this is a constant education for all of us. And so thank you for allowing me to be a part of it.
This liberal in the chat,
thank you for
this
amazing coalition. And if you're watching,
that's something a white liberal
thing
would say.
Donate and thank you so much for having me.
Portia is hate. You're correct.
You heard Josh. Don't keep donating. Since we first kicked off the match, I think we're getting pretty close to getting the $50,000 from Reid Hoffman. So please keep going. And also, dude,
come on out, you rapist!
Send this link to your friends. Ask them to join. whitedudesforharris.com. And with that, we're just going to go right to our next speaker. Governor Roy Cooper was first elected North Carolina's governor in a tough election in 2016 and is serving his second term in office. I've also heard rumors he might be in contention to be VP. Governor Cooper has also fought for working people since his first day in office, issuing executive orders that prohibit workplace discrimination and establish paid parental leave for over 56,000 state employees. Governor Cooper helped combat the opioid crisis in his state by working across party lines. He launched the first.
Come on out, you rapist!
As a result, prescriptions have dropped by 24%. Emergency rooms for opioid misuse have declined by 10%, and opioid-related deaths have decreased by 5%. And with that, I'd like to introduce Governor Roy Cooper.
Introduction's too long. Hey guys, welcome from North Carolina. Hey, come for basketball, come for hockey, come for NASCAR, come for golf. We are ready for it. We have the best state in the country, and you're welcome to visit anytime. I'm going to get right to it, guys. Real men respect women, their
That's what she's
decisions,
chewing on it like a crazy
their
person.
careers, and it's pretty clear
Yo,
that
chewing
Donald
on a
Trump
dick is crazy.
and J.D. Vance don't. From Trump's sexual assaults to Vance's misogynistic comments, it's pretty clear that disrespect of women permeates Donald Trump land and MAGA Republicans.
HB, would you disrespect
And
me?
in fact, it's like that all over the country.
That's what she's chewing on it
In
like
North
a crazy
Carolina, we
person.
have a Republican nominee named Mark
I'd make you do that, Portia.
He's running for governor.
I'd make you
I'm
do
from
this.
him.
That's what she's
Our
chewing on
Democratic
it like a
nominee
crazy
is
person.
Josh Stein, who's the attorney general.
That's pretty
whom I've
disrespectful.
endorsed.
Yeah.
You don't think
Donald
I deserve
Trump
respect
endorsed
as a
Mark
woman, as a
Robinson.
black woman?
And in
You
fact,
know what I
HB
think you
said
deserve? You know what I
publicly that he
think you
thought
deserve,
Mark
Portia?
Robinson,
I
What
think
do
you
I
deserve
deserve?
this.
Republican,
That's what
is
she's
better
chewing
than
on it
Martin
like a
Luther
crazy
King
person.
Jr. and that he was Martin Luther King times 2.
Yo, chewing.
Here are some of the horrible things that
HB,
Mark
I don't
Robinson
think that that's
has
nice.
said,
You know
which I
what?
think
These guys might
he's
be
saying the
right.
not so quiet part
Yeah, they
out
got a
loud
point.
for MAGA
They got a
Republicans.
point. They
He
got a
has said
point.
that men should lead, not women. That when God needed someone to fight Goliath, he called David and not
He going straight to
Davido.
hell.
Yeah.
He has said that once women get pregnant, that it's not their body anymore. He has
Ooh.
said that women who aren't responsible
How dare he invoke
enough
God?
to keep their skirts down
Mm.
are having abortions.
Well, keep your skirts
That's
down
the
if you don't
kind
want to
of
get raped.
disrespect of women that we
Ah.
see with many MAGA Republicans, and particularly in their leaders. You've seen it with congressional leaders who have called Vice President Harris a DEI
We
candidate.
don't hate you for being
You're
gay.
talking
It's
about a
just that
woman
you're gay and it's
who was
disgusting.
a
So
great
just keep it
prosecutor
indoors. Keep the gayness
who got
indoors. That's all.
elected
We
by the
don't hate you.
people of
Just be gay
California to
indoors.
serve as the chief law enforcement officer and attorney general of the state, who got elected by the entire state of California to represent them in the United States Senate, and who has been vice president of the United States for the last 3.5
God.
years.
That's what she's chewing on it like
A
a crazy
DEI
person.
candidate. Here's what they're saying: that women and people of color
Well,
don't
Black
deserve
Series, I
to
don't love
lead.
you. I don't know you. So
We know better
I
than
hope
that,
you don't
guys.
love me.
We
you don't know
know
me.
that this country needs Kamala Harris more than ever right now. And we can hold the key. Now, I'm not the political scientist or the pollsters, but I know enough to know, and I've seen enough polling results or outcomes in elections to know that if white males would vote 1% to 2% more for Democrats than they usually do, then we win this race. We win Kamala Harris's race. We win Democratic races in North Carolina. So this is a call to action. Kamala Harris is a strong woman, but she's going to run this country in a way that she cares about the pocketbook issues. She's going to work for tax credits for for children and for the middle class and not for billionaires. She's going to work to clean our environment.
Why do kids
She's
need
gonna
tax
work to make
credits?
sure that people have
Oh,
health
okay,
Is
never
it not
mind.
crazy?
quality education.
Is it not crazy that she
That's the
wasn't
kind of
voted for?
person that we need.
And
So
they're
here's what I
talking
tell you
about her like
guys.
she was voted for. She
Be
wasn't voted for.
unafraid. Be unafraid to go and talk with your
The
friends
Democrats
about the
talk about
importance of this
democracy.
race,
There's no
the
democracy here.
importance of
And
electing
then you
Kamala
have
Harris as
ignorant
president,
Negroes, you know,
and
black
the
folks,
importance to our
and
country.
other ignorant
I
people.
know we all
They
love
gonna
our
put
country,
who they want in the
and now
office
we can
anyway.
show it
They
by
gonna put
getting
who they
to
want in
work.
there anyway.
Thanks a lot. Keep giving.
Well, yeah,
Keep
actually,
working.
this is the first time
See
it's
you
ever
soon.
happened in the United States of America. Yeah, they just
Thank
put
you, Governor
somebody in there anyway.
Cooper. And we all need to do what he just said, which is go out and talk to our
And
friends,
so
talk to our
they picked
neighbors,
the
talk to our
Democratic
family
candidate.
members.
The Democrats,
A
the
really
people
quick
in America, they
update. We're
didn't vote
now
for
at
her
over
to
$2.5
be their president.
million
They voted for Joe Biden.
raised so far on this call. And we just got a note saying we have another match in. Director and producer J.J. Abrams just told us that he's willing to give a $50,000 match. So let's go. Let's get that money in. Let's see if we can raise another $500,000 in the next
Black Series,
30
I
minutes.
know that
Let's
you
go,
know
y'all.
about the politics of booty
And now,
holes.
for our
So
next
that's
guest, we have an incredible actor, somebody who understands
Come on out,
what
you
it's like to be
rapist!
in the West Wing, because he was actually in the West Wing. And whether or not they admit it, he's also a person who's inspired hundreds of folks to go into politics. I know that because personally, I'm not ashamed to say that I'm one of them. Of course, I'm talking about Bradley Whitford, from Handmaid's Trail and Transparent to Billy Madison. This guy only
Handmaid's
knows
Tale, not
roles.
Trail.
You know I love
Of
that
course,
show,
to us, his
HB.
most
You
iconic
know I
role
love
is
that
his Emmy
show.
Award-winning role as
That's what
Deputy
she's
Chief of
doing
Staff
on it.
Joss
Like a
Lyman
crazy
in the West
person.
Wing. He's also distinguished himself as an incredible activist.
Yo, chewing on
a
a
board
dick
of
is
Let
crazy.
America Vote.
Yo,
He's
that's
also
when I
worked
told her, oh,
tirelessly on
chew on
behalf of
it.
so many
He's
issues,
cracking.
especially environmental issues. It's my
She's
pleasure
going crazy.
to introduce one of my favorite
Bro,
actors, Bradley Whitford.
she's got the eyes of just.
Thank you, Ross. What a
Oh,
variety
God.
of
Oh,
whiteness
my
we have
God.
here.
Why
We got
are
the
they keep
dude, we got
doing
Pete.
this?
It's like a rainbow of beige. Yeah, I'm trying to. I guess I thank you for what you said about West Wing. I
But
think
you know what? Honestly,
yeah, we're
he
really
was
trying to
the
stay
best
out
commander
of the
out of
Handmaid's
all the
Tale.
commanders. I'm not gonna lie. He was
Look,
a
I
great
have
commander.
been
Let me get Portia
active.
out of here,
I'm
yeah.
from Wisconsin. I've been
Push
active
him.
in
He
campaigns
was a
there
great
my
commander.
entire adult life. I've never felt this kind of belief. I've never
You
felt
know
this
who he
kind
was
of
in The Handmaid?
enthusiasm
That is of Lawrence.
ever.
That's
And
of
I want
Lawrence.
us to enjoy
Yes.
it. But
He was an
because I'm
incredible
from
commander.
Wisconsin, I'm really paranoid. We only have 100 days. Okay. We have to
I'm
do
so
more
sad
than
to
a
hear this.
Zoom. We have to do
It's
more
crazy that
than
all of these
donate
liberals were in
beyond whatever
Handmaid's
we can
Tale,
donate.
and
We need to
they're
get to
super
work.
gay outside of it. But you know it's
And
great.
in all this euphoria,
Hey, Black Series,
I
you're
want
one
to
step
remind
away
us,
from getting blocked,
maybe we're
okay? As
tied in
long
the
as you go
polls.
find your queer
Biden won the
buddies, okay?
popular vote.
Portia,
but
leave the queer alone.
He won't
Leave
leave
him
you
alone.
alone.
But he only won by 40,000
He
I'm a
votes.
hates
Black
women.
woman, HB.
States
Why
because
He
isn't this
hates
queer
women.
showing me some
electoral
respect?
college.
Because
This queer,
gays
40,000
hate
votes. I
women.
remember
They hate
you know,
women.
he loves Kamala.
that there would
I'm a
be a
Black
margin
woman.
of
I'm
at
actually a
least
real
She ain't
Black
20
no
woman.
she ain't no black woman.
This is
This
so
queer should
far
be
from
showing
a
me some
sure
respect,
thing.
don't you think?
And we have to seize this moment. And I just want to
Portia.
You would think that the queer
our enthusiasm
Black woman
to
would know how to do that.
galvanize. I know this is
Portia,
what,
turn it up, turn the volume back up, Portia.
other organizations. The Wisconsin Dems are incredible. They're battle tested
Queer.
at this, but we need to focus on the swing states. So I ask you all, in addition to whatever you're doing here, focus on the swing states. Speaking of white dudes, the Pod Save America guys have a great, very easy way called Vote Save America for you to get.
Pull the video back down, Portia.
I keep saying over the last 8 years, you know, is a guide. She's a terrible writer. I mean, I have not been able to. If I walked into the West Wing writers' room and said, "Okay, this is going to be our Republican candidate," you know, a felon, an adjudicated rapist, you know, let alone the tan and
Come on out, you rapist!
You know, it's condescending. I guess the new talking point is they're weirdos. Yeah, they want to spy on us. You know, when we talk to our doctors, they're banning our books. They're spewing this hatred, this division. And I think all of us are here to say, you know, enough. I want to accentuate the fact that we need to keep a woman's right to make her own decisions about her body out front. I think, as Mayor Pete was saying, it is
come on out, you rapist!
On the overall message that I love that the Kamala campaign is putting out there, that Democrats are the party of freedom. Republicans, for no reason, have had that for a long time.
Incorrect. Incorrect.
The Democrats are the party of freedom. We are the
No,
party
they're
of
not.
reproductive freedom, economic freedom,
Freedom what?
from fear
Be gay?
that our children are going to be shot in
Free to
schools,
trans kids?
and the fundamental freedom to continue to live on a planet that is going to be inhabitable for generations to come. And if there's anything that the last 8 years has taught us, it's that we don't just get a democracy. You got to make it every damn day. I think Kamala is showing us all a future worth fighting for. And she has the experience to make it happen. Again, we have the perfect candidate.
HB, these white men ought to be shamed.
So please give whatever you can. Let's give her the campaign that our future deserves. Thanks.
All of these white men.
Thank you so much, Bradley. All right. Up next, we have Mayor Mitch Landrieu. He served as the mayor of New Orleans from 2010 to 2018. He previously served as lieutenant governor of Louisiana from 2004 to 2010. He worked in the Biden administration, where he advised the president as a senior advisor for infrastructure, helping to craft and implement the Build Back Better and other initiatives. Mayor Landrieu is also the co-chair of the Harris campaign. All right, Mr. Mayor, take it away.
You guys, thank you so much. And it's great to be with all of you. Thank you for letting me share a bit with you. I won't repeat the policy matters that Mayor Pete talked about or Governor Roy, but let me just say a couple things. I'm from Louisiana. I'm from the Deep South. What we have been witnessing with Trump and Trumpism is really the manifestation of a couple of ideas that have been with us since the beginning of our country, which reared its head during the Civil War and over the course of history has percolated, but it never made its way into the United States Capitol until the date of the insurrection, nor did it make its way into the White House, where it had the power of the presidency behind us. I think all of you know now, as you listen to the words that are being spoken by Donald Trump, those words are a manifestation of what I think is the root of the poisonous tree. It's a complete rejection of really what America was about, essentially. So when Tommy, when Burchett says that Vice President is a DEI hire, or Tommy Tuberville, who actually, the senator from Alabama, who couldn't find Alabama on a map, says that she's not qualified. Essentially what they're saying is a burden that women have been carrying, African Americans have been carrying, anybody who doesn't fit the main narrative have been carrying, which is that really some of us are created more equal than others, and that some of us don't get to enjoy the rights and the responsibilities or the burdens of others. And yet there's been another strain in America that has fought against that. You hear the idea that the arc of the moral universe is bent towards justice, but somebody's got to bend it, and it's getting bent the wrong way. And at this particular moment,
that's what she's doing on it, like a crazy person.
In history, we really have a struggle in front of us. Bradley spoke to this issue. You have to earn democracy every day. It just doesn't show up. You really got to fight for it. And right now, I happen to think the wolf is at the door of the house of democracy. And then unless we beat it back, unless we really stand up and push it back, then it actually could fall. And once it falls, it is near impossible to get it back. So I do think that we need to stand in this moment. Kamala is carrying on her shoulders 248 years of pain, of agony, of hope, of frustration. And no matter how high she goes, no matter how many degrees she has, no matter how good her grades are, she's never good enough because they're always moving the line. And I think in that idea, she holds the heart of so many people who have been left out. But what Pete said is also true, that we have on the tip of our hands the future, the promise of America, the fact that America hasn't really begun to scratch the surface of her greatness, but the excitement of her candidacy that you feel out there is this kind of pent up hope that is it really possible that we can get it done? And the answer is yes. However, we got to show up. And I would just say this to the white men of America. This idea somehow that when other people get, we lose, that when some people benefit, we just get left behind. That is absolutely not true. I have 5 kids, 2 daughters. My brother and sisters and I, the 9 of us, have 38 kids, and 19 of them are young women. Some of them are married, some of them are not. Some of them have kids, some of them don't. Each and every one of them has an incredible future. And the better they do, the fact of the matter is, the better all of us do. This idea that out of many we are one really does work. It's a richer, deeper, more wonderful way to live, but you got to stand up for it. And the truth of the matter is, as Roy Cooper was saying, politically and numerically, if white guys would just show up, if we would stand up and be counted, if we would talk about what it really means to be a great partner and a man, which is to protect and to help and to lift up and to not push down, all of us are going to be better for it. And I think that you will see the vice president speaking to this very forcefully as she speaks about an economy that's going to work for everybody.
What about our founding
as she speaks
father?
about democracy, but as has been said, when she
What
speaks about
all
freedom,
the great work
because freedom
white men
is
put
for
in?
everybody. Freedom is for hope. Freedom is for aspiration. And as I have said,
They
the thing that
should
I
have
am
never
so
freed
excited
you,
about, and I've had the
Nico. They
chance
should
to
have
work
kept
with her.
Calvin
I
chained.
know her. I love her. She's tough. She's smart. She's capable. She's ready to go. But more importantly, the future that she sees for us, for all of us, is so compelling that it should get everybody up off of their feet, because nothing less is going to matter. And I'll end with Bradley, who is drawing down for us where it really matters, whether you call it fight or whether you call it submission, or the thing is, you have to go out and vote. This election is going to be won in 7 swing states. It's going to be won on the margins. It's going to be won when a coalition comes together who believes that when we do things together, we're better.
We got to get your
and white
cousins.
men have to show up. If we show up to the tune of 1
You
or
gotta
2
get
or
some
3
control
more
over your white
percentage
brethren.
points, that democracy that's in our reach will be ours for the taking. So
gotta
I
get
thank
your
all of
friends.
you for
Yeah.
what you are about to do, but we really have to get at it. You have 100 days, and every one of those days is going to matter. So God bless you all, and thanks for getting in the fight.
God bless you. After all,
Thank you, Mayor Landrieu. All right. And, it is, I've heard a lot of people say you've got the best accent in politics. I think that I agree with that.
That guy gives money to his wife for her boyfriend.
At the very beginning of the show.
I got the best
So
accent.
we're asking you to help us out a little bit. Drop into Twitter, Facebook, or email. Send your friends the link to join. It's whitedudesforharris.com. We also have heard that maybe some folks are having some issues donating through the YouTube button. You can donate at whitedudesforharris.com/donate. And up next, we have one of the most dynamic and effective labor leaders in America. Jimmy Williams Jr. is 4th generation from Glazer, which is Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I'm honored to introduce the General President of the International Union of Painters and Allied Trades, Jimmy Williams Jr.
Thank you, Ross. And, I started thinking, I'm like, hey, how does this white dude get to be on a call with like the Secretary of Transportation, with, Jeff Bridges?
That guy's voting for Harris because he sniffed too many paint fumes.
White dude more than a construction union, right? And nothing screams white middle-class work in America more than a construction union. And I'm proud to represent the labor movement here tonight. And I'm proud to represent what is the true only place for working people to advance in this economy, in an economy that works for real working people, as opposed to
Harris is paying him.
Yeah, I was about to say, how much do you think these guys are getting paid?
Democrats definitely paid the officials of the unions.
Knows how to organize working people.
What do you think they gave him though? You think they gave him just a couple thousand to do this, to get this endorsement? 2,500.
I don't think it's necessarily direct cash, but I do think that they give them jobs and then they get kickbacks out of the jobs they secure.
President Biden was great. Was great.
Yeah, for sure.
Probably the greatest president of my lifetime. And I'm 46 years old, and I'm lucky to say that I'm the youngest president of a labor union in the building trades. I'm proud to say that. But man, I am scared to death of what the future could look like if we go back to another Trump administration, one that truly left working construction.
This guy has been smoking crack in Philadelphia.
But yet had a way to organize people around hate and around
Do you think he believes what he's saying?
Vice President Harris
absolutely
not
not
plan to move forward, and she
President Biden. He's sitting on a couch
some of the most landmark legislation
and it's inserted into him anally. And if he doesn't say this, they are going to shut
bailed
him.
out hundreds of thousands of workers' pension plans, white dudes' pension plans. The bipartisan infrastructure bill that's creating hundreds of thousands of construction jobs for white dudes, passed by this administration. And that's just the scratch of the surface that we can do.
Oh, you know what it is? He's trying to get more Mexicans in there and more Venezuelans so he can charge them cheaper rates.
Like we did in 2016.
No, that's not how the union
as
works.
white working men in this economy, we have to do more than just donate money. We have to do more than just show up on a Zoom call. We have to talk to our neighbors.
Isn't it a construction union?
Talk to our brothers and sisters. We have
he's
to
the
speak
president of the
truth
Painters Union
to
in
power.
Philadelphia.
And we have to build this moment because we can do it. When we stay organized and when we keep our eye on the ball, we can make a difference in working people's lives. That's why the American labor movement is united behind Vice President Harris. That's why we have 100 days to continue to knock on doors, to talk to our brothers and sisters. Look, the American labor movement is the most popular it's ever been. 77% of
Him
workers
and Harris
under
are
the age of
definitely
30
going to be touching some
want
doorknobs.
to join a labor union. That's the first time in my lifetime that labor unions have been this popular. And I can guarantee you this much.
That's not true either. Your guys' pensions are bankrupt.
The American labor movement is Vice President
Savage,
Harris.
he can't hear you,
And we cannot
Savage.
allow for division around race and misogyny. And
Feel free to call in, Savage.
Be the thing that sets us backwards. We have to be united. As a proud Pennsylvanian, I get to.
There might be a barrier of entry,
in a
though.
swing state, and I cannot wait to cast my vote.
I'm not white enough to
first
call in.
female president of the United States, Vice President Kamala Harris.
I mean, you could just be a little queer or something, you know.
That was awesome. Thank you. I've had a chance to check with our folks.
I'm not
and we
queer.
just wanted to let you know that so far we've had over 65,000 people participate in this call, and we've raised over $2.8 million, which means that we're halfway to the $500,000 that I was hoping we'd be able to raise in 30 minutes. So let's keep the momentum going. Now's a great time to keep supporting the campaign. On your screen, there's options to give $10, $25, $50, even $100. If you want to max out and you can, that's great too. Every dollar you donate goes directly to the Harris campaign. Our next
I wonder
guest
how
is
many
of you-
his wife's boyfriend.
Governor J.B. Pritzker, the 40.
How many of you guys think that this is
Illinois,
actually
is
real
also
time people
selflessly given
donating?
to many causes.
It's not. They're funneling
and
money.
is the chair of the DNC
Yeah, I
convention,
think
which
so.
is going to be in Chicago. Super short.
30-minute show, 2 million,
I honor
almost
now
$3
to
million.
introduce Governor J.B. Pritzker of Illinois.
Shout out to Chicago.
Thanks so much,
HB.
Josh. And I got to be honest that when I'm invited to an event with a name like White Dudes for Harris, it doesn't usually sound like something I would join, but this is a terrific cause. And
But it is this time, huh?
I remark short. I know that we have a lot of speakers. And afterward, of course, there's another Zoom that I invite you all to called couches against
This guy
Trump
still
that are
choking
known
on
as
the cum in his throat like Harris.
I'm excited to join this call with
That's what she's
incredible
doing on
colleagues
it.
like
Crazy
Governor
person.
Roy Cooper and Governor Tim Walz, and of course my friend
What
Secretary
in the hell was that?
and with Mark Hamill and Jeff Bridges and Mark Ruffalo. Everyone on this call is doing an incredible amount of work in their states for the Democratic Party, for the campaign, and I thank you all for doing that. All of us are here tonight because we know how hard we're going to need to work for the next 9 years to make sure that Kamala Harris is the next president of the United States. And if we're going to win in November, we need to remember that this is bigger than just one group.
They're union
Frankly,
workers. You know they got knee pads.
it's a fight for fundamental democratic values, American values that form the very fabric of this country.
American
like
values?
standing up for workers' rights and climate action, raising the minimum wage to a living wage, universal health care, personal freedoms, and so much more. Now, I've had the pleasure of working with Vice President Harris since she took office, since I took office. Her strength, her skills, her character
Hey, HB,
is clear.
when's the last time you think this guy had a cheeseburger?
And her unwavering commitment to the working families of the United States and the most vulnerable of our country proves that she'll be a leader to move us forward. Let's be clear about who Donald Trump and J.D. Vance are. Donald Trump is a 34-time convicted felon, an adjudicated rapist, and a congenital liar. He's a fraud. And J.D. Vance is
they need to send this to Trump because that's defamation right there.
That describes the two of them. Sofa.
He said that Trump is a congenital racist.
Convict.
Yes.
Rapist.
Now, these are two
He said adjudicated. That needs to be sent to the Trump team right now because that right there is defamation.
About his role in overturning Roe v. Wade.
Savage. All that is a defamation lawsuit.
And not to
He's
be
out of
outdone,
there.
J.D. Vance opposes exceptions for rape.
That
and
is a huge defamation.
He seems
lawsuit.
completely unwilling to couch his disdain for women. And they won't stop there. A second Trump term would go after IVF and contraception.
Lies.
It would monitor women and their pregnancies.
Even if it did.
Why would Trump want to do that when he's paying off females to keep
Middle-class
quiet?
families while giving tax breaks to the wealthiest and their mega corporations. They would gut overtime pay and workplace protections for workers. If you don't believe me, it's all spelled out in the Project 2025.
There it is.
Project 2025 is not Trump.
These next 99 days.
I'm surprised it took this long to say it.
For Donald Trump, because there's nothing that scares him more than facing off against a smart, accomplished woman who will call him out on his bullshit. And you better believe that Kamala Harris knows how to prosecute this case against Trump every single day. But to win, we also need people making the case right alongside you, like the tens of thousands of people on this call. This is going to be, well, a difficult campaign. It'll be a hard campaign. But I know that we're all ready to put in the work. So here's the ask that I make to you. Get involved.
This is ridiculous.
Visit whitedudesforharris.com to donate.
This is ridiculous.
And then tell your friends and family to do the same. We have a real fight ahead. And so I ask you all, are you ready for that fight? Let's go win this.
We know.
Thanks so much for having me on the call.
Hell yeah, we're ready for the fight.
I've never seen
many folks on this.
I've never seen somebody talk with a dick in their mouth.
Speaking panel, I'm sure going to be attending and are looking forward to seeing you in Chicago in a few weeks at the DNC convention. And maybe as a Democratic nominee for VP, who knows?
In my younger days, I definitely have.
Guest is the voice of your child's favorite Disney characters. Shout out to Olaf. And also a very distinguished and award-winning actor in TV, film, and theater. Grammy and Tony nominee and winner, Josh Gad.
Thank you. I'm not quite sure how I drew the short straw and went after like all of the leading vice presidential candidates.
Because you are a fat, greasy fuck.
They have Kid Rock, Kevin Sorbo, and a dolphin aficionado. And we have the Hulk, Samwise Gamgee, Luke Skywalker, and Mayor Pete just on this Zoom. That's pretty damn cool. I'm a white dude.
You got booty
That
judge,
much
dude.
probably
Get out
tell
of
by
here.
now. But I also happen to be a father of 2 girls. I have a
Who are these
10-year-old
people?
and a 13-year-old. And I'm not sure if you guys can recall that feeling you had on the night of Tuesday, November 8th, 2016. I stood over my kid's bed and I wept. I wept because I felt like
Where's that white
Because
lesbian
you're
chick
a
screaming?
wept
bitch.
because they had the chance and we had the chance to have a female president for the first time in our
That's a
lives
horrible
and
idea.
in the history of this nation. And instead, we put a man in office who not only disdains women, but whose own wife can't look him in the eye, whose own daughters seem to want nothing
None
to
of us
associate
really
with
want to look our wives in
He
the
wept.
eyes.
He cried. Come on.
and that feeling of dread and that feeling of
Who wants
fear
to look their wife in the eye?
and that
Let's
feeling
be
of
honest
shame
here.
is not something I'm ever willing or able to allow myself to feel again. Which is why right now I am begging all of you to smash that donate button because we owe it to the next generation.
Because you get a
of
percentage.
girls to not go through that hellscape times 2025 all over again. There's a fundamental difference this time, though, that there wasn't last time. There's a lot of fear, and I get that. I trust me, I fear it too. But there's also something in the air that I haven't felt in a really long time. Hope. And that feeling of hope.
Okay, Obama.
That feeling of being
Let me guess.
surrounded
She's going
by
to change
people
things too?
who aren't just voting out of distress and aren't just voting against something, but are voting for something is really special.
Like change?
It's sometimes a generational feeling, right? We've had a lot of presidents in our lifetimes that we've elected them based on policy. We've elected them based on, this ideology that they have. But here we have somebody who doesn't look like the others, doesn't sound like the others.
So you're voting for her because
isn't
she's
like the
black.
others.
Because
And
she's
that's
not
a
white.
generational opportunity. And that feeling of hope is why I'm on this Zoom. That feeling that I have someone to so fully get behind, to be a cheerleader for, and to imagine standing there
Being
on
cheerleaders for
Inauguration Day
women.
as I get to sit next to my daughters and listen to our first Madam President speak. That
Your daughters
is
don't
the thing that I
respect
want
you
you
when they
all to
sit next to
imagine
you.
tonight. That is the thing that has
Because
brought
you're
us
a
all here.
pussy.
And that is the thing that, unlike last time, we are going to make sure happens. Even if it means we have to volunteer for the next 99 days, I will be there alongside of you guys, making calls, knocking on doors.
You can't even keep up with the
banging on
diet.
that
How are
glass
you going to
ceiling
stick to this?
until the damn thing shatters once and for
Savage,
all.
he can't hear you, Savage.
Love you guys. Let's do this.
Fuck yeah, Josh. Thank you. That was awesome.
That guy can't stick to a diet plan. How is he going to
Do what
stick to
Josh
calling?
said and smash that donate button. If you've already
I thought
given,
the fuck yeah was
smash
pretty
it again.
gay
If you've already
after it.
given twice, you're more than welcome to smash it a third time. Our next guest has been all over the news, and folks everywhere have fallen in love with his story, record, and style, especially his awesome hats. We have Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, who's presided over a historic progressive agenda in Minnesota, the highest ranking retired enlisted soldier ever to serve in Congress. He was also a coach and a teacher. Please join me in welcoming David Hogg's favorite politician, Governor Tim Walz.
Well, thanks, Ross. Thanks for having me on. The anti-Tommy Tuberville, I guess. So it's good to see you. Mitch Landrieu, good to see you. Any place you're at, I'm here. JB Pritzker and this whole group. Following Josh Gad, I am now complete, Josh. This was it. I'm going to echo that message, though, that message of hope. My oldest daughter's name is Hope. And that's because my wife and I spent 7 years trying to get pregnant, needed fertility treatments, things like IVF. things that they would ban. And so once again, I keep talking about this idea. You're right. These guys are the anti-freedoms. I grew up in a small town. 400
Wait, is he
people,
trying to say
24
Republicans
kids,
banned this stuff?
cousins.
You
And
probably
I hear,
shouldn't have married your wife and try to have kids at 40, sir.
One golden rule in a small town. Those of you under from a small town, mind your own damn business. We don't need it. I don't know who's asking for this crazy stuff that they're pushing. Who's asking to ban birth control? Who's asking to raise the price?
Hey,
of it?
fuckbag.
I'm a Legion Club member, and none of the dudes there are asking to cut veterans benefits.
This
like
retard just said that small towns need to mind their business, but it's the big cities that interfere with our way of living.
Trump won it by 15
Exactly,
points
Savage.
in 2016 when I won.
California tells the Appalachian Mountains not to mine coal.
Like these guys.
They're telling us not to farm.
Take money out of our
They're interfering with our lives. We're not interfering with their lives.
They undermine the basic social safety net that makes this country great. So when I hear you on here, I heard Josh talking about hope. That is exactly right. That's what we need. And then coupled with that, because my wife reminds me of this. She said, hope is the most powerful word in the universe, but it's not a damn plan. We need a plan.
I bet your wife tells you to do a lot of
things.
things.
Smashing that button does. That's what's calling. And again,
about
this
hope,
is preaching
we're
to
not
the
talking about
choir,
faith.
but the choir needs to sing. The
Oh.
choir needs to sing. This is
Don't
our
talk
moment.
about
This is not
choirs
just transformational for one election. This is transformational for several generations. But here's the thing that I take responsibility for. We're not in this alone. The rest of the world needs us to be here. These guys throwing our NATO allies under the bus, the idea that they don't care what happens in the rest of the world, not addressing climate change that's going to impact communities that are less fortunate than anyone else. Those are the things that has to do. We have communities that are going to pay the price because we don't address it. Here's the great news. How often in 100 days do you get to change the trajectory of the world? How often in 100 days do you get to do something that's going to impact generations to come? And how often in the world do you make that bastard wake up afterwards and know that a black woman kicked his ass and sent him on the road? And you know that's something that guy's going to have to live with for the rest of his life. So I got to tell all of you, please, please do what you can. Please talk. Look, I got Florida Man as a brother. We all got him in our families. But these are our neighbors and our relatives. And at heart, they're good people. They're not mean-spirited. They're not small. They're not petty like they hear on stage. They're angry. They're confused. They're frustrated. They feel like they got left behind sometimes. But we can get out there, reach out, make the case. And for one thing, don't ever shy away from our progressive values. One person's socialism is another person's neighborliness. Just do the damn work. So I got to tell you, when I see this, it lifts me up. I'm inspired.
We need to start arresting
anti-Tommy
socialists.
Cover bill. This is the first day of football. We're all in this. We're all undefeated. We got an opportunity on this. I want to be standing in that day in November when we're playing for the big one, and I'll take us. And again, keep hammering on these guys. This idea of calling them out for who they are, shrink them. Is he a danger to society? Yes. Is he a danger to women's health? Yes. Is he a danger to world peace? Yes. But don't give him more credit than he needs. He's just a strange, weird dude, as we've been saying. Pick that in the pace. Pick up the work. Do the work. Donate, call, talk to your neighbors. Let's win this thing. No regrets at the end of this. Thanks, folks.
Thank you, Governor. I see why
You will have
everybody's so
regrets
excited
when you
about
guys
you.
lose.
With that, while the governor was speaking, I was checking in with folks, and they're telling me that we've had over 123,000 people who have tuned in so far, and we have managed to raise, and we've now hit $3 million for the campaign. So let's keep it going. Let's get that up to 3.5 million. Our next guest is truly one of the funniest folks I've seen. Paul Scheer is an actor and author that starred in Veep, The League, one of my favorite shows, and Knuckles. He's also an outspoken advocate for democratic causes and one of the hosts of How Did This Get Made, which has won awards for its celebration of real bad movies. Please welcome Paul Scheer.
Hey, everybody. I am so excited to be on this JD
Look at
Vance
this homosexual.
Sorry, wait. Oh, sorry.
Now this is a familiar looking queer.
So I'm so happy that we are all here tonight because we've taken the first step
I
to
have
being
a feeling
involved
he
in this
supports
campaign.
Harris because he
We
thinks
showed
she's
up.
going to blow him
We
because he looks like
found
a
the
penis
website,
with ears.
clicked on it at the right time, and most importantly, we made time for something bigger than ourselves. And over these next few weeks, we need to continue to show up. And I think it's easier to do that when we're actually fired up. You know, we all know what we're fighting against, but tonight I want to focus on what and who we are fighting for. Because when we know what we're fighting for, we can speak to it. And
He's
that
reading a
has the
speech.
ability to move people. Make sure that everyone we know is voting, and we have to tell them who we are. I am fighting for Kamala. In short, I am voting for a fighter, someone who has been fighting for the little people since she was a little person. I mean, this is no joke. Did you know that when she was 13, the apartment building that she lived in wouldn't let kids play on the lawn? Now, most kids would just go inside and do something else, but not Kamala. She staged a protest and got the apartment complex to reverse its decision. All right, that's the drive.
I don't.
Right? That's
I don't believe that.
the want to help
I don't
people
believe
in
that.
need that have defined her entire career. You know, some people, they threaten to take on Wall Street, but she
has a
actually
great
did it
camera, though.
during the great financial
camera.
crisis when the big banks
He has
were
a
only
great
offered $4
speechwriter
billion
too.
to foreclosed homeowners in California. She stood firm, and she got that number up to $20 billion, from 4 to 20 billion. She stood up for mothers and veterans. She's passed bills to improve maternal health among racial and
She hid
ethnic
evidence
minority
for
groups.
people she
She's
locked
fought
up.
for the middle class.
She's a
She's
great.
introduced
She's
bills
a
to
great
give
chick.
tax cuts to the middle and working class Americans, and was an early proponent of universal health care and forgiving student debt. Right? Kamala has led the fight for voting rights. She has been a staunch supporter of LGBTQ plus rights and has spoken out against discriminatory laws like Florida's Don't Say Gay bill. She's also been influential in securing
my
a historic
God.
$65 billion investment to expand high-speed internet across the US, which created hundreds of jobs. She stood up to the gun lobby, passing the most comprehensive common sense gun prevention measures in decades, including stricter age limits, mental health services, and funding for community-based violence intervention programs. Kamala consistently stands up early and often as new issues arise, and she's always there to greet them, whether it's help regulating artificial intelligence.
She doesn't stand
or
up
fighting
early.
for
If
the
that was the
environment.
case, she would
You
have
know, she
never
was one
got
of
her
the
job.
early co-sponsors of the Green New Deal. And
That's
more
what she's
recently,
chewing on it like
she
a
just
crazy
got a
person.
$3 billion pledge from the U.S. to the
Yo,
Green
chewing on
Climate
a dick
Fund.
is crazy.
She's
Yo, that's
also
when I
the
told her,
first
oh,
vice
chew on it.
president who's
She's
ever
crazy.
visited
Yeah,
a
she
Planned
did.
Parenthood. No
She's going
VP or
crazy.
president has ever done that.
Bro,
And she has been
she's got the
continually
eyes of
vocal
just
in
a
her trust for
crazy
women
person.
to make decisions about their own bodies.
Why is she
And not have the
fighting him?
government tell them what
Like
to
this
do.
is the
Time
stream of the year.
and time again, she has taken on tough issues.
Why doesn't
The
she just
ones
tell
that
the
don't
women going
have
to
an
Planned
easy fix.
Parenthood, if you
But she has
swallow, you don't
shown
get
up,
pregnant?
she has listened, and she has leaned in and continued
Why
to
doesn't she
implement
just
change,
show them
all
her
while
technique
adjusting her
that got her
tactics
job
to achieve
to stop
success
them from
as
getting
new
pregnant?
information comes to light. She is the type of person that
She's
gives me
really
something
good
to
at her
fight for.
technique. She never got
And if the
pregnant.
past is any indication of the
Yeah,
future,
because she
this is the
swallows.
type of president America
That's what
needs
she's chewing
to
on.
fight
DSL.
and get
DSL.
historic reform. This will move us into the future. And that's why I am with Kamala. And I hope tonight inspires you to stay involved, to stay
Said a
fired up,
whole
to
bunch of
keep
nothing.
telling her story and talking to each other about why people need to vote and who they are voting for. So mash that button. And I have to get ready for my speech about couches. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Paul. I think you win the award for best background so far tonight. Our next guest had the most bills enacted into law by U.S. Senator during a single congressional session in over 40 years. He's also one of the most effective senators around bipartisanship. You know, he might make a great VP. I'd like to introduce Senator Gary Peters of the great state of Michigan.
Shout out to HB, Michigan.
Let me get Push out of here.
Well, thank you so much for this is just amazing to be on this call with all these folks. all these dudes supporting my friend Kamala Harris.
Bro,
You know, I
this shit is
had
so
the privilege of
gay.
actually being Kamala's seatmate in the Senate. We got to know each other very well. I consider
There's
her
like
a
this
friend, and
fake
of course, she's a woman
excitement
of
going on.
amazing integrity and passion. But before I talk a little bit about that, I just want to take a moment once again just to thank Joe Biden for what he did in passing the torch, and how much we appreciate that. And can you just imagine a president of the United States who puts the country before himself? That
might be brave.
amazing. And it is a clear difference from the guy who wants to be back in the White House, which is why we have to win. The thing that I really appreciate, though, most about Joe Biden was that he was pro-labor. We heard from Jimmy Williams earlier. You know, he's the most pro-union president ever. To me, that's incredibly important, especially from the state of Michigan. Union is incredibly important in my state. People are passionate about the ability to join one. And it's personal to me. My father was a union member. My father-in-law was in the UAW. My mother was a union steward for the SEIU union, and she organized her workplace. She was a nurse's aide, a person who you may be familiar with nurses' aides. They're overworked, they're underpaid, they're underappreciated. But she knew that the only way that she would get ahead was by joining a union. They collectively got together and made that happen. That's what freedom is about. We've been talking about freedom here in this program here. Freedom to collectively bargain, to fight for fair wages, to have affordable health care. And when it's all said and done, after you've worked, retire with dignity. And let's be clear, that's what Kamala Harris is all about. She believes in her soul about the need for workers to be able to join unions. She's been out on the stump recently, talked to a major union. And you compare that, elections are all about contrast. You contrast that to two phonies that are on the other side. Donald Trump, when Joe Biden came into Detroit and walked the picket line with the UAW members, the first time that a president ever did it. I was on that picket line with folks, and they talked about how authentic he is and real, just like Kamala Harris. And what did Trump do when he came into Detroit? He had a rally that he said was pro-union, and he did it in a non-union shop. There were no union members there. You've got J.D. Vance, who basically does a photo op. He's never lifted his finger once for working men and women in this country. And I don't believe you can have a middle class without a strong and vibrant union movement. That's who is in our heart and soul as Democrats, and that's what we're going to continue to fight for. It's going to be a key part of this coalition, and I know Kamala is going to fight to make that a reality. But I just have one last thought. It's about J.D. Vance in particular, about how he thinks about women. And we all love the women in our lives, whether it's our mothers, our sisters, our wives, our daughters, and we worship our loved ones. But what does J.D. Vance think about women? Just think, I just want to leave one idea. Think about this. When he is strongly pro-life. He does not believe that women should have the reproductive freedom necessary for their proper care. And he does not believe that there should be any exceptions for rape or incest.
Ooh.
And he was asked in particular about
lies,
rape.
lies.
What did he think? If a woman was she raped? And she had to carry
like Angel
that
over
baby.
there.
What did he think about it?
Lies.
This was the word he used. He said, well, rape is inconvenient. Well, guys on this call, rape is not inconvenient. It is absolutely catastrophic. To me, that should disqualify J.D. Vance. We should
Come on out, you
Trump,
rapist!
Led to the overturn of Roe v. Wade. And as men, we need to come together and understand that this is an attack against the people we love so much, the women who are in our lives. We have to win this race. We will win this race. We've got to come together. We've got to win in Michigan, my state. I think it's safe to say you probably can't be president of the United States if you don't win Michigan, but you got to win in Wisconsin and Pennsylvania and other states. But this is where the battle is. We've got to dig deep, put every nickel we can into this race that we can afford, get out there and work, talk to our friends, because the future of this country truly is at stake. So thank you for having me on this program. This is amazing to have this kind of energy. We're seeing it on the grounds in Michigan, but we got 100 more days. This is going to be a long slog. Together, we will do it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Peters. That got me real fired up. Our next guest is someone you definitely know because he's Mikey, Rudy, Samwise. This guy only knows how to play the most inspirational characters, but he's also an incredible activist for democracy and has even served on the President's Council on Service and Civic Participation. So he knows a little bit about getting dudes involved. Our next guest is Sean Astin.
Thanks, Ross. Yeah, I feel that Senator's passion and upset on that. I think I was 20 or 21 years old.
Are these actors?
And, my neighbor across the street
He didn't age so well,
told
did
me
he?
he was going
Yes,
to a
these
men's
are all
group.
actors so far, yeah.
And I was like, what?
With the exception of the
He said,
mayors
oh,
and
yeah, I'm
governors.
going to my men's group. And I couldn't, like, is it a cult? Like, I didn't, the concept was
One of
just,
my
I didn't get
favorites,
it.
favorites of all
And then
time.
a few years
Lord of
later,
the
my
Rings
little
and The
brother,
Hobbit.
who was
And
addicted to drugs and alcohol,
wow.
called
Wow.
and agreed to accept help.
Democrats are
And
ushering in
so we
over
did program for him to
fentanyl.
go through. He did it 90 days. It was awesome. But like families feel when someone goes through that, there's uncertainty about whether or not they'll relapse, about what's going to happen with their life, you know? And after about, I don't know, 2 or 3 years of him regularly coming, he had moved back to be with my dad on the East Coast, but regularly coming back, and you'd kind of be like, oh, do you have work? Like, what's going on? He was always coming back to be with his men's group. I think they had more than white men in that group. So, but
Oh my
the
God.
idea that men can gather to talk about how we feel, interesting, powerful concept. And to include all, we said in our invitation, everyone is welcome.
It's
That's a
men
really
up
interesting
here
phrase.
and there's men in the
Everyone
chat. Do
is
you guys
welcome.
like to talk about how y'all feel?
You might hear it in other places. I'm pretty sure
How
you
we
can
feel about
that
what?
it's true
Everything.
with this particular political
Thanks,
party
Steve.
and this
Rest in
particular
power,
candidate.
Chippy.
How
My
we
mother was
feel? I
president of the
mean,
Screen Actors
We
Guild.
love you,
I've
Chips.
been married for 34 years, 32 years, 34 years with my wife, Christine.
I
We have 3
mean,
beautiful daughters.
I don't know what that
To me,
means, really.
there's reverence, absolute reverence for women, because mostly I probably wouldn't survive if I didn't, because I barely have a vote with my beautiful women in my life. When I think about smashing the donation button,
Smashing.
I
What
think of
man wouldn't
honoring
survive
them.
without women? Because y'all got to
I think of
smash, right?
honoring their
Except for
life
the
and their
gays. But
experience, which I've learned
That's
things
a
about
fact.
HB, I
women
think you're right.
watching my daughters
Whenever
grow up
you
that
said that
that
that's what
nobody
they do it for,
warned
they
me
do it for
about.
pussy.
I thought the
Yeah,
dad's job was
that's what I'm
supposed to
getting.
help prepare them for you
He
know,
said he barely has a vote with his own wife
college
or
and
something
their
like
love
that, didn't he?
relationships. I didn't know that it was dangerous
You know, anything to get their
for
dick
women
wet.
to just
So
walk down
I
the
guess
street. I didn't know that they would,
they fall in line.
I just didn't understand the kinds of things that affected
I
them
mean, look at CT in college.
in the ways that they do. And as a father, that you just want to protect. You just want to protect them. You want to help them. Lifting up a qualified, tested, proven woman into the presidency so that all girls for all time can know that that's possible, that our country, get the placemat out when you're with a kindergartner and you're looking at the placemat of the presidents, not one woman. And the other side, they try and take everything that's good about us and demean
Imagine
it.
wanting your
Kamala
daughter to
Harris
get an abortion.
smiles. She
Rest in
laughs.
peace, Chippy.
She dances.
Love you,
She has
Chips.
joy. She's
Rest
alive.
in peace,
And they
Chippy.
try and ridicule her for that.
I mean,
And
imagine
they try and
wanting your
undermine
daughter
us
to get abortions,
for
like
that.
off top.
This is a
That's
serious
what you're
person
worried about, if
who
your
can
daughter can kill a kid or not.
prosecute a tough case against
Hey,
people when
Black.
she's in the Senate.
Come
Those are
Hey,
some of the most
Portia.
exciting moments during that awful time.
What's up, Black?
This
What's up,
senator,
guys? I lost respect for this dude after Rudy.
Kavanaugh, And some of those other
He's such a corporate shill.
fully prepared for her moments.
I think you broke up right after you
Exquisite
said why you
her
lost
use of
respect for him.
language
I said I lost respect for this dude after Rudy.
that she has.
Oh,
Remember that movie Rudy?
I'm a leader of
I
my
do
union.
not, but I'm about to look it
I
up.
was a delegate.
Oh
and,
man, I'm
give a keynote speech
telling you my
to
age
the
now.
California Labor Federation. What the governor was saying, or the two governors and the senator were saying about
93.
Kamala Harris being a part of the labor movement.
Yeah, I was about a
people
year old.
Were 750 labor union
Oh.
leaders in California blew the roof off the place talking about Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. $40 billion bailout of a retirement fund for the Teamsters. All these things, they had the receipts. The UAW president, Sean Fain, the Teamster or the flight attendant labor president, Sarah Nelson. These people were talking about the Democratic Party and these Democratic leaders in terms that were just so inspiring.
Yeah,
So I
that's
just
really
want to say like
trippy.
two last things. I have been so proud.
So basically, they have no reason to vote for her other than they're just going to vote for her because of reasons.
The strongest
Because she looks different from everybody else.
Yeah, because of reasons. It's insane, man. I'm so tired of it. It's not going to work though.
No one has actually addressed any issues this entire time we've been here besides abortion.
Not one issue. It's just
show up
race,
at the place in the
baby
mall
killing,
and
and
get on the
that's
phone and
it.
start
Not
making the
doing-
calls.
That's it. Yeah, exactly.
That's
Plan
it.
is with
Dolores
cheating.
Huerta.
And that's what a
If
lot
you
of
don't know who
people don't
Dolores Huerta
understand.
is, she
This
was the
is not
co-founder of the
helping
United
anybody.
Farm Workers Movement.
And it never will. Again, they haven't addressed one thing, and it was the same thing when when all of the AKAs and all the rest of them showed up to their little convention for her. They talked about nothing.
He said a whole bunch of nothing.
She took whatever time it took to explain it to them. Details matter. Caring about the details with each individual.
So if details matter, how come whenever we bring up the details, you say it's racist or it's Representative Trump?
My master's. Oh, that's another thing. I've learned during my master's in public policy and public administration that the mid-level bureaucrat administrators
liars,
in our
man.
country,
They're liars.
heroes, and they get totally overlooked by this process.
Throw that ring into Mount Doom.
Man, say that again. Give crack to me. Throw that ring. Frodo.
And finally,
Sam. Hey, that's it's nothing but Samwise, man. Samwise telling Frodo to throw the damn ring into Mount Doom.
said it, Ross.
Smeagol did all the work anyway. We all know Smeagol was a real hero.
Exactly.
I go and I give speeches on mental health all over the country. And what all the mental health professionals that I've been talking to for the last 3 years are saying is it was anxiety as the number one thing, and now it's loneliness. When you're volunteering.
Oh, this loneliness thing. That was the other thing that kept harping on.
Such community
people
and such deceptive loneliness.
I hate these mental health.
COVID-19 made you lonely. That's what come on.
And all of a sudden you think, what was that expenditure of energy? What did it mean?
Portia, this
Who
one I
knows
tell
about
you,
it?
most of these
Who cares?
Democrats, it's just about pussy.
Every single person who will be
I know,
positively
that's why I said that
impacted
earlier,
by the
because that's what it's
policies
about.
that get passed
all
because you
it's
put in
about
the
is
effort
pussy.
when maybe no one else noticed it. That's who cares.
Because
You
there's
may
no
never
way
see
that
them.
men really think this way
Nah,
on a large scale. There's
That's
just
it
like,
for now.
it's just about pussy.
Wow.
Look, man, I just
really powerful.
Go ahead.
Love the
I just
idea
want to
of
say
thinking
these
about
guys
when we donate to fight
consistently
prejudice.
prove to us
For them,
why
I
you
really
don't listen to actors.
Our next
Okay,
guest
you don't listen.
talk about tough elections.
They're
and take
bought and
about
paid
Donald Trump.
for, and any emotion that they show has been worked on over years. That is a skill. It's a craft that they have honed.
They're improving, sir.
I don't believe any of them, and they are improving. Absolutely. They're not talking about any solid numbers. They're not talking about any of the issues we care about. Just vote for her because she's a black woman and she looks different, and because she spat on that thing.
And it is wonderful to see the incredible.
Man, this just proves you don't
in the
listen to
last
women.
week and a half.
Look at these
That
guys.
too, man. That too.
Look at
I don't
these
listen to
guys.
women either. You damn right.
You doggone right, man. But these are effective.
The Hawk Tui on there.
Yeah, she said that. She said it. She said sometimes you just gotta spit on that. She said that out loud. Do you hear me? That woman who wants to be the leader of the free world said that out loud. Trying to be
I didn't hear that
relatable.
One, man. I didn't hear that one. Jeez.
Yes.
That's
it's
crazy,
insane.
man. That's
trying to be
crazy.
relatable.
On this Zoom grew up
And then you know what people will say? They'll say Donald Trump said worse. I know he hasn't.
You know, Montel probably was
wait,
watching
wait.
TV smiling.
Hey, if De Niro talks, we gotta be silent. I gotta hear De Niro. If De Niro talks,
Oh, Robert De Niro, is he in there?
Speaks, I don't
No,
know. They're
he's not
saying
there yet.
De Niro's next. If he speaks, I'm kicking everybody off the panel. We gotta listen to De Niro, man.
Why do you want to hear De Niro?
Because it's gonna be great.
Much
Fucking
to our
amazing.
shock, that there's nothing
Niro.
inevitable about this, and in fact, that every generation, as it would turn out, has to struggle to preserve.
Nobody wants to hear you shiftless.
We don't have to go to war.
I really hate this guy, man.
Man, I hate him with a passion, man. If there was anybody you just wanted to slap on GP, him, right there.
Polls, to make sure that we get out and vote, that we get our neighbors out to vote, that we get our kids out to vote, that we participate in our democracy. We are all going to have to answer to the generations come after. What did we do when our democracy was?
You still got a lot of answering to do, shiftless.
In Donald Trump,
all the money you pilfered.
Give a damn about our institutions, our democracy, who only cares about himself. Somebody who says he wants to be a dictator on day one. Someone who says if you vote for him now, you never.
None of that happened.
Right, they keep saying this shit, man.
Yeah, because they can lie with impunity. There's literally there won't be any sort of libel brought against them. They can just lie, and nobody's going to fact check. We've already proven that.
Oh yeah, not the general public at least.
Congress, and that is he has so many enablers, so many people willing to go along with him in the pure desire to further their ambition. People like J.D. Vance.
Can I ask a question? Who in their mind, in their right mind or wrong mind, ever thought that Joy Reid was someone to revere and to not disappoint?
The historian once said that power doesn't corrupt.
I've never met anyone.
I mean, that woman looks like a treasure trove, man. She looks like the final. She looks like the mid-tier boss on Streets of Rage. That woman.
All on the altar of their ambition.
Look like a black Donald Trump or something. Female Donald Trump.
Nah, man, she looks like a goblin, man. Look up a goblin.
That's even better.
Look up a goblin and then look at her.
Gargoyles? Gargoyles.
Oh yeah, she's definitely a gargoyle, but not the hot gargoyle that betrayed.
You talking about the cartoon?
Yeah.
Yeah, that cartoon was badass, man.
It was, man. Dude, you should see. You should see. They have a YouTube video about the guys who started gargoyles.
Oh,
and
really?
How dark? Yeah, and how dark they wanted to make it, and how they kind of made it less dark, but they still snuck some stuff in it. And
This too shall pass.
Dang.
I gotta check that out, Black.
Yeah, man, it's really good, man. I'm a cartoon, I'm sorry, comic book fanatic. There's not much I don't know about them. There's some things, but I also liked, I liked, for instance, The Boys before that was popular. How people watch The Boys.
Yeah.
I was reading that comic years before that, and then also my goodness, what's that guy's name? Invincible. I used to read the Invincible comic books before they became a cartoon series. I mean, all the dark comics, man. My point is that. Yeah, man, I have an
those
idea.
cartoons that we grew up were like real good. They had a lot of message in there, like real adult themes, and you look back on them and you're like, damn.
Yep.
Probably, subconsciously it informed you, right? Even you didn't really get it, really.
As long as it wasn't those
kid.
Disney Disney cartoon.
Oh, I hated Disney. I'd never liked Disney. I don't know.
Man, y'all tripping, boy. Life is like a hurricane here in
Okay. Those were good. All right. Yeah. Those Disneys were good.
Or gummy bears bouncing here and there and everywhere. Boy.
This is who Blacks used to jerk off to, you guys.
Yeah, that's the one. Hey, HB, you knew what I was talking about. You knew what I was talking about.
I'm not mad at you, man. I'm not mad at you.
She got an extra couple of hands there too.
Really quick, I just want to give a shout
out. Or we can go. Boy, I can sing the Winnie the Pooh song, boy. You gotta get up.
Yeah, Disney did own Winnie the Pooh. They bought them. Oh, man.
Used to rock with Arthur.
Archie Andrews. Yeah. Oh man. Yeah. Until before Arthur went gay. Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I stuck around for that much.
Me either, man. I was an adult when they did.
Testing,
and I was letting
1,
my
2.
children.
Can y'all hear me?
Yo,
yeah, who's this?
All right.
Woody.
Yeah, what's up?
Keep buying those hats. Buy them.
I was an adult when they made Mr. Ratburn gay. That was the finale.
Yeah,
they made him marry a man and everything. Crazy.
Clip. Somebody put that on social media.
Angels in the outfield. 10 things
Insane, bro.
Inception. Don John.
Wait, who is this?
We'd love to welcome
Huh?
Jordan Levitt.
Oh no!
No!
And now,
God.
That's the Gordon dude, right? The movie actor.
Yeah.
From Third Rock from the Sun, from Angels in the Outfield. Yep. Third Rock from the Sun, Angels in the Outfield.
That's how you should know. That's how you should know that.
We gotta boycott his movies now.
Started when he was 12 years old. Working in.
That should be the
No more rewatching The Looper. Okay, no more.
Man, I never watched The Looper.
Man, just stop watching TV.
Oh yeah, Looper. He was in
Yeah.
Looper. Oh,
It was a pretty good movie.
Yeah, they made him like.
it was.
They made him look like trying to make him look different. That's why people don't remember. Yeah, they made them look like.
They gave him a really pronounced jaw, like what's his name? From
Bruce Willis. They tried to make him Bruce Willis because Bruce Willis. I don't want to spoil it for anybody else, but yeah.
I mean, I knew what the movie was about. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But the point that I'm making is that the thing I really know him from, and that every one of you guys should know him from, is Angels in the Outfield.
Mm-hmm. What movie? Angels and what?
Angels in the Outfield.
Okay. All right, I'll put that movie on the list.
You've never seen Angels in the Outfield?
No, I know him from Looper and like few other movies.
Woody,
but it's boycott time for them.
He
sounds young. He sounds young.
I'm between 20. I'm between 25 and 60.
Come on.
That's funny.
Yeah, he was in Dark Knight Rises too. Oh yeah,
he was.
Yes, he was.
Yeah, but you don't remember him. They at the end they say his name is Robin.
Yeah.
They're investors and they're
Look,
vendors.
Anyway, I didn't like Dark Knight.
They are treated well, and they do well. As a business.
Boycott every one of these flaggers that came on tonight.
That's the truth.
I'm not a huge movie guy. I'm gonna be honest with you.
I am, and I can't lie.
Guy / long form
Russia,
conversation.
everyone is a movie guy, girl, or a rainbow.
That's hilarious.
I'm lost.
Look, next is gonna be Ryan Reynolds. I guarantee you.
Really honest in this white dudes group.
Not the gargoyle up on the screen.
Hey, put the gargoyle back on the screen. Thank you.
Short, right?
Man.
For blacks, so you can have.
Relax, man.
I know.
Relax.
Yeah.
Just leave it on for blacks.
Yeah, put your
It's
pants back
soothing.
on.
It's soothing for blacks. It's calming for blacks. It brings back nostalgia, reminiscing in the old memories.
Yeah, man, I'm trying to tell you, boy. It sure is.
Christ.
And
You know what else would be? You know what this moment needs?
as long as he
It needs my all-time top 10, or I'm sorry, top 40 video from Angel, from my man Angel.
Oh yeah.
Black. What the moment need is you know that anime right there. That's what the moment needs, Blacks.
Once this is over, we'll play the Angel video.
Yeah.
Or is it because he's
That's funny, but
Angel and the John saying he's so high he about to go to sleep. That shit is hilarious.
Yeah.
and
Cleanse the
that's
platter
funny.
to wash away our eyes and our sins. There you go, Blacks. The moment for you.
Yes. Gives me my spidey senses tingling, as well as something else.
Rich people.
Hey,
Yes.
hold on. 777 hitting the on that video with Anna. Like, yo,
Oh
she just
my
great.
God.
She just biting.
Hey, yo, when he said that, I nearly lost my mind.
What would happen? It's not what happens.
Anna.
Chewing on it like a crazy person.
If you think that he's gonna look out for middle class, working class,
Yeah, Anna was hilarious. She was eating. She brought Papa's fried chicken, and it was cold, and she was still eating and enjoying it on one of the panels.
Yeah, Anna's one sick puppy, man. One sick puppy.
Yeah. Just so everybody knows, Portia crashed this. She's a whistleblower for the Democratic Party. She crashed the party. She crashed this stream. So if you would like to help her, donate to her. Portia J. Her Cash App is streaming at the bottom. She crashed it. She got she pretended to be a white liberal male and infiltrated. So please donate to Portia.
Based. Shout out to Portia.
Yeah.
Oh, she got in there, eh?
Yeah.
Are they gonna let? Do they let just randos talk, or is it a pre-subscribed?
Yeah. You gotta be a cocksucker. So I don't.
You guys should mouth before they let you talk.
No.
I told you it might be a barrier of entry.
But I don't think
Hey, Portia, what did you say?
they said that they were going to let us talk because I kind of got some privy information. Like I got privy information to this earlier, and that's the only reason why I got in.
Wow.
So they said that they're going to, but from the way that it looks like right now, they're not going to. But if they do, and I'm allowed to say something, I sure will.
You know why?
Portia. We need Portia on that white male panel. And Portia, you gotta change your pronouns or change gender or something. Like be part of the coalition. Be part of the rainbow. We rooting for Kamala. Kick Kamala here.
Hey, Portia, you know why they won't allow you to though? Because you're going to be too unpredictable. Anybody that comes in is going to be too unpredictable.
You got to get to $3.5 million.
Well, the only reason that there's a possibility is just because of the reason that, like, whenever you were typing in the chat earlier, Rush, you like, I wouldn't have known about this if my people didn't, reach out to me and let me know. But there's a possibility that I can talk, but I did create a trans name and all of that. So
thank you so much.
Thank you for your.
I got you.
And it's only if they allow us to,
because we've got
talk because they have so many celebrities and whatnot, as if the celebrities are a representation of everyday people.
Friend, one of the best organizers I've
Got you.
ever known.
So
George Goal has been organizing.
Yeah, I already sent you a Cash App, Portia. You got that?
let me
George is in
I sent you one as well.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second, Portia. Put your notifications
Don't dox
on right
me
now,
though, Portia. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, put your notifications on. Anybody that sends you a Cash App, I need you to give them make sure you somebody's got some nasty feedback, but make sure you give them a shout out. Anybody that gives you a Cash App.
people to come together across race and win. And there's one candidate in this presidential election who stands for working class people, and that's Kamala Harris. I grew up in Southern Indiana, in a really white part of the state. And
He
one
on
of the
that
towns we
Ozenica?
lived in has been so
This nigga
devastated
look
by
like
plant
he's
closures.
dying.
They're literally
This is Professor X's Riri brother.
down the road a few
Yo,
miles.
that's
the same
true
time,
Ozempic face right there.
people.
Ozempic
192
face.
people were struggling with addiction in a 4,000 person
And the Ozempic fade, the hairstyle.
Oh yeah.
Definitely Ozempic
Wait, Portia,
fade for sure.
Portia, you got Skrilla on the table? You got money on the table?
Damn, did my Cash App bounce?
Okay. There we go.
So
Appreciate
you
you
got
cracking
rural white
Gratian, man.
Indiana and Black and Latino
Thank you,
neighborhoods
guys.
in Chicago. Two places that I think
Yeah,
for
where
many of us
we
that
at?
we think of as a world of
Palestine.
share many of the same hurts. So we've got working class people across race that are hurting right now.
So whenever Portia is in any position of power, just make sure that Crack and Rasha would be her handlers.
Yeah, we have raised $3.5 million for Portia today. So we're beating Kamala Harris at this moment. Thank you guys.
Hold on. I know I ain't sending that
No,
much.
I'll
Wait.
say I had to.
He does everything in his power to divide.
I had to call HB because I had whenever I received the phone call earlier today, I had to call him to see because I was like, I want to go live about this.
Households, 40
Because I feel like most people, like especially those of us in this community, we wouldn't know anything about this. And I was like, this would be so interesting to hear all of these white men talk about how much they love Black women and
because that coalition
how we need to vote for Kamala. And he told me that it would be a good idea. So
in places like I
was able, to get into the meeting and all of that other stuff. And I just wanted to share it with you guys because I didn't want to
32%
watch this by myself. So I do appreciate y'all for the cash apps and y'all for just being here watching this with us because this is a disaster. And
I appreciate you, Portia. I'm glad you showed it because I never would have known about it.
right. Like these are things that we wouldn't have known about, right? But I was, like I said, I was contacted by someone earlier, and so that's why we're here. But I appreciate you guys for being here, and this is just a really wonderful insight into, we can talk about the Negroes all day long, but this is more damaging to me than anything. This is
Can I ask a quick question? Slightly off topic. Is this 777 in the comments right here?
No, absolutely not.
No. If it's 7, it's 7.
Man, I wish that guy would come back up.
That's where she's
I can't wait for y'all to meet him. I hope
Former House Majority Leader
comes back. He's not dead.
Old man is muted.
Old man is muted.
It's always the old guy.
Hey yo,
Always old.
Portia, check your Cash App and then read the message.
Thank you, Blacks. Oh, thank you, Master Kim.
Did you see the Portia? Did you see the message I wrote under it?
I know.
Wait, Portia, did you mute it?
Wait, Portia. The Kamala Uganda nightmares ass, huh?
Did you mute it, or is this guy muted?
I mean, no.
Make sure it's not muted. Oh, there we go.
He was muted.
You don't know
he's
what the hell
still
he's
muted,
doing, and
man.
nobody corrected him. Is this
Man, can somebody-
Call, I've already said. Whether it's making telephone calls, knocking on doors, talking to your neighbors, doing postcards to your friends, whatever that is for you.
So this is
feeling effective.
with the commentary. This is awesome, right? But watching this on your own, sitting at home alone, would be very boring and very flaggerish activity.
Man, I'll just put a gargoyle up, man.
By the way, Ross, I've been listening to everybody, and I listened to
Yes, please put my gargoyle back up. Thank you.
I'm not alone. I got my gargoyle.
There you go, Black.
There we go.
There you go.
Because it's for.
Did you guys like Scooby Doo?
Not just for.
Sometimes the old Scooby Doo.
Yeah, the old one is all right.
Portia, my love. Hey, babe. If I donate, do I get a picture or something, or what's going on here?
Moment that
Oh my God!
Well, you want some feed pics?
To our unity and determination to protect that democracy. So critical to my 3 children, my 3 grandchildren, my 4 great-grandchildren, my wife's 10 grandchildren. That's what this election is about.
No, it's
Joe
not.
Biden is absolutely correct when he says this election is about the soul and America of America. And
He would say that. He gave his soul up 50 years
led
ago.
by, or we're opposing a person who has neither soul nor character. It is crucial that we stand behind Vice President Kamala Harris in that effort. Whether it's a
can't even pronounce the name. Still don't know how to pronounce the name.
He's reading off of the
It's
script.
Vice President Kamala Harris. All right.
It's Kamala.
He's reading off of the script.
No. So literally, she said Kamala with a camel. Kamala. Say it correctly, okay? You got to show some respect.
Things for the people, an agenda for the people, a vision for the people. She has delivered for the people at a time of
What are you talking
crisis
about?
in their lives.
Delivered
and their
what?
families and their jobs, caused by the
What
pandemic.
vision?
She delivered that ass.
Joe Biden stepped up.
And that is true. She sure did deliver that ass.
She sure did.
Along with Joe Biden, didn't promise as the previous president did.
He delivered that ass.
They were going to deliver infrastructure dollars, investment for the people every week, every month, every year. Never did they do it. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris delivered an agenda that is creating millions.
I'm trying to figure out who's the chick
Montel's
on
daughter was
Montel's
pretty
White
good looking
Show.
though, too. You see that? His daughter's pretty good looking.
So that we would be competitive in the 21st
she's a smoke
century.
show.
Wait, was that his daughter on his right shoulder?
Wait, wasn't she underage at that time?
His daughter.
Yeah, she was 17.
No, I think she was.
Yeah.
She was
She's
17.
of our democracy and our values as Americans. One of the most important values. Republicans talk a lot about,
She's bad, bro.
but don't deliver, and that is freedom.
Yeah, y'all are definitely going to the pen for this one.
Is what they want
She
you
was
to do.
she was 17. She was 17.
I mean, come on, she's still underage. Imperious and HP, you guys have
17
defaulted.
and 364 days.
I'm gonna call the base department on y'all.
She was 17. Relax.
Somebody on this call said, "Who better?"
Exactly.
She's 50
Nah, man.
now. Stop it.
Unacceptable. Unacceptable. This is.
Better to campaign
This is.
against a man who's
I'm so offended. I'm gonna yeet myself off the stream.
I was a child myself when that video came out.
Investing.
Good
in
defense.
America, investing in Americans and their families. Who better to counter a voice of division, demagoguery, and discord than a voice who speaks for unity?
All right, baby. Settle down, sir. Settle down.
That's why my friend Kamala Harris has my strong endorsement and the strong endorsement
Oh, his
of every
friend.
Democrat in Congress in the United States, as far as I can tell. And why I urge all of us to support her as well in supporting our country, its values.
If she walked in his house, he'd be yelling, "Get that niggers out of here!" What are you talking about?
Yeah, yes, he would.
Effort to overthrow
Imperious.
the government of the United States.
Imperious. That's erroneous.
She probably blew him.
Past three and a half, 4 years.
Oh man.
Now, Ross, it's time for us to help.
It looks like he likes.
I don't think she has as much time anymore, HB.
Joe
But
Biden has
Wait, somebody is like breathing on the mic. Pause. Somebody's breathing
We all
on
do
the mic.
our part. I have no doubt that in 99 days, Ross, we will celebrate a victory.
I think it was black because of the gargoyle.
But
Someone should raid that stream, pretend to be like a flaming fag, like totally like.
Did you think that's right?
And then talk, and then just totally talk about how like he admires Kamala because she sucks talk like he does and stuff like that. That's what you got to do.
You guys heard it, Congressman.
I think Portia is trying to go in there and be a trans.
Hell yeah.
That match.
Imperious, I think you nailed it. I think all of them do.
Donate button.
Yeah. Oh, for sure they.
You know they all do.
As an actor,
You still see the glare on this guy's forehead.
So I'm just gonna take this moment to welcome Mark Hamill to speak.
I'm here for
come on.
one reason.
Now listen. You guys didn't. You guys didn't. Hey, HB, you didn't see this coming? He's been shilling for them. He's been shilling for them for the
Luke, you
last
are
8
not my
years.
son.
Sort
Luke,
of
you are not
black,
my
but
son.
we wouldn't expect this low.
That's the Joker.
Well, no, I don't understand why. Have you guys looked at his Twitter page?
This is the most
Oh, I know.
No.
I'm just making fun, but yeah, I know he's a crazy Trump derangement.
Yeah, my God, he is.
In the 70s, but never has it been more true. When he
don't meet your heroes, HB.
He takes credit for getting rid of Roe
Yeah,
v.
never
Wade.
meet your hero.
Everybody wanted to get rid of Roe v. Wade.
No, to me, Nicholson
so
is always
when
the
I meet
Joker, but he
people-
has the animated Joker.
Oh yes. He's every childhood. He's every child who was born in the late 80s, mid to late 80s Joker.
All the time in the airport.
Yeah, Jack
Targets on the
Nicholson and Heath
streets,
Ledger.
Always
Yeah.
selfies. And I asked them, don't
I'm
you
not a
have
Heath
to
Ledger
vote,
Joker
or
fan.
Are you registered?
To me, Nicholson
No, I
was
think
the
he did
closest
the
to the
most important thing. I saw
representation of the
statistic, it was
comics.
on
That's
the
why.
internet.
He's absolutely. You are absolutely right.
I like Nicholson.
You were absolutely right.
I like Nicholson's better too, man.
Nick, I hated Heath Ledger's Joker. He was just a guy with cuts on his face on acid.
Well, remember, Heath Ledger.
Yeah, but-
remember what he did. Like a lot of what he did. Remember, him and Nicholson met, and Nicholson coached him on how to be and how to get into that role. And
Yeah, but then he was mad.
Well, that's the thing. Nicholson warned him, "Don't play it as a method role, or you'll go crazy, or you might fucking hurt yourself." Because he saw that he was kind of like unbalanced a little bit. No, but
I've
agreed.
what I was saying is that if you remember the scene where Batman's on the bike and he's like, "Come on, hit me," and he shoots at him.
Yes,
that's an exact copy of the first movie where he's in the Batwing and he goes, "Come on, you gruesome son of a bitch, come and get me." It's an exact copy.
Absolutely, yeah.
2025. It's more
Yeah,
terrifying
but after that,
than anything
Yeah,
that
no, Heath
Edgar
Ledger.
Allan
Heath
Poe or
Ledger was
Stephen King
awesome.
ever wrote.
I don't. Fuck you
The
guys.
idea of
I'm not saying he was better than Jack, but he did a marvelous job.
No, he did good for what the movie was, because it was more of a gritty, like modern age movie. But it's not a. To me, it's not.
It's not Joker.
Representative of the Joker. He's more of just a psychotic kind of clown dude.
Yes, absolutely.
They're so
and
with what
fuck
they
you
wanna
too,
do.
Woody.
Get rid of the Department of Education
Well,
completely. They're going
Back
to
to
try and
you.
remake.
What do you guys think about the? What do you guys thought about Joaquin Phoenix? Joaquin Phoenix is the newest Joker movie a couple of years ago.
I didn't watch that.
I mean, it was okay, but it's just kind of a. Honestly, he could have been any serial killer from
the dictators
pick
of the
one.
world.
I mean, it was
That's
just the
what he
move. It
hears
was the story of
Again,
any
he
serial
said
killer.
it out loud that he wants to be a dictator
Well,
from day one.
I think they did a pretty good job at displaying the
never has it been
loneliness,
more
the
important for
depression
us to
that's eating you
stand
inside
up
in that
to
film.
But
And
that's not Joker, though. That's the problem. It may have been a good film, but it isn't Joker. That's my
That's what I'm saying. That's not the
contention.
Joker. Yeah, exactly.
Talk to your friends.
Yeah.
Find out if they're registered.
Like
Tell
that's
your
what I'm saying.
friends
Like
to
the
ask
Joker
their
fit
friends
fell
and
into
so
a
on,
pit
like
of
a shame
chemicals.
letter
You know what
to
I'm
make
saying? Like
sure
that's
they
the
know,
Joker.
Thank you.
how
That's what makes
easy
him
it is
deranged.
to make their voices
That's what makes him off kilter. It isn't
I
because
did
he's
see
a
the
deep
donate button on
thinker.
my
None of that
screen,
bullshit.
but as soon as I get this call, I'm going to go
Yeah,
and
everyone
donate.
tries to play him as
When
like
I
I
signed
mean
up for
the
call,
one
I also
aspect
looked
I
for a
do
donate
like
button.
about
Maybe I'm
what
just,
Heath Ledger did
I'm
is he
technically
played it like
challenged,
he didn't
but,
care about anything.
I'll get my daughter to
And
help
that's
me out.
one thing
I'll
that
take
like
that.
Nicholson did that too. That's what Nicholson did too. That whole
I
like
wish you all the best.
I don't
Thank you for
care,
having
live or
me,
die, it
and
doesn't matter to me. I'm just an
let's
agent
get
of
out there
chaos
and
kind of
make
thing.
sure that
That's kind of
Kamala
what the
is
Joker
our
is. He doesn't
next.
sit like everyone thinks he's like this
Thank you.
brainiac, like criminal, like the
So
Penguin or
much,
something.
Mark.
He's
That was
not.
great.
He's supposed to be like this guy who
Yeah,
makes
and
crazy, insane
it's
plans
such an
because
honor to
he's
have
not
you.
stable.
Our next
Yes.
guest is an incredible author, academic,
Here we go.
podcaster. Scott Galloway is a professor of marketing at the NYU Stern School of Business. He's
I
an
thought he was about to say
entrepreneur,
professor of Marxism.
podcast monologue and YouTube channels are some of the biggest on the internet, reaching millions. I personally listen to a few of his podcasts. Please welcome author, entrepreneur, and internet celebrity Scott Galloway.
Thanks very much, Ross. My name is Scott Galloway. I teach at NYU. I consider myself a
Looks
man,
like a cock.
and I do my job.
All right, we could just talk over this guy. I don't know who the hell this guy is.
That's what I'm saying. It looks like a
Goddamn.
cock. What are you talking about? Look at it.
Yeah,
This
nobody
guy.
knows who that guy is, man.
So back
He's
to
like,
the Joker. So back to the
Back
Joker
to the
conversation.
Joker.
Yeah, back to the
So
Joker
the
conversation.
brilliance about the character is
Joker.
Like to me, everyone like
Yeah, they
remember
said
the
he
thing
looks like
is,
a white John.
yeah, he does. He does look like a white John.
he does.
oh dude, yes. They have
We gotta make a movie with White John versus
yes.
Black John.
Oh my god.
But yeah. No, but
John versus John. It's like spy versus spy.
No, but I agree with you guys with the Joaquin Phoenix. I feel like it was a good movie, but it completely missed the point of Joker. Like that's not Joker. That's not the Joker at all. I don't
Yeah,
know
like
who that
that's
guy
more of
was.
like a serial killer stabbing guy. Great, you know what I mean? Like
that could have been anybody.
Well,
That
with
could have been
with
fucking
comic
Imperious.
books, they
Yeah, it
can
could have
make
been
up a
me.
lot of stories because of parallel universes, so they could make in as many different realities as they can.
Yeah, I think parallel universes are kind of gay though. Respectfully.
Well, it's as
Yeah,
gay
they
as
are.
space,
They
and
really
space
kind
is
of
pretty
fuck
gay.
everything up, dude.
Yeah,
Because it just
they're
makes
just
everything a Deus Ex Machina, where you can just go back and change anything.
Exactly.
yeah,
It
yeah.
kills me. It kills me. I'm
There's
so
no,
Now
tired
there's
of
only
no
alternate
Flash,
risk. There's
universes.
no
Flash and
stakes in
few.
it. There's no
I
stakes
think
in it.
Flash and there's few other like, Guardians or the terrestrials
Yeah.
that are capable of going back.
And I'm tired of it. I'm tired of seeing it. I mean, I'm tired. You know, when they talk about the pantheon of gods in DC, you know how there's only one of them throughout all the multiverse, and then they just have all these universes that you can just pick one, and now we have a new movie. It's ridiculous. I'm so tired of it. You know, it was okay at one point when they introduced it in the comic books, but now it's just gotten out of hand, man, because they can just fuck it all up,
Well,
erase it, come back.
Well, the thing is, sometimes to entertain yourself, and I get it. Lot of these movies, they're not accurate to the writings, the original books and comics. But it's kind of like you have to separate yourself and put yourself in that position to really enjoy it, or else you can't really enjoy anything. Because I can't
Yeah,
remember a
but you got
movie
to have
that
a
was relevant.
cognizant story, though. That's the thing. Like, I mean, I just went and saw with
Thank
my
you.
buddy last
Thank you.
weekend. I saw Wolverine and Deadpool, and although it's entertaining, it's nowhere near as good as the other two. Like the story is almost not there. Like really, like the story is cut up into like 4 action scenes where they team up together, and it's like it's just a big nostalgia movie. Like they bring back all these people from other Fox
Thank you.
Marvel movies. Like that's
Thank
all the
you.
whole movie is. And then they slow it down, and it's like kind of breaking the fourth wall where he goes, okay, guys, like you've been waiting for 15 years for this team up, and then they play a cool song and kick 50 people's heads off. But like
Yeah.
it's not like a good movie. Like let's say like Captain America: Civil War was, or like
Yeah, that was a good one.
Yeah, that was
you
a
know
good
what I
movie.
mean, or like
And the Winter
yeah,
Soldier.
or Winter
Oh
Soldier.
yeah, the Winter Soldier.
Yeah, those were good. But see, but that was before
that
they
story was
decided
pretty
to
good.
ruin it. And Imperious, did you see at the San Francisco Comic-Con them introduce Doom, the Iron Man iteration of Doom? Has any, like, I'm just like, what? I'm like, what do they think it's gonna be? You know, they're trying to bring back him because he hails from a time when the movies were good, and it's not
he is the new
necessarily.
Doctor Doom. He is the new Doom. But
Well,
but
I
my thing is,
know.
they're gonna. No, I was talking to the chat guy that popped up on the chat.
Oh, okay.
No, but the thing also is all this is. Come on, guys, let's be real here. It's just a way to get him to come back as Iron Man in a later movie. That's all.
Yes, and you're right. Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Like because
man,
this is
is
Disney
that
like
the plan?
clawing. This is Disney
Oh my
clawing back
God.
because they lost a ton of
Ugh.
money, like about almost $1 billion in the last few
Oh, they
years.
lost more than $1 billion.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
and they have. Oh,
If
sorry,
they
go ahead.
would have if they would have did a sex scene with She-Hulk, I think they would have saved it.
Oh my God.
Dude, they did with that
ever,
stupid twerking scene with
ever
her and
since
Megan
they,
Thee Stallion, dude. Did you see that, dude? Oh my god.
Yeah, that was
But
terrible.
it was
That was
constant.
terrible.
It was constant emasculation, and no man wants to see that. Period. We know
ever
who
since,
reads the comic book.
Yeah.
Men do, not women. I don't know. I don't care how many gamer gates they have. I don't care how many women for games, women for comic book, shilling, pandering, freaking conventions they have. It doesn't matter. It doesn't translate into dollars and cents. They don't
Yeah,
spend the
and the
money.
biggest thing that they're wasting, if you
We
want to know
are
my
about
opinion,
$28,000
all
away
you
from
have to
hitting
do is
3.5
make a
billion.
good
So
Superman
please
movie.
keep hitting the donate
Yeah,
button.
That's all,
If
and you
you're
have
inspired
$2
by
billion
they didn't start
if you
bleeding
make
out
a
money.
good
back on again for
Superman
us,
movie.
hit that button.
They didn't start
Up
bleeding out
next,
money
it's
until
my
they started
honor to
putting all that
introduce Congressman
transgender
Chris Swalwell, who represents
LGBTQ
the
stuff,
15th
and
Congressional
on
Well,
top
the
of that,
Troon
having
people
those
are
DEI.
obsessed, dude. It's their cult, dude. They will give their houses for that
He
shit.
sits on both the
Eric
House Committee on
Swalwell, he's
Homeland
getting ready to
Security and
talk,
House
and
Judiciary
then
Committee
also,
representative.
if you guys hadn't, which I'm
all you
by now, but
Oh, someone call up and ask about Fang Fang.
almost 3.5
Who's this
million.
guy? Wait, Portia.
And
you
y'all
break
do
Portia.
Swalwell.
This is-
It's Swalwell. It's
Yeah,
Swalwell.
Portia. Yeah, Portia, you were breaking up a little bit.
It's
Who is
Eric
this guy
Swalwell.
again?
He's the one that banged the Asian.
Fang Fang. Fang Fang.
It's the one
Yeah,
that
yeah. He's
banged
the one who
the
bang, bang,
Chinese
fang,
guy.
fang.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
bang,
He's the
bang,
one.
bang.
Portia, call up and with an Asian accent and tell him you're Fang Fang
Something
and
that
you
we're
want to
all
talk to
starting
him.
to really see that I really like is that she's fun. And she's a person who can be serious.
Oh my
without taking
God.
herself too serious. What I was hoping to impart on everyone tonight, in my experience of like telling the story.
Wait. So Trump isn't fun? Grab her by the pussy? That's fun. That's fun to me. Grab her by the pussy.
Dude, that just gives Trump like 10 plus 10 cred, dude. I mean,
Exactly. Yeah, that gives him even more points.
HB, this dude banged and had a relationship with a Chinese spy and told her everything.
Oh,
this is this guy.
Yeah, that's what we were saying.
I-
HB Fang Fang. That's her name. The spy's name was Fang Fang. Her
And
literal
that's why I
name.
said.
Getting out.
That's pretty
That's
hot.
why I said
That's pretty
bang,
hot.
bang, bang, bang.
He dodged the Vietnam
That's
War
pretty hot.
with
Not gonna
phone
lie.
scores. It
Portia,
takes our
before you go
focus
on this
back
show,
where
you gotta
we
have your mic.
want
You
it to
gotta
be.
get your,
It's how we
internet
compete.
connection.
It also has alliteration, and just say it plainly, Donald Trump.
No, you're good
is
now.
dodging
You're good
the
now.
debate.
Portia, you know what'd be
Donald
really
the
funny?
Dodger.
Go on there and say as a
Also,
light-skinned
Trump's
black
age.
woman, you want to learn how to
70
sleep your way to the top
let's
like
say
Kamala did.
almost 80, because he is. And this guy, for
It's
the
all you
last
gotta
2
do.
Yeah, they'll
years,
probably get
wanted
me
to
out
make
of
this
here.
race entirely about age. You know what, pal? You got it. We aren't running against Donald Trump. We are running against Donald
The
Trump.
guy talking makes that clip
man
so funny.
with old
God.
ideas. Every day.
That's what she's doing on it. Like a crazy
Did I hear
person.
what he just?
And finally, in your messaging, as you talk to neighbors, as you knock on doors, and I don't
Imperious,
want us
have
to
you ever
forget
met
about
777?
knocking on doors. We can put our hot takes out there.
Yeah, me and him have
Did y'all
talked
hear
before.
what
Yeah,
he just said?
yeah.
Okay.
I've talked to
Especially in the
777 a
swing
bunch of times.
states. I
On other
value
channels
how
too.
someone's
I've talked to
voice.
him on like Verbal Combat and stuff like that too.
Oh, okay. Cool.
He said Donald Trump, not Donald Trump, Donald Trump. He got a lot.
Yeah, they got lame
As
jokes.
if Joe Biden is
Whatever.
Yeah,
Being
a
a
lot of
prosecutor and seeing people come through the district attorney's office, Donald Trump bragging that he's going to beat Kamala Harris so easily. I've seen other people think that. Other sexual predators and rapists think that. So to Donald Trump, I say, if you want to find out how this movie ends,
come on out,
should
you
go
rapist!
outside, but you're going to have to go to prison to do it. So bring
Fucking
your own
Vince.
story and personalize it to you.
Hey, you know what?
People
Vince
like to read
McMahon
something
was
that made
WWF
them
boy.
wild. So tell me
He
a
Oh
was,
yeah,
story.
dude. I mean, and that's the thing. Like, you know what's sad is that geniuses are oftentimes really crazy and deranged, and he probably did a lot of the shit that they say he did.
Oh, of course
No,
he
he
did.
did.
I
He did.
believe he did it all. But it's
He
just,
did.
man, he was just so great, man. He was great. I love him.
He was
Oh
a
yeah,
sick
no, he was. I
special.
mean, he was a great It's like
my
you know, with
5-year-old
other
looking to
performers, you know,
pass
you
out.
kind of separate the art from
My
the person if
7-year-old
you
knows
can.
he walks up
Yeah,
to a little girl to give
you know,
her
and
a little
I
has
would
his
never want to
loyal-
meet
he
him
has his
because I don't want to spoil my idea of him. And just like I love Stone Cold, man, when Stone Cold Steve Austin came to prowess, boy, I was just like, man, this
Oh, dude,
guy.
I think I was like 11 or 12 in like 96. Like I was in 96 when it first got, I was freaking literally 9 years old. And I watched it, you know, 9 through 12, 13. And that's when it, like, that was the attitude, those 4 years, the Monday Night Wars, dude. And I'm telling you, dude, as a kid in those times, you would stay up every Monday waiting for 8 o'clock for Nitro,
Monday
and then
Night
9 o'clock
Raw,
Raw starts, and then 10 o'clock Raw is War. You know what I mean? So it was awesome.
We've had MAGA idiots and violence for so long now.
Come
You
on
may
out,
think
you
that
rapist!
with us forever. We're wrong.
Dude, and even Stone Cold, dude, he was arrested and charged multiple times with beating different wives and stuff. Dude, there's a lot of
He sure was. Hey,
yeah,
and
dude,
then
there's a lot of
You know
dirt
how many
arresting
beds I
people.
broke as a kid trying to
Oh man, we all did doing DDTs and
Oh, dude, I remember me and my friends, dude, we would go and we'd take those, you know, those pans that you put like big sides in from restaurant, those real thin
Yes.
foil, and you'd hit each
Yeah.
other thinking it's chairs and stuff, dude. Come on, it's awesome.
Man, I used to love that.
Man, I got into my first fight like that because the guy was trying to he was trying to act like Chris Jericho. No,
Yes.
who was that guy that killed his family? Crispin
Oh,
Watt.
Crispin Watt, yeah.
He was putting me in that. He was putting me in the headlock.
In the crippler, in the crippler crossface.
Crossface.
And you know how they never let go. How he never let go.
Yes.
So I'm tapping out. And the
Hey,
dude
wait,
was
wait,
like,
wait. Hey, wait, y'all. Black Knight wants everybody to give him a hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Salute
Hell
to
yeah,
Black
brother.
Knight. Ah, yeah, the rabbit Wolverine.
Hey, man, but nobody did it better than Randy Savage, boy. Oh my God.
Oh, the cream of the crop.
Yes.
Rises to the top. Oh yeah.
Oh, wait, who is this guy? Who is this
This is
guy?
a dude. This is a dude who played the gopher on House of Cards.
I see you, Aaron.
Oh yeah, that's him.
Yeah.
He's like that. Yeah, he's like a B-rated actor. Nobody cares about this guy.
Yeah, nobody cares who he is. He also played in a couple other movies. He played in TV shows that I can't think of right now. But fuck him,
He
man.
always plays some like administrative nerd guy or like some like
Or secret agent.
yeah, some kind of like like in the FBI. He's like a superior in the FBI or something.
Yeah, that's what. And he always is a killer behind the scene, killing people. Yeah, that's what he does.
Said 200 movies.
You feel it, man. It's a big.
Yeah, he's like one of those guys like who's the Mexican guy that was in like Machete and stuff. He's like one of those kind of guys.
Yeah. Well, who is that guy?
Danny Trejo.
There you go, Danny Trejo. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
he's
yeah.
like one of those guys that you see in like everything, but you don't know his name.
You know, funny thing about Danny Trejo. That picture that he has on his chest, that's actually a picture of Portia. I don't know if you guys.
Oh, dude, I believe.
Shut up, man.
I don't know if you guys knew that. Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
hilarious.
right. That's Salma Hayek. Come on, shut up, man. Shut up.
That's hilarious,
dude.
I live in New York now.
Man, I also like Scotty. I also like Scotty Too Hottie. I also like Booker T. I used to.
Oh,
Man.
yeah.
Dude, hey, HP, we should get a
Hold on. Black,
HP, we should get a tracker like they have, and when we get to the top, Portia dances for us or something.
Oh,
Black,
come
I
on.
know you like Undertaker, man. Come on, dog.
We all love Undertaker, and the way he lost his and the way that he lost his undefeated title at SummerSlam was ridiculous.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
WrestleMania, you mean? Yeah, his streak.
Yeah,
Wait,
not SummerSlam, WrestleMania. My bad. Yeah.
But I mean, but Brock was the right guy to lose it to, though. I mean, it's Brock.
Okay, yeah, okay. Look,
Just for everybody, wait, Blacks, just for everybody who's just coming into the building. This is White Guys for Kamala Harris. They're doing a fundraiser, and Portia actually infiltrated.
White gays for Kamala Harris is probably what it should be.
Yeah, that's probably what it should be. But it's White Guys for Kamala Harris. They're doing a private fundraiser, and Portia actually infiltrated. She's a double agent for the Conservative Party. So if you guys want to donate to her, there's her Cash App scrolling at the bottom. But she will be speaking very soon, and she's going to fart into the mic. There we go.
Man,
Portia is a secret agent, man.
Hey yo,
Yeah. Get up there and say,
Hey, Booker T used to tell stories. I remember he told a story about how racist WWF was, but he didn't care because he was going to be the first one to make $1 million. And when he said they were racist, he was being kind of loosely. He was saying that loosely. Yeah, but he was being a little facetious because he said that everybody was doing it. And he said, but he was talking particularly about Randy Savage and Ric Flair, how they would just throw the N-word out like it was candy, and how they would refer to him as that. It was hilarious when he was talking about it.
Well, I mean, there was one guy though. What was his name? What's his real name? Farouk. And
Farouk. Oh my God!
You know, it's part of his name is like a tip of my tongue. It's because they said it sometimes. Like JR would say his name sometimes.
Yeah, what was Farouk's name, man? He was part of the.
He was the first black WWF champion back in the '80s. And dude, he is actually known in the back room as like the toughest dude that was like, or one of him and that dude. God, what was his name? Ming or something. Remember the dude that put his finger in there, like the Samoan dude. They are Haku. It was Haku.
Yes.
Him and what was his name, dude?
Ron Simmons.
Ron Simmons. Exactly. Ron Simmons. They say Ron Simmons and Haku were like the two toughest dudes ever in the WWF. Like you just didn't fuck with them, dude.
Oh, when they tried. Hey, you remember the name? So they were.
Oh, look who it is!
Another flag. Another flag.
And you know what? That disgusts.
Yeah,
you know,
that's Lance from Insane.
That kid right there, dude. That's the big slap in the face that he can have.
God damn,
that's Lance from Insane.
No!
Hey, yo, I don't understand why you guys are surprised.
Portia, that's the guy from NSYNC. Yeah, that's the guy from NSYNC.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, everybody knew he was gay.
Hey, how are you?
Well, he has blonde, the tips on his
stands for.
So
and
he might
that
be.
is why I want to be heavy.
Strikes me as gay.
Portia, your mic is borging on and off.
Yeah.
That's really his daughter,
He has,
right?
yeah, he's a homosexual, isn't he? And he has
Yes, he is.
that baby.
And to see how.
Hold on. That's Brock Lesnar's real daughter?
Yeah, it is. Yes, it is.
Yep.
God damn.
She's an NCAA champion at shot put and discus.
Yeah, she's an athlete. Yeah.
You know she's gonna win like a gold medal one day, dude.
Yeah, she is, man, for sure.
I mean, he's just got freak genetics, dude. He's got like those Vikings.
That big old bitch is going to be carpet munching a lot of bitches in the ring.
Easy to think.
He might be pegging you soon, dude. You better watch out.
That's exactly why we need to pay attention.
No, man, I'm good. I'll pass her on to you, Imperious.
No, I'm saying she'll just throw her. She'll throw you down and take you if you want to.
Brock Lesnar is somebody you just don't want to jab smack, man. That guy right there.
Yeah, no way. My friend always thought he came out of like a Nazi lab.
Yeah, unless you're a pro fighter, you don't fuck with that dude.
Remember, he was a NCAA champion, wrestling champion, from Indiana. Was it Indiana or was it?
Oh, it was Kurt Angle's
Was it Oklahoma?
No, Minnesota. Sorry, Minnesota.
Yeah, Minnesota. Yeah, thank you, Minnesota. Yeah.
We need to
And the guy was a monster then. He's a monster now.
Harris represents those values, and supporting her is.
You have no values.
So would you? Okay, all right. I need a voting, right? You gotta marry one of them. Is it, is it going to be Brock Lesnar's daughter or
come together. Let's support Kamala
hold on.
Harris. We can make
What was
a
it?
difference by
That blonde UFC chick that was Ronda Rousey. Yeah, that was her name. No, that's not a good comparison. Shit. All right, let me look up their names, then I'll give a
Are
good.
you talking about the one who beat Ronda Rousey?
No, I was thinking of a good comparison to Lesnar's daughter. Yeah, because
that looks like looks like Erling Haaland, the fucking striker for Man City, dude.
No.
Do you think that she's taking testosterone?
Make this fun.
No,
it's
probably just genetics,
do you
man.
think?
Honestly,
nah, she's probably taking SARMs.
I will vote.com just to make sure.
SARMs,
I've never heard of that.
Yeah, she's probably taking SARMs.
So just make sure everyone is registered.
Because SARMs aren't technically steroids. They follow the same
guys, we got
what you call it hormonal pathway as maybe testosterone or HD1, but probably some sort of SARM.
Thank you so much, Lance. I think you win the award for second.
All right, Gina Carano or Lesnar's daughter?
Oh, Gina.
If you put it down, please.
Yeah, but you're going to get the half Ubermensch and half African warriors if you breed with Lesnar's daughter, right?
That's true. That's very true.
They're probably like superior genetically kids with her than Gina, I would say.
I would say so as well.
Thank you for being here, Misha. Off to you.
But Lesnar's daughter is like way uglier too than Gina.
Yeah, she's built like a damn
You think that
lumberjack.
After watching 50 people not unmute themselves, I would unmute myself, but I failed.
Can I ask you guys a question though about
exciting
this panel here?
In a political Zoom call with a bunch of people and feel fired up.
Do you think that
and optimistic?
the reason why these guys are willing to get up on here and lie and pander
is
to
just good
this party to be who we obviously know is just full of shit and trying to just take us down into a socialist communist state? Do we truly think that maybe they have a better understanding of how government works than maybe we do, and maybe they just are like, hey, we'll rather just sit up here and get paid to say whatever they want us to say because nothing's going to change? Like, does anybody think that's a possibility?
You're correct, but it's kind of like this. Half the country, these celebrities, they don't have that higher class image or relevancy with their opinions anymore. There was a time during Obama where Tom Hanks was rated on one of those polls, which nobody ever answers, to be the most trusted person in all of US. Tom Hanks, right, who's an actual living liar. That's what he does. He acts for a living. So that perception of celebrities is gone, right? So half of America is like 20% are the conspiracy, getting ahead of the curve, calling everybody gay and glowies. Then there's like 50-50 on the 70%, and then that's majority of the voting population. And so it's like that side of that country, the Trumpers, the writers, they don't really give two shits about celebrities anymore.
Would anybody else like to broach that question? I mean, maybe I didn't articulate it the best, but
No, you did a good job.
Yeah. I don't really know what it is. I think part of it is a lot of these people are just broke and they have to do this stuff to stay relevant. So
that's a good point.
Yeah, I do think it's a money grab. If you really think about Hollywood, I mean, these guys get paid maybe once, twice a year.
Yeah.
So then they gotta pander this bullshit just to stay. And they're celebrities too, so they have to. It's not like they can go live in the middle of nowhere in fucking Indiana or something. So they gotta
they're gonna have to come outside.
Yeah, they gotta stay in LA. They gotta live in penthouse.
Yeah, but there's two celebrities that I know. That's Chris Hemsworth. He lives in buttfuck nowhere, Australia. and that I forgot his name.
Mel
That
Gibson.
guy in the Peaky Blinders, the main dude with like a 2-foot jaw. He lives.
Yeah,
He doesn't have any socials. He just has a manager that's that calls on him for jobs. So it's like they
well, no,
can do that. Go
there's
ahead.
No,
some
Tucker
guys.
Carlson is another guy like that too.
There's some
Mhm.
guys that you see that they're not political at all. Like,
Well, Chris Hemsworth. Now we don't have to talk about him. We can leave him out of this.
let me get Portia
Okay.
out of here. Hold on a
Yeah,
second.
kick Porsche out of here.
Oh, it's the
Kick Porsche
fucking dude from that one show. What's this guy from again? He's on that one show. Fuck, with those other two
Chris
dudes.
Hemsworth. Oh gosh.
Oh,
Okay.
Porsche
All right,
likes
Portia.
Australians.
Portia,
Easy,
hey,
Porsche,
Portia,
easy.
sign off.
Calm down.
Portia,
Calm
Portia, just sign
down.
off and come over, okay, Portia? Just get off here and come on
Oh
over.
gosh.
Just get a break, Porsche. Go get a break.
Yeah,
How
come
do
get
you-
a break over here and do some real work.
You can't say no to Thor.
Come on out, you rapist!
It's Thor.
Wow.
Every girl wants to be thrown and taken. Don't lie, Portia.
Wait, Porsche, your signal's bad. I don't know if it's just me, but yeah, you keep coming in and out.
People who are willing to listen and share. And I would invite
Oh,
all of you to
I keep muting
re-engage
myself
with
and
those
coming back.
conversations with your relatives
Okay.
that you stopped talking to.
Sorry.
Re-engage.
You know what's funny too? Not too long ago, one of these content creators, they covered this niggas for Trump, and I think it was a news article too. So we have a lot of the black support on our great God Emperor Trump, the Orange Man, and then we have white gays for Kamala.
You can break through to them.
Yeah, no straight guy's skin is that smooth.
I know a bunch of people are like, I'm not going to vote Democrat because the Democrats, they
Well,
want
Imperious,
vaccine
if you
I'm just
stop
not cool with
whacking off and just moisturize once a day, you can also have clear skin.
No, if you were
when you
whacking
make
off,
the
you'd be
contrast
moisturized all
between
day.
Donald Trump and Kamala
Yeah, you're
Harris
rubbing your hands with lotion all the time.
and clearly show
No, that would
the people
be
you're in
your
competition
dick,
with
not your
is
face.
really a question of good versus evil.
Yeah, well, still,
That
I
it's
mean,
a
if
question
any
of
man's hands are that,
preserving our
soft
democracy
and don't have
or
some kind of
descending
calluses,
into
there is an issue.
autocracy, it becomes so much easier to
But,
persuade
however, I
people.
will
mean,
say
I
the
think
Asians are
in a sense,
hairless, though,
our
right? Like,
panel
don't you have like no hair
to
on your
vote
arms?
you
Don't the
again,
Asians have like no
it's
hair on
kind of
their
like
arms and stuff?
somebody saying, I don't
No,
I
that's
think I'm
not
just
true.
like Darth Vader because Luke Skywalker didn't have a cool mask. It's good versus evil. It's an easy conversation to have.
What's crazy is Asian
So
girls
let's
have a
start
lot of hair,
having
though,
those
down there, which is kind of
conversations again.
odd.
That's my
Because they're usually pretty smooth and they don't have, but down there they do.
powerful tool that we
And
have
they
in our
have
arsenal.
horizontal
And
punitis.
one more
Their
last invitation
vaginas
here.
go sideways.
Probably
That
most
is
of you who
true.
are on this call have already donated.
Yeah, that's why they call it the
But
evil
I
eye
really
in China.
It's like a coin purse.
Donate
Yeah.
anymore because it will be the best investment that you can possibly make. An investment in the Harris presidency is the best investment you could possibly make, and the return on those.
I know he's
dollars
lying. He's
will
blinking and he
be
can't focus. People that
innumerable.
can't look straight at you and are
Thank you
blinking and
all.
looking around all the
It's an honor to
time
be here.
are hiding something and being deceptive. It's an old tell in
Thank you
poker.
so much. It was really, really
Yeah,
good
if they
to
don't
have
look
you
straight at the
on.
camera, they're
And
they're
thank you
probably
for
they walk
the
sideways.
impression at the end. We are at a little over $3.5 million raised. If 40,000 folks on this call donated $20, I think that math works. Probably, I think $25. We can get ourselves to 4.5 million. So help us get there. Please don't check my math. We're just going with dude math right now.
Look at these
Our
bloodsuckers,
next guest
dude.
is a former United States Senator, Doug Jones. He, as a U.S. attorney, he took on the.
And that reminds me, if you're not a homosexual or a queer, make sure you donate to Portia for infiltrating the Democratic Party at Portia J on Cash App.
Yeah, be like me. Be a sugar
I
daddy to her.
appreciate it. Yeah, I want to, before I get to what I
I
was going
think
to
Crack is donating to them. Are you donating to them, Crack?
here's the breaking news.
They're raising a lot of
Gotta
money.
be.
Yeah, I think you are.
No, it ain't me.
$20 for all of you.
I think
The
All
secretly
that
breaking
you
Chinese
you
money
are.
down there.
Luke Skywalker is technologically.
I don't even believe that this
Now,
donation
that is
scale
pure
is real.
bullshit, guys, and that is
It's
worth
probably
a
not.
lot of
You know,
money.
they know
Nothing
how
that
to like
they don't.
manipulate
Nothing of
people.
theirs is real. Haven't you been hearing about Act Blue? It's a big money funneling scheme, dude.
Technology lessons. All right.
No, nobody's donating on that call.
Look,
They're
I know it's
literally
late.
doing it because what they
I
want
appreciate
is people to
everybody
sign up, just put their
on this
names down so they can
I really
funnel the
appreciate
money through Act
a lot of
Blue
those
and
speakers
say,
are
oh, these are the people
truly
that donated,
good
when it's
remarks.
really just a handful of
I'm
people.
not going to spend any time
Yeah,
talking
I
about
believe that.
Kamala Harris.
$5 million, guys. We raised $5 million.
She's an incredible person. You're here tonight because you know Kamala. I'm not going to talk about how weird J.D. Vance
Luke
and
Dyke
Trump
sucker.
are and how they're a threat to democracy. You are here because you know that. And you've heard incredible speakers outlining time and time again all of the things. That's why we are all here. I want to go back to something said earlier by Josh Gad and Mayor and Governor Walz, and that's about hope. In the last week, folks, in the last week, the enthusiasm that we have seen from one end of this country to the other is absolutely
This whole narrative is so fascinating. It's literally ultimate gaslighting to everybody. Nobody is enthusiastic about her. Nothing has changed in the polls. They're literally trying to manufacture and tell you reality isn't real. Don't believe your own eyes.
89% of the people on this call, if you're
They've
interested
been
in
doing that for
politics,
years, brother.
you can remember where you were on December the 12th of 2017
Listen to your ears.
when the people of
Do not
Alabama,
believe your
after a
lying
year of
eyes.
Donald Trump, sent a guy to the United States Senate who was pro-choice, who was pro-civil
Basically.
rights, who had stood up to the Klan to put 2 Klansmen in jail for the murder of 4 little girls in a church in 1963.
Never trust a man with jowls.
It gave
Look at
everybody. That was not me per se. That was people coming together to reject extremism, to come together to reject a flawed candidate who also had his problems with women. It was coming together in unity. It was coming together. And it was that hope. And I'm telling you, we still feel that. Everywhere I go, we have people talking about where they were and the hope that it gave them. There's a whole group of folks. If you're under the age of 30, the odds are you may have gotten involved in politics because of that one single election. That is what's at stake here. That's what we're seeing in this.
I don't understand why
Because
everywhere you turn, there's some
we all
spark talking
thought
about
that with the election of
we
my
hating
friend
women,
Joe
hating
Biden. I've
women.
known Joe Biden.
I mean, men are actually
46
cursed.
years.
If you
He's
really
one of the
think
most
about it,
amazing individual
we mostly
I've
do
ever
hate
had the
women,
honor
right?
of
But
knowing. And
it's like that curse, like we can't stop, we
president,
can't
the kind of
live with
president
them
I
or without them
always
type
knew
of
he
thing.
would be from the first
But I mean,
time
in
Yeah,
the
we
end,
don't
it's like
hate them. We
you
just
can't.
don't like what they are. Like Patrice said, we don't hate
Right.
them. We just don't
And
like
it's
what
like,
they are.
yeah, and we created this environment that they can be childish, and we have to listen to them, and there's enforcement for that. But I mean, if you do think about it, do you love a leech?
I don't hate women, guys.
And
all
No, I mean, some women are awesome. I mean, some are really
That's-
cool.
that might be
I've had women friends my whole life. I've been friends since I was a little, 5, 6 years old that I'm still friends with. But dude, the problem is that in the whole, they've been freaking given an ultimate power. They're just given unlimited power in society, and unlimited power corrupts anybody, man.
Senate on the floor of the House of Representatives and denounced Donald Trump causing January 6th, causing the havoc that was
But
created.
what they consider hate is criticizing anything that they do, and if you criticize, that's hate.
Well,
And
this
it's
whole
you
thing
grade
is
them.
really, this whole thing is really a dance to get the white woman vote. No, they don't really care. They know they've lost the youth vote because Kamala is not the cool candidate. Trump's cool because he got shot. That's in the youth, for the youth world, the kids, they're just like, oh, dude, he got shot. He's kind of like the shit. But like nobody likes Kamala. The only people that like Kamala or would be susceptible are the upper and middle class white women. And that's who they need to win. If they can get that big vote, they'll win. That's why they're targeting mostly white women. That's why it's all over it's all white women telling white women to vote.
Feel about your candidate and how you feel about what they're doing. That can be pretty dejecting to see the splits in this country and the other side being so dominated by a guy who wants to be a dictator on day one. And so now, all of a sudden, with one of the most selfless acts of courage, political courage that we have seen surely in my lifetime, and I'm probably older than most of you on here, but certainly in my life, they're probably in generations. One of the most selfless acts of courage we've seen Joe Biden step aside. And
all right, you piece of fucking shit. This nigga Donald Trump got shot at and stood back up and put his fist in the air. If that's not courage, I don't know what is.
Yeah, that's
Get
what I'm
the
saying.
fuck out of
Anybody of
here.
us, let's say any of us got shot right there, or were we standing up right after and going, "Hey, fuck you"? No, we're getting the fuck out of there. We're getting the fuck out of there, dude. I'm ducking down, and I'm hiding.
I'm bear crawling on the ground. Fuck no. I'm not getting back up till I get back in the man. Get the fuck out of here, man. Act of courage. The nigga quit. In what universe is quitting courageous? Anywhere. Yo, that just pissed me off. There's nothing
Well, that's because,
courageous
dude, that's
about
what I'm trying to
quitting.
say. They're telling you not. This is a whole this whole fucking election's going to be a sex war. They're talking because that right there, as a man, it's everything against your instincts, dude. Like whatever, even if you don't agree with Trump, like even Mark Zuckerberg, the Facebook dude, was like, "Look, I don't agree with Trump, but seeing him get shot and standing up, that was the most badass thing I've ever seen."
You mean the guy who colluded? The guy who colluded with the CIA to censor him?
Exactly, but that's what I'm saying. For him to come out and say that publicly means it's
Yeah,
such an
no, that was
overwhelming public
pretty
sentiment.
based.
For him to say that, it's just true. Everyone says it.
I won just by 20,000 votes.
Yeah, but
or
if
so.
the feds are knocking at your door, they're going to get what they want
from the
regardless.
black women. Well, let me tell you something, guys.
Yeah, but that's going to happen either way. That's a system-wide problem.
But they need help.
Yeah, because they're probably threatening him, sending his wife, his ugly Chinese wife back to China, and telling him about what they'll do, what the Chinese government will do to her, because they found some, things she's probably said or something. And Zuckerberg probably peed his pants, and you were like, yeah, okay, all right, I'll spy on everybody.
What you guys don't realize is usually we're the big scary bad dude in those kind of events. It's always like we see like, oh, what's China gonna? In reality, guys, I'm sorry to say, it's us. We're the big bully. We're the ones.
No, I get it. I was thinking, I was just making up a scenario where what the feds would have probably, probably try to convince them, because if Zuckerberg doesn't do what they asked, they're probably going to go after his family. I was just kind of making that up.
They would just take the company from them. I don't think. Again, they're not always going to black bag everybody. If anything, they would get his company to be. De-invest in his company and kind of screw it that way, and he'd lose a ton of money and become insignificant. That's what they do. So he wouldn't have a voice anymore.
Yeah, that too. Yeah.
They're not going to bag and tag every single person. It's just too obvious.
That's what Epstein was for, actually. Yeah, you're right. I think that's what mercenaries and people like Epstein are for.
It's a work in progress.
Yeah. I mean, for those big things where like the big shots can be exposed, yeah, they'll take you out. But I mean, come on, dude. Like Zuckerberg's just a businessman. They've set up and taken down so many businesses. The government doesn't care about that.
We on this call all need to remember. He didn't just pass the torch to a new generation. He passed it to all of us. It is all our responsibility. We just can't wait for younger folks. We can't wait for another generation. It is our responsibility.
We only got 99 days. We got to make this happen quick.
Of all ages, of all
$6 million, everybody. We raised $6 million.
Us, and we've got to do everything it takes. It takes money. It takes time.
Why they're so nervous about funding right now is because really the big donors, the billionaires, have kind of switched sides. There's more billionaires now supporting Trump than there are Kamala.
In this telethon, do your part.
That's a fact.
Do your part, because
Kevin O'Leary
depends on it. Your kids, your grandkids.
Peter Thiel.
America depends on it, and has been noted by a couple of speakers.
Yeah, but it's even like more than that. I think the Waltons are there now. I think it's like the billionaires you don't hear about all the time that have money to, like the Gettys. Well, the Gettys will never go Republican, but those kind of families.
I'm so honored to be a part of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Senator. And I just want to say it was an honor getting to hear from you, because of your service, but also because we're basically wearing the same shirt right now. So again, thank you so much for being on. Next up, we have the hilarious and awesome Adam Conover.
Because they're
Adam's
wearing
an
the same
actor,
shirt.
writer,
Well,
comedian. He
I
hosts the
like you
show
because we're
Adam
wearing the
Ruins
same shirt. I don't
Everything.
care
In
about your policies,
2023,
but
he
we're
was
wearing
a
the
key
same shirt.
leader in the Hollywood writers' strike,
Come on.
helping
I
organize
want to suck your dick because you're wearing the same shirt.
wages. He also
Yeah, Portia, tell them we have the same shirt.
what was at stake.
Exactly.
All you, Adam.
Let me get Rashu out of here.
Hi, everybody. I'll keep it quick because
Yeah, kick him out.
been waiting like 2.5 hours.
Oh, that's another flagger from he had that big channel,
It'll be pretty
the
hard
YouTube
following,
channel.
former Senator Jones, but I'll do my best.
So we're at 3.6
I
million.
want to
So
start,
they say
we have a lot of Hollywood folks on this call, and I want to emphasize
God, a lot of
Hollywood is
these
an industry
Hollywood
like
people
any
live in
other,
piece
and
of
consumers
shit
have problems,
houses.
help reflect.
Yeah, I've kind of noticed that too.
That's why
That's
HB
why.
said that they struggling. You know, they trying to get some money
Yeah,
out
that's
of
why.
this. Right?
Yeah, I'm telling you, this is. I think this is a money grab. A lot of these people in Hollywood really are kind of. You would think they would have more money. I'm not saying they're
Like,
struggling.
good lord, look at his wine rack up there. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Nah, dude.
I mean,
Hey,
good lord.
HB.
That's a wine
Remember-
rack. That's just empty bottles with like spice in it.
That's a struggle rack right there.
Just a little while
Nah,
ago,
but remember
they did
Taraji P.
not thank
Henson?
us for that opportunity
Like
because
she
they were
was like
not the
6
white
months
guys.
out of a
No
job
one
and she
would
was
ever told them
crying
that
on
face,
talking
right?
about, you
Or they
know,
wouldn't even
Yeah,
had a
man, the
chance to go
cocaine
live
is
in
boycott.
expensive after
or
a
maybe they
while,
wouldn't
man.
even made it to Los Angeles,
Jesus
right?
Christ.
No, a lot
How
of
are
these
you?
people
How
are
are you,
on
man?
serious medication. No, I'm telling you, a lot of these Hollywood people are really effed up all the time on stuff, and it's hard to get off that when you've been living that high, doing it whenever you want,
And that's
traveling where
something
you
that I'm
want.
proud of. I'm proud to
I'm telling
be
you, man,
our
it's a drug.
industry and our country at a time.
No,
in that
I
space.
see it. I
And you
believe
know
it.
why that is? It's because I have something called solidarity, because I care about everybody else and everybody else's problems, and I stand up for their issues.
Bro, your Tanqueray bottle is full of like it's full of paprika, man.
So rare.
You can tell by
white men
by a person's
that
like
ever even
cadence, how
identify
they
ourselves,
speak
even
to.
call
Look how
ourselves white men, even think of
panicky
ourselves
and
as white
look
men.
at
That means
how
we don't
nervous
have the
and
opportunity to
Yeah.
stand
You're
up to be part of
you can
definitely
tell
right
that
about
these
that.
are
Yeah,
ex-cokeheads,
he's
man.
the way he's
Look
moving.
at
Yeah.
him, dude. Like he's twitchy, he can't stay focused. He's just too anxious to just be, you know, it's
I
or
think
even if he doesn't do it, he's somebody that just comes across as a very nervous, anxious, unbalanced person. I mean, kind
Hey,
of like John.
John.
Look at him. John's never calm. Look at him. He's just
John's
anxious all the time.
on that panel. John's on the Zoom meeting.
Yo, John. We found a
John
white
should go
version
on
of
there.
you.
Hey, John,
He's at
John, you
NYU,
whiteface
bro.
should
He's
go
an
on there.
NYU professor. Go find him.
Hey, John, we saw your twin earlier. There was the white John. You should go back on.
I've been donating money all day.
No.
You and crack, Don. You
See,
and
that's
crack.
the thing. John's gonna vote Democrat because he hates the blacks. So I mean,
Hey, yo, Sam, chill out, man. Hey, yo, what the hell, Sam? You better be a goddamn
Jesus.
female, Sam.
Oh wow!
You gotta get him the
Are
hell
you
up
one of
out of
those
there.
homosexuals?
hey HB, get Sam out of here. All
Hey
right, get him
John,
up
have you
out of
listened
here.
to any of it so far?
Get him out of
Yeah,
here.
I don't know how y'all been able to watch this.
Yeah, really
I've
quick.
been listening to these things crazy.
Oh,
You know,
John,
We've
you
been
said
putting
you
the
haven't listened to
gargoyle
it.
up.
Yeah, the gargoyle.
someone
We're
mentioned
waiting for our
that-
beautiful Porsche to go up. Once Porsche goes up, it'll be awesome.
I know that's right.
Agreed. Agreed.
Based.
Agreed.
I mean, blacks did
We'll get
say
to
he
see her
would
on
smash
cam too. It'll be
the,
beautiful. Everyone, make sure to hit the
Blacks
record
went,
button when she
blacks
goes
went to
on.
sleep when you put that
Right now, we have people
picture
in power who
down,
are
bro.
fighting against
Yeah.
that. And not if we don't make the right decision come November. Now, something very important is that, and another reason I'm a really big fan of this event is there's been some reporting recently that some very wealthy business interests would really love the upcoming Harris administration to change some of those.
CT should do
pro-labor policies,
whiteface and go on there. I think that'd be pretty
and
funny.
bring in some bigger business policies, and they're trying to make some big
That'll be
donations to try to make
hilarious.
that happen. What is so cool about this event is
Yeah,
that this
do
is
like a Dave
small
Chappelle
dollar
where he was that white anchor. Remember that?
this event, we can show
Right. I would say Portia should put on the white face, but I think they wouldn't let her
and the
on.
rich CEO white dudes up at the top who are trying to, who are just trying to keep everything.
Look at how he's
themselves, right?
talking about the rich evil white dudes, and he's the rich evil white dude. That's what's so funny.
That's the donate button as much as anybody else. But my most important call to action for you is that we are told so often in our political culture, and there's a risk of it happening in this event as well, that all that matters from us politically is our vote or our donation. All you can do to help with politics, you can vote and you can, hit the donate button. Hitting the donate vote button is very important. Voting is very important. Those are both mandatory, but those take away your agency. You are not purely a transaction to be given to someone else's political party. You are a part of democracy itself. I really love that Senator Jones made this point. Democracy is us. That is what I learned when
there's no democracy. Nobody voted for her
together through beating feet, through
they
walking
just
back
put
and
her
forth
in
on
that
the pavement.
position. Nobody voted for her.
And so if you really want to have an effect this election, don't just donate, don't just vote, get the fuck out there and knock on some goddamn doors, especially if you live in Nevada.
Yeah, crack. They need some more donos.
Whoa, John, this isn't a PC stream. We got to report them to the censors, John.
And not just for
just
for your
keep
local
swearing.
races, for your city council meetings,
Because that makes
participating in democracy is the most important thing you can possibly do.
This is not
of course.
Well, he's about ready. I mean, it's been about 15 minutes. He needs another bump, I think.
Yeah, he's on like 2 times speed
so
right now.
much,
It's like some high quality
Really
methamphetamines.
Can y'all?
I make a
is
joke
my
about your
audio still
remarks,
back?
but I'm
Can y'all
scared
hear
you'll
that?
debunk me. I also
Yeah, we
can't
can hear
believe
you,
I just
Portia.
read that one.
Okay.
Y'all, there's still time to get your dude hats, but definitely not the pointy ones. Give your dude
What?
Definitely the pointy ones.
Oh man, whatever, man.
On the
Give me the pointy ones, man.
I need your money. Give me that money.
Give me the pointy
I
ones.
want a pointy one. I want it to be white.
Hey, someone should clip that Anna Kasperi and go, the money, give me the money. That's what you need to play right now.
Get to at least 400 before we get off the call tonight. And now we're going to hear from our next guest, Tony-nominated actor Rory O'Malley. He is best known for his role as Elder McKinley in the original Broadway cast of
all
Book
of
of
these
Mormon.
actors.
Rory, thanks for being with us. And also, I just want to say you did a lot of organizing for this call, and I just want to say thank you for being an organizer.
Portia, Portia could get up there with a big American flag behind her.
What about the regular people? Like these aren't regular everyday people.
This guy looks like a demon. His eyes are waiting. This guy's fucked up. Look at his pupils, dude.
Who are on
Portia, you gotta increase your volume because the video is louder than your mic.
I'm in shock that this has happened. I'm here because I'm a dude. I'm clearly
this
very
guy's
white,
queer.
representing
Look at this guy.
pasty white.
Well, he's Tony nominated.
Queer and queer.
Yeah,
for
he's
sure.
Tony
Yeah,
nominated.
Broadway. You know where you're going. You're going Broadway. What do you think?
Definitely a cocksucker if you got a Tony.
Yeah, Broadway's like the fag fucking welfare, dude.
Yeah, basically.
She's a woman.
I don't know these people, bro.
She's a black woman.
Yeah, none of us either.
Nobody knows these people, dude. These are like the fags that get paid off of like fag welfare kind of thing.
Only musical I saw was like fucking Lion King. Lion King musical was pretty badass, actually.
This guy.
You know what? I actually saw the.
Is it not louder now? Is it better now?
I actually saw the.
Yes.
Yeah, you're better, Portia.
What's that?
Volunteering.
I saw the
Hold on, let's get
Aladdin.
some
I saw
things
Aladdin one. I saw the Aladdin on Broadway.
Oh, Aladdin. Okay.
Yeah, that shit was fire,
that
man.
these women
That shit was.
who have been the backbone.
Yeah, dude, if you ever see a show in Vegas, like, dude, those Cirque du Soleil shows, dude, I'm telling you,
Cirque du Soleil is always good. It's always good. Any of them. Yeah. Any of those are always good.
Yeah, dude, I saw the Beatles one a long time ago. That one was really good too.
Need support. It breaks my
This
heart.
guy Supreme Science is a wild guy.
They are saying that because they
Hey, Portia, can I take you on a magic carpet ride?
we need to stand with them. They are always going to be the backbone.
My guy going in.
We're not going to change
Magic
that.
carpets aren't
What
real.
we can do right now is step up.
Oh, yes, they are.
Honestly, the thing that we can do.
Just what
best
carpet are
right
you
now
talking
is
about?
Donating tonight.
Oh
Under the
my
banner
God.
of white dudes, because tomorrow there's going to be a headline and it's
He
going to say
called
how much
himself
money the
pasty
white
white.
dudes raised for this campaign, and that is the first hint that those women.
Oh
are gonna
man,
see.
dude.
His eyes look
You have
soulless,
their
don't
back.
they? Look at his
We are
eyes.
not going
Was he staying in the shelter
right now.
Okay, so HB has a really great
and I just have a little
purview
tip
of like
for
what it
everybody.
is for
If
gay
you have
men
that
and
family
women that
member,
support
a
them.
lot of us white dudes
It made me
do,
think about
who
that
are
because of what
having
he just
trouble
said. Because he
saying our
said we're going to go
candidate's
to bed
name
tonight and wake up
and
tomorrow,
might in
and
the
all of
future
these
have
women are
trouble
going to
saying their
see
name. I have a tutorial.
how many men
For
are
those of you who have to say
supporting
it very
Kamala, but
slowly,
they're
her
all
name is
gay.
pronounced
So
Madam
HB, what is it that you usually say about women
Thank you
that
very much.
support gay men and have gay friends, gay male friends?
Fuck
They
yes.
hate
That was awesome.
They hate masculinity. That's what it is. That's why I would never date a girl that has a gay best friend, because she hates masculine men. She hates masculinity, the idea of it. That's a tidbit for any of you guys out there. If you dating a girl and she got a gay best friend, run.
Yeah.
You know, we want to make the last part of this call the biggest of the night. Don't forget to grab the most essential man accessory of the season, the White Dudes for Harris dude hat. You can do it at whitemenforharris.com. Our next guest is Tim Daly.
The
He's an
most
actor and the
essential
president
thing
of the
that a
Creative
white
Coalition,
man
where he
needs.
works to get other artists, producers,
White
writers,
dudes
and
for
others
Harris.
to be
I mean,
effective
gosh, white
advocates for
men should be
change.
embarrassed right
He
now.
was the voice of
Like the
Superman
way
in the
that whenever
animated
we talk
series.
about black people
So
and how
he's
y'all
pretty
group us all
perfect to
together,
speak to a bunch of
I have
dudes
to group
trying to
y'all
be
all together
super.
on this one.
Wow. All right. Up next, Tim Daly.
Hi, white dudes and everybody else on this call and everybody
Oh my
out there
gosh,
who's watching. Thank you so much for being here.
This is a
Without further
pre-written
ado,
speech.
smash. Just get on that button and smash.
Smash. That's all they think about.
Smash
another guy's butt.
the reason that I am
Oh,
so excited
Stop,
about Kamala
Portia.
Harris
We
is,
also think about,
that
you know,
she
watching
is
movies and
intelligent,
comic
she has
books.
grit, she's funny, she's experienced, she's dedicated to making a
I
system
don't believe it
for
after
everyone.
this.
She's got tenacity, and she happens to be a woman, which is in
Oh,
some ways the
man.
least important part, because all those other qualities make her more qualified than pretty much any candidate for president we've ever had.
Oh, guys.
But it is time to have a
More
woman, because that
qualified than
sensibility
any
is something
president we've ever.
we've
Oh
never
my God.
experienced, and the
He's
experience
reading
of
off
the
a
white
script.
dudes has not always gone so well for us in that office.
Oh,
I
man.
played the first gentleman of the United States on TV. And so I think that Doug and Kamala will probably be calling me for a little advice. I'm going to give them a few pro tips when they call.
Yeah, I see what Maverick G is
What I
saying.
really want to talk about is patriotism.
I see what he's saying too, but I feel like a girl that was really into masculine guys, she wouldn't spend her time with a queer.
Yeah, it's hard to say for me. I don't think I've seen too many girls that have done that. Like, I think if they do that, it's because they can't relate to another girl to have actual girlfriends, close girlfriends. So I don't know. I guess it depends.
Yeah, I guess
I guess it depends.
I guess that makes more sense too, because
Mhm.
a girl who can't relate to other girls is probably liberal anyway.
Yeah,
You don't
probably, yeah,
so
yeah.
she doesn't like the idea of femininity or masculinity. So she wants to hang out with a queer. So that kind of makes sense.
Because I admit with shame that sometimes when I see people waving flags or drawing on flags, I think, oh, maybe they're MAGA people. Why do I do that?
Why?
I want to wave the American
'Cause you're
flag.
gay.
I want us all to wave the American flag as we donate money to this campaign, as we
Oh,
volunteer
man,
and walk out
please.
there and get people registered to vote and convince them that Kamala Harris is the best possible candidate for the highest office in our land. The other thing, and I'll close with this, is that as president of the Creative Coalition,
So this T-shirt says what? 100% human.
and
Okay.
been instrumental in saving our
He said that
organization.
Kamala is the most qualified person that has ever ran for president of the United States of
The
America.
first time we saved the National
He's
Endowment for the Arts, I thought,
he's a
oh, that's it.
cannibal.
Okay, we're done. Guess what? The next year, the budget comes out and someone wants to zero out the National Endowment for the Arts, and we have to fight it again. So I would say that as we donate our time to this campaign, and after Kamala wins the presidency, we cannot stop. We got to keep our foot on the gas, because you have to do the same thing over and over and over again.
Let's
to
call
keep
it
it from going
insanity.
backwards. So after the presidency is won, let's continue, all us white dudes and everyone else, to push for the things that we love, our liberties, our freedoms, and a progressive environment, because time only goes in one direction, and that's forward. And as much as the other party would like to go
That's
backwards,
also not
it ain't
true.
going to happen. But it's up to us to protect
Rashu,
our
I think that
movement
is
in a
true.
positive and forward and
I could be
progressive
wrong.
direction. Thanks, everybody.
No, we're
Yeah,
going
you
trying to do
could be.
space
We
time,
really
man. We're doing
appreciate you
space
being
time
on
warps
here.
here.
And
You
I
don't
do
understand time.
hope that you get a call
Rashu, you talking about warp
being
speed or
a
something? What
first
are you talking
first
about?
woman on television.
Rashu, you talking about
Our
wormholes?
next speaker is
That would be a
David
separate
Hogg, who rose to
conversation.
national prominence as one of the most effective voices
Yeah,
against
we'll have
gun
that one
violence
of these
after the
days.
tragic and shocking
Yeah, 1 times 1 equals 2.
Marjorie
Fuck
Stoneman
Oh
it.
no,
High
no, no,
in
no.
South
Come on, dude.
Florida. He has since distinguished himself as a fierce advocate for increasing civic participation among young
Yo,
people.
Rashu, your question earlier, was it specifically towards the environment or the celebrities?
If you want to talk a little bit about Governor Walz as well.
You know, I will, of course.
Hey, what was the question again?
Hey, all,
My bad.
I'm so
I
happy
remember the
to be on
question you
here.
asked earlier.
But tonight,
I was
really wanna
wondering,
start out
was
by
it
talking
because it
about
was a kind of
my
a
experience and how I
Oh,
got
was
so
that
involved in
about the
and it's a
about
story of
that they
them
might
maybe
be
doing more?
yeah, like
Go
they
ahead.
probably have a better
I
understanding
wanted to
than
be
us
extremely jealous
because
I didn't like
they're
all
the
of it.
ones who
I saw all of
maybe
the
understand this
corruption, inciting, and
in a way
destroying,
better than us
lynching,
because
overly
they
inept. And I
just
wanted
follow
to
the lead
hit pieces on them.
and they realize that nothing
But
would
over the past several
change.
years, I have
But
had
was it towards like the environment or that celebrity or regarding
criticisms
the
and distrust
celebrities
challenged by our own
thinking on
successes.
politics?
After Parkland happened, many
I'm thinking
people
it's more
told
so
me, us as students, I
regarding
was 17 years
the
old.
deep state and how
Many of my
these people might
classmates
be
were,
in the back pockets of people
14, 15 years
behind the
old.
scenes. So they
That
come up and
it
they
was
host
terrible what
events
happened
like
to us.
this.
The
They go
pollsters and
protest.
pundits
They
would
go
say this
speak
over
on
and over. It was
media
terrible what happened to us in
platforms
Parkland, but Florida will
as
never
if
change gun
they
laws. Things will never get better, and you guys
were
are dumb for even
supporting
trying. And we said,
one
okay,
side
watch
over
it.
the
It
other,
wasn't because
but
we were
in
necessarily
reality, they're
hopeful.
just
It's
acting.
because
They're
it
just doing
didn't
their
matter,
job.
right? I feel like there's too fine of a line
Does that make
between
sense?
hope and delusion a lot of the time. Hope can
Yeah,
feel
but
neutral. In our case,
I mean, I get
we
it.
didn't care what people said was
I mean, that's
possible.
just
We were
my
willing to
perspective.
change
Like,
the things
could
that
it be?
people said was
That's why I was
possible
asking the
to
question. I
make
want to
them
see what
possible
you guys'
in the first
opinion
place.
was.
So we
about
showed
it.
up at our state legislature. We
Yeah.
actually raised the age to buy a gun to 21.
Maybe
in
I just didn't
Florida,
ask the question
and we
correctly. I
passed
don't
an
know.
extremist protection order,
No, you're
or red
good.
flag law.
I mean,
that
if
can
it,
disarm people that are risk themselves
like
about it.
I kind of answered
And
the,
people
I
say
kind
all
of
the
answered
time
it
that criminals
earlier.
obey gun laws.
Hold on,
It's
I gotta take
obvious
a call.
they're criminals by definition. They don't obey laws. But it's important to note the shooter at my high school.
Man, it sounds like a
was a
jackpot.
criminal.
I won something,
He was
man.
not a criminal
Right.
mastermind. He was a 19-year-old former student
I'd like
who
to
was
say
able to be
really quick,
legally armed with an AR-15,
this is probably going to sit with me for a few
threatening to shoot
days,
at my high school.
but
multiple
is it not concerning? And I get the fact that, you know, of course, we had a few governors, we've had a couple of mayors, and then everybody else beyond the elected officials. Oh yeah, I think we had some senators and some congressmen. Everybody else is an actor, but the show started, or the call started with the black man, which was nuts. But it's been white men ever since. And of course, this is white dudes for Trump. I wish Stanley was here because, you know, his favorite word is dude. However, this is concerning.
For Kamala.
It is. That's
Excuse me, I keep on saying Trump. I just love Trump so much. I'm so sorry. White dudes for Kamala. It's just like this is crazy.
it's not real, Portia.
No,
I think
I
they
mean, but like,
called it.
even though, like on the ground,
No,
okay,
but I mean,
yeah. But like just seeing this online is crazy.
But Portia, you've seen it in real life too. This is the reality. This
I
is
mean,
real.
I think it's just propaganda.
What
Like,
was
these
all of
people are
this
being actors.
Declaration of Independence? What was you enslaved the Negroes? They should have never set them free. But what was all of that for? You massacred the Indians or the natives, whatever. I mean, what was it for?
Every kingdom has to fall eventually, and this is the we're watching the fall of it right now.
It's just, I mean, for every single president, our Constitution, the Declaration of Independence, the Bill of Rights, like our whole entire, like to see white men at this level. And again, I know that this is just a call, and these are all homosexual white men that like to take babies from surrogate mothers and the things like that, because, you know, two men can't do it. However, it's just, they're white though. Like, this is like, I don't know. I'm gonna have to think. It's a lot. It's a lot. I just feel like white people need to take this L, and they need to own it, and they need to fix it, because like, this is what your people are doing right now. Your people are out here having a call that has like over 100,000 people watching. And then of course, for the amount of people that are actually on the call, and your people are advocating for a Black, non-Black, because we know she's not Black, but they're saying she's Black, a Black woman to run your country that's still majority white. Are you kidding me?
Base Portia.
Again,
not
that's
that
why
I'm
I
shocked,
posed the
it's
question earlier.
it's
Is this shit even
disgusting.
real?
Man,
It's
this is
sickening.
real as hell. This is real, Rashu. I don't know if you've never met.
No, I don't
like,
think you understand the question I'm
And then
trying
he
to
became the first
propose here. I'm
Kenyan
not
member of
saying that this
Congress,
is not
the first member of
real, as in this
less
is
than a
not
year
actually
after Maxwell's
happening.
election.
What I'm saying is
I
that
can
people
convince you
can
to be
get
the president of
bribed
the
to
United
say
States,
such.
oh
the
no,
creation
no,
of the
no,
Office
no.
of Gun
It's
Violence
real,
Prevention,
but there
that we have
are
been pushing
really
for as an
white
organization
people out
for
here
over
who
3
believe
years.
this stuff.
That is the power of hope, of
Yeah,
bringing
but
hope to a
is it these
generation. That's why I'm
actors
doing the
that they
work that I
have
think we deserve
trying
now,
to
to help
advocate
young
for it?
people
I
across
don't think
It's
so. I think
like
these
it's
actors
like
are more aware
look
that
at
this
it
is
like
I'm
this.
so proud
Look
supporting
at it like this,
Kamala
Rashu. Their
Harris in her
job is
run.
on the
And I
line.
also would love to see Tim
They
Walz there,
they can't come
just
out and
because
say
he's a
that
hilarious guy
they're Trump
and an incredible
supporters.
speaker, as you
no, but
all have seen. And
that's
because
my
I think
point,
really more
bro.
than
That's my
anything,
point. It's
he
kind
was
of
a
like
wall
the what's his name,
really
Charlemagne the God guy,
20
right?
years. He
Well,
was
look
a
at it
You'll
like
have
this.
that.
Look at have you
and
ever heard
he's
of a
also, it may
have
not
you
look
ever
like
heard
it,
of those
he's one
gay porn stars that are actually straight in real
age
life, but they're
difference
gay on
that
porn?
appears
Yeah, yeah.
that he
Would you
supervised for
consider
school
them not
lunchroom
gay?
for 20 years.
No, they're still gay.
And I don't
It's
know
the same
if any of
exact
you,
thing. Even if they don't support
Whoa,
this, the
whoa.
fact
All
that
right,
they're
so
getting on
we're agreeing
screen
with
and
each other then. We're agreeing with
yeah,
each other.
yeah. The fact that they're
Oh,
even if
Stanley's here. Hi, Stanley. Finally.
Stanley's here.
We've been
But
waiting
yeah,
on you all night, Stanley.
it's the same ideal. Like, even though these guys will claim that they're straight in real life, but go suck cock for pay, we still consider them gay, whether they're getting paid or not.
Yeah,
You're a
I
cocksucker.
agree. I agree. I'm raising that same point by asking, like, do we really think that they're real? They're not being real.
It doesn't matter.
Again,
They're
David,
sucking
really
cock.
appreciate it.
It doesn't matter. It
Our
doesn't
next
matter.
guest leads the
They're
Wisconsin
still a
Democratic
cocksucker.
Party. And as chair, Ben Wickler has transformed the Wisconsin Party
Well, yeah,
FRS
when you look
into
at
one
it
of the
like
most
that, man,
effective
cocksuckers
Yeah,
organizing
like
bodies in
Rashu,
the
there's no
entire
amount of money
country.
that you could
He
get me to get up
previously
here
served
and talk
as a
about this
senior
shit.
advisor to
No, well, yeah, that's a
MoveOn,
fact.
and he has
Fact.
been
Me
a
too.
good friend for many years. Gentlemen, I welcome you, Ben Wickler.
I
Thank
thought that
you so
gender
much,
didn't
Ross.
exist.
Thank
Why
you,
are they
everybody
calling
on this
themselves
call.
men
Thanks
and
to all the
gentlemen? I
previous
thought
speakers.
gender was,
Holy smokes.
you know, a social
I believe I'm
construct.
the last white dude, not
Oh.
the last dude on the call, but the last white dude on the call. And I'm proud as the last Wisconsinite speaker, proud to be a member of the Rainbow of Beige, as Bradley Whitford have it.
Oh
We're
my
here
gosh,
to
they're all
support
gay.
Kamala
Oh my
Harris
God.
All
tonight.
of them.
And I think tonight is
The
leadership.
Rainbow
White
Brigade.
dudes are not a monolith, other than a ton of us having something we want to say, sometimes at length, sometimes with great passion, sometimes with great vulnerability.
Why do they
But for
exude so
everyone
much
who's been here for
weakness?
3 hours,
It's
because
it's
they
it's
know that
oh my
Kamala
God.
Harris has to be our next president of the United States. I'm so
Isn't this
grateful
disgusting?
to
These people
everybody.
used to rule the
I
world
also
at some
want to
point.
ask everyone watching right now,
These
Right.
guys? I don't
wherever
think
you might
these
be,
guys ever did.
Alone to Ross Morales for Kevin
We're
and the whole
just
I mean,
white
crew,
men, period. Just
mostly but
white
not all
men.
bearded
Just white
guys
men?
Just white
putting this
Well,
together tonight. And
well,
I think
don't
we should
know.
all take
I mean, this
second
is a
to
slap in
thank
the face for White
Jessica
History Month, right? We only got a few
Edie,
days
who
left.
launched the Win with
I
This is
Women
a
know.
slap in the face,
off a
man.
week ago, and
This is
led
some
to so
shit
many
right
parts
here.
of the Democratic coalition coming together. Latino women, Black
Nah,
men,
that was
white
Imagine
good.
women,
if,
Asian Americans, Native
imagine if
Americans,
bunch of
members of the LGBTQ
Muslims,
community,
ugly
so many
Muslims with
people,
beards and,
hundreds of
you
thousands
know,
of people
hats,
have
different kinds
joined
of hats,
calls like
religious
this
hats,
over this last
were
week
doing something
to
like
raise
this. How
Hey, you
millions
know
of
what?
I would
Hey,
be
you know
throwing up
what?
right
and
now.
Hey, you know what? Iran basically called out the Olympic opening ceremony. They actually defended Jesus.
To do a call like this, we did show up.
Like you have Muslims defending Jesus right now. That's the where we're at right now.
Yeah, because Jesus is one of our prophets.
Yes, that's right. And they had to like call out like France. I'm like, what the fuck?
So if someone donates $10 right now,
fuck France.
All right, boom, done. Someone else out there, if you can match $25, I bet we could together raise more than $70 together in this moment, which would help put us past $3.5 million, which is unbelievable.
In Iran,
of these
they have off.
I want to share.
Gas is high, eggs are high. $25
they might feel when you click that button and then you decide on your tip level for Act Blue.
Donate to her.
These add up to something extraordinarily powerful.
Who knows what they're trying to do for $40?
4 of the last 6 presidential elections have come down to less than 1 percentage point. The other 2 were Barack Obama blowouts, by the way. I would love to see something like that this year, but 4 of them came down to less than 1 point. And in 2016, that meant Hillary Clinton losing by 22,748 votes. In 2020, Biden won
Portia,
by
don't fall for it. Don't fall for it. Stanley's trying to trigger you.
The number.
Don't fall for it.
I'm not
margin of
falling
victory
for it.
from 2016 and 2020 put together. That number.
Stanley can't lose.
Stanley's always pushing. Stan is always fingering the wrong holes. What's wrong with you, Stanley?
Let me get out of here.
You know, we love Stanley, but at the end of the day, we get it. Just like the rest of the Democrats, they're very sort of pro-black, but they always end up marrying white. So,
Republican convention who was reading about Project 2020.
It's true.
They really like the sound of
low blows.
Oh man, oh man.
Love you, Stanley, but it's true.
We can have great relationships with them.
Stanley might be the next speaker.
Be realistic.
Y'all know Stanley.
Yes.
If you really income Stanley, it's just because you're here now. If you really think about it, Stanley didn't even trust a black woman enough to put his seed in a black woman's womb. You think about it. So if Stanley didn't walk in lockstep with a black woman in life as a wife and as a mother, why would you want to vote for a so-called black woman as president?
Jesus Christ, Portia.
I'm serious. I'm for real. If you think about it. I mean, if I was Stanley, I would
you're
be a black woman too.
You gonna let Portia talk smack like that, Stanley?
I'm surprised Stanley didn't come up here.
Nah, John, I'm not surprised Stanley didn't come up here because Stanley can't defend this. He can't defend this.
Stanley's in the back chat of this donate Harris shit that we watching right now.
Stanley knows what arguments he can, and that's the thing, John. You always say that with liberals, they know stuff is wrong, so they just turn a blind eye to it. You can't get up here and defend all these gay guys defending Kamala Harris, standing up for her. He can't defend that. He can't defend them pushing homosexuality to the masses. He can't defend that. So he doesn't even speak on these type of topics. Now, when you talk about niggas killing each other in the hood, he can defend that. He can push back. Well, not all black people are like that, you know. I didn't grow up around that, you know. But he can't defend 90% of these white men being homosexuals supporting a black woman. He can't defend that.
What do you think about it? Here. How do you think he would feel about it if these were straight men? Are these straight men? I don't know if they did.
No, these are all.
None of them were straight, man.
They're all Tony nominated gay men. These are all thespians.
They're all flaggers, yes.
Yeah, they're all thespians.
So basically,
John, out of
he's seeing
10 or 12 people who vote, maybe 2 or maybe 3 of them were straight.
And even those had women in their pockets, right? They basically were like they're voting because their woman told them to vote that way.
Yeah, their women probably had their hand up their ass.
The guys that were straight were obese, like they were wildly out of shape. They didn't really have any.
Yeah, he looked like Linwood.
and
Yeah.
Do you think Stanley is embarrassed to find himself aligned with these type of people?
No, he's not.
No, why would he?
Man.
And resist
Oh
saying yes to
man.
He might be
Oh.
proud.
we
to
have
be
an
honest with you.
opportunity right now to make those donations.
I
to
don't
make
think
that
I don't think
thermometer
No, I
proud
don't
is the
think that
word.
Stanley is
beautiful
embarrassed.
red,
I
and I
think
say that
he's
as a person
proud.
whose Democratic Party is represented by
I
blue.
He's
can't.
like,
I
yeah,
can't.
these are my
You guys gotta give Stanley a break. I mean, he's probably combing his hair, ironing his
You know
t-shirt.
damn well he ain't combing his
Look,
hair, bro.
Stanley is almost undefeated. Like he has harassed CT all day. So it was a lot. I think he needs a little break right now. But Stanley, like you should come up. You should defend all these flaggers over here trying to raise money for
We need to
Kamala.
get Eric back up here.
No,
Eric
that's what I
versus
love about,
Yes.
that's what I love about Stanley.
Hey, Crack, you gotta put Stanley's Cash App up there so we
Stanley
can
never
buy.
Stanley
backs
has a
down.
Cash
He
App?
doesn't matter what it is. Stanley never backs down. He has an argument for everything. Stanley
We need to
always
buy him a
stands his
phone or
ground.
something.
It doesn't matter if
Oh,
it's right or
yeah,
wrong because
Afropic,
Stanley
man.
never wrong.
Hold one at a time, guys. Portia's talking.
Yeah, I can't hear Portia. Yeah.
Go say that again, Portia. Portia, you gotta get. Sometimes you sound okay. Sometimes you sound really bad. I don't know if it's your mic or your text is.
I would go out and come back in because I had a lot of screens open, but it'll stop the video. But I was saying that's the one thing that I like about Stanley is it doesn't matter because to Stanley he's never wrong, but he never backs down. He stands his ground no matter what it is. It doesn't matter what it is. He stands 10 toes down on whatever it is that he's saying.
Sometimes it just makes him look really bad though.
But I mean, but he believes the things that he's saying so much that it's just like he doesn't look silly to me. It's just like listen, you can't. He just keeps going and going and going, and then too like he doesn't show any emotion. He doesn't get triggered. He doesn't anything. He just keeps the same monotone voice, and he just keeps going. Like
motherfucker.
I think the liberals have the more intelligent liberals, I should say, are very good at arguing. But in my opinion, the way that you have to attack them is like the hypocrisy and the insanity of their approach. If he believes what he believes so much, right? You walk him down the road of the stupidity, say, of the vaccine.
The hat button.
How many of them shots would you take, man?
This has just been
Like
a real
5,
getting
6,
to engage
10,
with really awesome people here.
And those are things where you just can't defend.
I'm not going to congratulate everyone on this call. It should be an expectation that we're all doing this work, but I'm really, really, really grateful that all of you are here tonight. Our final speaker of the evening is Erin. She is the executive director of Showing Up for Racial Justice, organizing majority white communities to undermine the power of
My racial justice.
Millions of white people.
Is she white? What is she?
Erin, I'm going to kick it off to you.
Hello, my white dudes. I'm Erin, as Ross just said, and I'm the director
What
of Showing Up.
What the heck?
No, I grew up and I still live in the heart of the Rust Belt in Buffalo, New York. And I'm from a union.
Oh man.
Ugly.
White goddess, you betrayed us.
My dad was shortly after I was born. The Bills lost the Super Bowl 4 times in a row. And
She's probably a small hat, but now she's white.
My city really decimated because of it.
What's
We've
she
been
reading
going through
from?
some shit here for decades, right? And I've seen firsthand the ways in which MAGA forces have been pulling off my neighbors and family members year after year after
Like
year.
HB said.
HB, could you mute her?
And that
Could we mute her?
Yeah, don't mute her, HB. Don't mute her yet.
Okay.
Which was a plan by the Republicans to stoke white as a way to win elections and screw all of us. So I saw this vicious combination, and it's what has led us to this moment, right? Where we've got a couple of Wall Street stooges dressed up as your neighbor, saying that they're your savior and black or brown people are.
Is she a midget?
Right? I've seen dudes in my own family.
Yes.
Sold a sack of lies that racism and white
Her
supremacy
hairline,
is
well.
going to solve the very real pain and suffering in their lives.
Russia, be honest.
So yes,
Russia,
I'm
be
here,
honest. You would hit it, right?
organizing to help elect Kamala Harris. Yes, to show up for other people, to show
Nah,
up for black,
I'm
brown,
good.
indigenous people, especially myself as a woman.
What if she's a
people who are
midget?
most under
I think
attack.
that's your thing,
But I'm
right?
also here fighting
No,
for the
that's
white
my
guys in
thing.
my life
That's
and
my
in my
thing.
family
That's
who
my
I
thing.
know will be better off when Trump and Trumpism is defeated, right?
Disgusting.
Because Trump
HB,
and Vance,
would you
I usually have
they
a
know that they
cutoff
need white
around
men
4-2.
silent, they need
would
white men
Hold
separated,
on, y'all.
they
Wait,
need
really
white
quick.
men
Wait, really quick.
feeling antagonistic to multiracial movements in order for them to win. Are you with me? So this is the work of Surge, right?
No.
We undermine the power of the right and we bring white communities into multiracial fights for racial, economic, and gender justice and to win elections, which is what we've got to do in these next 99 days.
Yo,
And we
she's
do this
really a
because we
midget.
know if the only people talking to white guys are Trump and Vance, of course we're going to lose, right? And so we have to organize in majority white communities, rural communities, working class communities, where the GOP and the right, quite frankly, have kicked our asses, right? But it's easy to get your ass kicked when no one else shows up to the fight. So we're fighting in communities that we know we have to contend with, right? And so like many of you on this call tonight, Surge is showing up, and where we know we fight, we win. We have a really powerful track record moving white voters. We're the largest racial justice organization in US history, organizing in white communities. We, of course, work to move progressive white people off the sidelines to commit to vote and to taking action. And we go into some of the toughest, reddest turfs and deliver progressive victories. We were the largest outside independent organization campaigning for Andy Bashir, who just won to win his reelection in Kentucky. We won in Mitch McConnell's territory,
Can't
one
have
of the
sex with
poorest,
that.
whitest, most rural towns, states in the country, right?
He'll talk you
So
into a
we're a home
soft,
for white people
softie.
fighting racism from the city block to the suburban
HB,
cul-de-sacs
you
to
would
the country
you would hit
hollows.
this
We know
midget,
in this
right?
presidential election, as so many
Nah.
people tonight have said,
I
are
don't fuck
already being
liberals
ruthless in
anymore, man.
their use of racism and
Yeah, you
misogyny
can't,
to
bro.
try to
You
win
can't.
over white
I
people
think
and
when
white men in
HB catched the
so we
HIV, I
have a
think
big
that's when he
plan to
stopped.
contribute to winning and
You gotta
electing
catch a
Kamala Harris.
charge.
Portia, would
And
you
we
hit
need you
it,
to help us
Portia?
execute it. So many people
Would you
tonight have
hit this
talked about
midget?
the need
Respectfully.
to donate. And if you haven't done that yet, hit that donate button. We want to get it as high as we
Let me
can
get
tonight.
Woody
So
out
hit
of
that
here,
donate
man.
button again. And so many people have talked about how important it is to do direct voter contact and for white dudes to be talking to other white dudes. So we have a big plan. We're organizing 12 million white voters in 6 key battleground states to elect Kamala Harris. Half of those
How
people
much
are
do you
white
think
dudes. We
Stanley
need your help
donated
talking to
tonight?
them. As Maurice said at the very top of this
We're
call,
gonna ask him.
white men silently disagreeing with the racism and misogyny you're going to hear is
I'm
not
just asking
enough.
a question.
We
talking
need
to
people
Stanley,
to
to
donate
be
and we need
honest with
people to get on doors and talk directly to other white men. So if you haven't yet given,
you.
you all love saying that. Smash the donate button. Only the white guys are saying smash the donate button. I love it. Smash the donate button one more time.
Smash.
And then I want you to sign up to Canvas with us. This
Yeah, the
election's
same
gonna
way
be
that they
tough, but
smashed
as I
in
said at the
Emmett
top, I
Till's
am a Bills
head,
fan,
huh?
so I like a challenge
Just
and I have an
smash it.
endless amount of hope. We can totally do this. So after you've given to the campaign, I
I'm
want you
not
to
gonna
sign up
lie.
to contact
It does
voters
look
with
like
us.
I could
We
fit a
are
lot in her
contacting
mouth,
white
though.
men in Georgia this Wednesday.
Yeah.
Bro, her
And
hair is
it's
thinning, man. Her
it's gonna
hair is
go-
thinning,
It's gonna be
and she's
white
got
men calling other
yeah.
white men in a swing state in Georgia.
Despicable,
And
HB.
you sign up to participate at
But that's it though,
whitepeopleforharris.com.
HB. That's it
Yeah,
though.
you better run away. Those genetics ain't good, man.
Yeah, only in the mouth. Only in the
Thanks.
mouth.
Yeah.
I'm from the great state of Texas. I'm actually from Houston, and you guys beat us in the playoffs one year to go to the Super Bowl, and I remember listening
Y'all
to that
haven't
game
said
on
nothing
the
about
radio with
policy.
my parents, and I will
Once.
never forget blowing a
No, the only two
So,
issues was abortion
Three
and
hours.
a reminder of that.
what was the other one?
All right, everybody.
Oh, her
Thank
being
you
black.
so much for being here. This
Thank
has
you,
been a
everybody.
wild ride the last few days. We had over 150,000 people sign up to be on this call and
Portia, send a
RSVP. We
donation
had
so
over
they can put you on the panel.
190,000 people who tuned in tonight. I know this is just the beginning. If we work hard for these next 99 days, if we talk to our friends, we talk to our family, if we're willing to have some uncomfortable conversations, if we dig deep to truly do everything like we can, I know that we can change this country forever. I know that we will be able to look back on this and feel proud that we did our part. And that starts now. The first thing we need to do is continue to raise as much money as possible for the Harris campaign. I've run campaigns in the past.
Yes.
You get asked for money because billions of dollars are going to get spent trying to smear Vice President Harris and her record and the Democrats' accomplishments. So right now, we keep giving till it hurts. we have officially raised with our
Yo,
matches and
why
had
do they keep saying these
$4
gay things, bro?
million.
I know.
They're literally saying gay
Sexual.
stuff this
I'm
entire
gonna stop
time.
doing it until it hurts.
Yo, oh my God. This guy just said, what did he say? Somebody just said it. He said, did he just say never forget blowing? Jesus Christ.
Crack,
Wait,
that's your
so
girlfriend, Ava.
so Stanley, how do you feel about being this is your party. This is who you're aligned with.
Stanley's looking like
Well,
that fish right
we're
now.
we're a big tent.
Come on, Stanley.
Oh hell no! Stanley's here.
Yeah, Ava, get on here, Ava.
Hey Stanley,
That's Crack's girlfriend.
I
Which
don't
of
know.
those?
I'm just surprised it's white men for Kamala, right?
Yeah, let me ask you a question, Stanley. Which of those men spoke to you?
What's what? You know
Which
what?
of
I
those
didn't
men?
watch the whole thing. I didn't watch the whole thing.
Well, of what you watched, did you find yourself like aligned
I
with
was
any of
half
those?
I was half asleep until Portia started
Hi,
ribbing.
Stanley.
I was I'm gonna make Imperious jealous. When I heard Portia say my name, I suddenly
Jesus
came
Christ.
away.
Okay,
It made
Stanley.
you feel good. It made you feel
Yeah,
real
I get
good.
Stanley up out of here.
Made me
Yeah, let
feel
me get
young.
Stanley up out of here,
Made me
fam.
feel young.
Based.
Come on out, you rapist!
Portia, what's wrong with you?
My man
That's not
Stanley over
me,
there
Woody.
blushing
That's
like crazy.
HD.
Jesus.
Sorry for being racy.
Well, Stanley, you know, as I was watching it, I was curious to know what a older gentleman, like yourself, someone like my dad who is going to vote for Kamala in the fall. What do they see? Like of those men, which one do they say, okay, yeah, I'm in line with him and what he's talking about? I was just curious. Those guys were very effeminate, metrosexual type of whatever the word they would use. And they weren't really talking about the issues that seemingly many black people would care about. Black men, I guess. I wanted to hear your point.
Well, you don't care about what black men care about.
I'm talking to you, though. What do but this is your party. These are the
Right.
people that you're going to
These are
vote
your
for.
people, Stanley.
Well, John, as an older black gentleman, character matters a lot to me. And I think Trump is of low character. If I have to vote for a white man, I want a white man who has good character.
Stanley, if that would have
Pete Buttigieg.
Hold on, Stanley. And again, I can't really say a lot because I don't vote. But if I voted, right, and
you saying a lot, though.
Well, hold on. And the party that I voted for sent out those men and said, "Hey, guys, hey, Mr. Galt, we want you to come vote for us. And here are some people that we think you find interesting and you be aligned with." And that's who they sent out. I said, "Oh well, I think I'd rather not." And they sent out these feminine, homosexual like men speak to you and and men. And I just, it just would be hard for me to get in line with or donate money to those type of men supporting whatever the hell they're supporting. Wouldn't even matter.
Gay butt sex.
Well, John, did you hear J.D. Vance's speech a few days ago at the Trump
Hey,
rally?
we're talking about
We're not
Democrats.
talking about JD, right? We're
Well,
not talking about
no,
JD.
I'm just saying, hey,
I got many streams on JD, so
all those boring,
Wait,
all
Stanley.
those boring.
We don't really believe in JD Vance either. Like,
right, I've got many streams on him, right?
we don't. Yeah, we kind of think JD Vance might be a shill, honestly. Honestly.
It's definitely a shill.
Yeah,
Well, I think what you think of JD Vance is what I think of these white men, but looks like they raised like $3 million.
Run
I mean, allegedly, we don't see that.
$6 million.
It's the fake donos. You know, you try to juice people up.
Well,
That's
they've
a
raised
common
more than
tactic.
JD Vance has.
Guys, I wanted to even with what we just watched, I wanted to get you guys' opinion on the black male voters who were on the black men for Kamala. So I want to play a little bit of this.
Over.
And I just wanted to hear your thoughts, just a little bit of this, and then we can
I can't unsee this hair.
Well, it's there. He's
probably
probably
a flagger,
almost
too.
It's not
And
his
our
hair.
friend Charles Coleman joins me right. And our friend
Oh
Charles
my
Coleman
God.
joins me right now. Charles is also a former Brooklyn, New York prosecutor and host of the Charles Coleman podcast. So here's the question, my friend. What did you gather from these conversations about how having Vice President Harris at the top of the ticket is going to influence their vote?
Well, Alex, I think the easiest thing that I can say that I took from these discussions is that we are not a monolith. I think that this intergenerational conversation that I was able to have really invited a bunch of different perspectives about what the enthusiasm has been since Kamala Harris has entered the race for president. And then also for some people, how it hasn't changed. I heard from young people who talked about their issues and what they're most concerned about, not necessarily being wowed by the significance of Kamala Harris as a black woman, because their frame of reference for the presidency is President Obama. So they've had a black president. I've talked to older people who talked about the fact that regardless of who is in office, they're concerned about things like Social Security and the price of prescription drugs. But one of the things that I learned was that there is a sense of pressure from some people to just get on the bandwagon, regardless of what she's talking about, because of the fact that she is a black woman. And I thought that was a very interesting dynamic. So let's listen to this side and where I get some information from one of the people I'm talking to.
How much pressure, if any, do you feel to make the commitment and engage the conversation or the support for Kamala Harris from community before you've heard anything in terms of what her platform is?
Rather significantly. Being an HBCU alum and D9 member, we've already seen that push and that call for all of us to rally behind her. She already had my vote based on, and we had this conversation early in the year, the Biden administration actually campaigned on forgiving student loans, and they forgave my wives. That was a direct benefit for me. So they had my vote solidified on that. But I do feel like the symbolism of the moment does urge us a little bit more, even without hearing the platform, to be behind it.
It's kind of double for me personally, because it's kind of like you're almost a villain if you have a question, right? It's almost like, you're anti something because you question something. And politically, because it's such a finite timetable of when you have to make a decision, it doesn't leave room to have a real in-depth conversation. You're almost put in a place where you have to just say, come on, let's go. And it's like, come on, let's go with what, right? And then when you're halfway down the road and you feel like, wait a minute, I shouldn't be part of this bandwagon. Are you anti because you want to back off now? Or let me out the car. You know what I'm saying? How you looked at now, you know what I mean? So it's rough.
That's a Boys and Hoods reference for people who didn't catch it. There are a lot of people who are skeptical about the following question, and I want a yes or no from each of you. Do you think she can win?
Yes. I think it's going to be difficult. I wanted to, but I don't think so.
I think she can win. It depends on the strategy her campaign manager takes. I think she can win, but I think we got to get the young people involved. We got to get the young people's vote. And how do you engage those people? How do they strategize to get that vote from them?
I think she's gonna win. I think she can win, but
Always gotta
have
one.
Candidate than
Gotta
Donald
have
Trump is. So
one.
I think she can win.
So much for me, right? Here's why I say I don't think so.
Portia,
Yes.
you're the only woman on this panel. And I just want to get we have a full view of all these men. In my view, right, the only thing that kept running through my head is this is what's so wrong with Black America. So wrong. And I wonder what you see when you look at these 5 men. What do you see? Give me a stream of consciousness from a woman's perspective.
Buck broken, weak men that worship white men and want their approval. There's not any way in heaven or hell that I would ever entertain a man of this caliber. I just, it's something about what man wants a woman to lead him. That's kind of what you got to think about. What man wants to be in a position where the woman is ahead of him in a position as significant as the president? There's something wrong with that.
Yeah.
And these black men, you know, the dark-skinned heavyset dude on the end, he was like, I mean, riding in the car, I mean, do I get out? You know, what do I do? If you ask any questions, I mean, he seemed reasonable. But whether this was one black man, 2, 3, 4, or 5, just the fact that this conversation is happening and they're speaking in the way that they are.
Can we address each one of them individually?
Okay, so the heavy-set dark-skinned dude, reasonable.
Hold on, Portia. We're gonna judge not just what he said, but look at the whole man. Just look at him.
Oh well, you know, he ain't missing no meals.
Don wants you to look at the whole man.
Hold on.
I mean, you can't miss him. You know, he's taking up the majority of the booth.
Look, there's nothing wrong with a man having earrings. I ain't judging.
Oh, I have a problem with men that wear earrings. I don't like that. That's feminine to me.
Michael Jordan wore one, so I ain't gonna judge.
I do. I don't like earrings at all.
Fair enough. Yeah,
I would have thought Michael Jordan was feminine.
He also won 6 rings too, though.
Right. You know, so I'm
I'm the woman up here. I'm just telling you what I think.
Now, if it was just the earrings alone, I might not have said anything. The more hammer pants he got on, green cape, right? I don't have any pants like that. I don't have any. But he got some. I can't see what kind of shoes he has on, but overweight, can't control his weight. Earrings in his ear, clean, fresh haircut. Some kind of punk ass pants on. Again, I've shown you many rooms I clean out. Ain't no boots left behind. Ain't no boots come in. Ain't no boots left behind. They never. Yeah, I bet none of these men have boots in no kind of work shoes to do anything. Go to the next man, Portia. What do you think about him? Is he a homosexual?
Well, he mentioned that he graduated from an HBCU. I'm going to assume it's Atlanta because then he referenced that he's D9. None of that is important.
He also mentioned that they were posturing to make her the next president, so he fell in line.
What is D? Hold on, Portia. What is D9?
It's the Divine Nine. It's the Black Greek letter organizations, and he strikes me as a Kappa. He likes to shimmy on up next to the other homosexual men. So me for him, it's okay. So Kamala, she's the AKA, but I don't think that that's important as far as her being a president. So for him to just mention that, nobody asked. The man said a yes or no question. Okay, so nobody asked if you graduated from an HBCU or if you were D9. So maybe I'm assuming that he said that because Kamala Harris went to Howard and she's also D9. So to me, he as a man is comparing himself and leveling himself up to a woman. And that to me is very homosexual.
Well, I think he's more or less saying we're kind of like I'm an elitist, you know, like I'm a Morehouse. He's probably went to Morehouse. So let's say he's a Morehouse man.
Yay. Mm-hmm.
He's probably some fraternity like Kamala. And, you know, like they're big for
like Bob.
Oh yeah, but I love, you know, we know Bob is not a homosexual. Bob is a little bit different, but and this guy is younger than Bob. So I believe that, like, you know, in Bob's day and age when he was coming up, it wasn't the Morehouse that it is today. However, I do agree with you, John, but I'm looking at it like as from a woman. a woman's perspective to it. Like, it's just that it's just something about a man actively calling for a woman to lead his country.
It's odd,
So
right?
the next dude in the blue shirt.
No. Before we go to that one, what is that outfit he got on? Is his pants white?
Yeah.
Have mercy.
Yeah.
The next dude, we go on him.
Okay, so he's old school Democrat, always voted Democrat, will never vote nothing but Democrat. He don't know no better, he don't care to know no better, he don't want to know no better, always is, always will be. So he's one of those.
He got clean before he came down here, right? Got his hair cut, went down to the barbershop, got shaved up good.
You know he did, John. You know
Wearing the same type of old beard pattern, as much hair grew on his face like the niggas. He doing it like he a young nigga.
Man, them
So
niggas
looks like
probably
you.
got a wardrobe budget that they probably had before they came out there.
Old nigga. Probably don't do no work around his community. Maybe a community activist, some bullshit like that, retired government.
You know that nigga ain't breaking no sweat, John.
Okay. Now,
The blue shirt, the older guy?
Yeah, he just strike me as just an old nigga.
Hold on, you talking about the guy in the blue shirt?
The older nigga, right?
Yeah, we're on the guy in the blue shirt, the older
Yeah.
man. He's just like one of those Democrats that's what his family was, that's what he knows, and he ain't ever doing nothing different. Martin Luther King, but Martin Luther King, he's one of those.
Sitting around in the barbershop talking shit, getting his beard and hair shaved up.
And also, he's the type that just talks all day, but I bet you he ain't ever voted.
And
he
now,
ain't ever cast a ballot a day in his life.
and the other homosexual, this is the layup here for you, for sure.
Okay, so this homosexual here at the end with these dreadlocks that he's dyed blonde. Why? To look, the whole, just like Joy Reid, you want your hair to be blonde like theirs. But his outfit, I guess, but he's flaming homosexual. So I believe for a man like him, anything that says it's okay for his dookie shoot to be infiltrated or for him to infiltrate someone else's, that's what he's going to vote for. So as long as I can be gay out loud and proud, honey, boom, yes, queen, him, this guy, whatever it is, that's what he's going to do.
And he can get his RSV shot.
Do you think that
hold on. Let her get to the last clean nigga.
Wait. I just wanted to make one point, John. In the fact that they all sitting at the table with this nigga.
I was about to say that.
That's my issue. That's my biggest issue too.
Come on, don't it make him a little gay?
It does. It does. Y'all sitting at the table having a conversation with him. Nah, man.
Gay or not, they align with the nigga.
Aligned with him. That's the
biggest thing.
That's what HB said earlier. You got to talk both ways.
Right? They vote like that would have turned my vote. We going around the table. I don't know who I want to vote for. And then they bring this gay ass nigga. He come up last. He said, "Well, yeah, she gonna win." I said, "You know what? I think I done changed my mind. I ain't voting with you, nigga. Whatever you for, nigga, I'm against." Right? But they fought what he fought, right? And then you see the old clean ass nigga, with his beard all, you got the Rick Ross. He probably 50-something years old. Like, it's a pattern.
It's the guy I was talking about. Great.
Ain't a blue collar. Ain't a callus on any man's hand up there. Not one. And that's what the Democrat Party represent. And that is why the black community, in my opinion, is hollowed out. You can't build a community with these fags and want to be clean dressing niggas. You need real men. You need some Savage Red type niggas up there. Men that drive trucks and gonna move some shit around. These men can't build shit. And that's
they can build a platform to uplift a so-called black woman and push her into leadership to tell them how to live and tell them what they can and cannot do in their households, and then to stop. And HB and I, we spoke about this earlier. The trucking industry alone, she said that's day one. She's grounding all of the trucks. You know, it's so many things that she plans to do that literally could just cripple this country, but everything is a shot at men, all of it. And black men to be up here talking about her in any way. Her husband ain't even black. So how dare you? She didn't even trust you enough to even share her hand with you. She don't care about y'all the same way Obama didn't.
Portia, are you saying she wants to shut down truck drivers on day one?
Yeah, that's what she said. Yeah.
You're low.
You gotta turn your mic up, bro.
Yeah, you gotta turn your mic up, man.
Is that me?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes.
If I could figure out, I'm kind of new to this shit. So.
Yeah, it's working now, dude. It's working
better
now.
now.
Yeah.
Working now.
I
All
just adjusted your mic for you. You good now?
All right. Thank you. Yeah, it might have been the last show host or panel I was on probably turned it down. It keeps the same settings, you know, StreamYard does. So. Kind of weird like
That's
that.
right, brother. That's right.
But yeah, I appreciate y'all. You don't know how happy I am that black people are finally getting off the Democrat plantation. Y'all listen to that
Right. That's right.
that Black Alpha Network guy. I like a lot of what he has to say too. You know, once the reparations and yeah, I wanted like I don't know if America could afford it cash wise, but why not all the like the government owns all the nice, wonderful, beautiful land. Why couldn't we use
national
land
parks,
to
that's right.
Yeah, to give reparation. And see there, that's Trump's new city would be right there because he wants to build another big city
Let's
in
put a tower
America.
there, brother. Let's put a Trump tower there.
That would be awesome, man. And you could
Hey, wait, 12th man. What were you about to say about the truckers though?
no, I was asking Portia about. She was saying that Kamala wants to shut down the truckers on day one, and that's going to affect lots of black and white and Hispanic and everybody jobs. And imagine what your grocery stores are going to look like then if she does that.
Holy shit! Is that a Sasquatch? Sasquatch for drums? Damn, dude.
Hold on. Let me get Woody out of here, man.
Hey, hold up.
Yeah, I got Woody
It's
out
all
of here. Go
good.
ahead, 12th man. Go ahead.
Hey, but
I've
hey,
been-
12 man. Hey, yo, but it's still light out there. Are you in Alaska or something?
Yeah.
Because 8K,
Yeah,
right? Alaska.
This is my
Damn.
20 acres. I have 20
Holy
acres
shit.
here.
That's
There's
right,
just
brother.
a piece of it.
God's land.
Damn.
And it got I grew up in Midtown Memphis, so of course I grew up around a lot of black people, right?
There it
And
is.
Is that why you went to Alaska?
well, no, bro. I came up here just to get away from people in general or the large populations because when the shit hits the fan, that's where it's going to be the worst. And I don't mind being called a Sasquatch.
that's real.
Hey, let me ask you, 12th man. 12th man, when did you move out of Memphis?
See, that probably 25 years ago.
Okay, you've been going a while. Do you follow
Yeah.
the Memphis news? Do you follow it closely now?
Oh yeah.
What do you think what do you think about when them niggas dug up Nathan Bedford Forrest?
What's that now? I'm sorry.
What did you think about when they dug up Nathan Bedford Forrest? When they dug his grave up?
I'm not sure.
You know who Nathan Bedford Forrest is, right?
I know who the parks lady was who refused to sit in back of the bus.
Now,
That's
Nathan
Rosa
Bedford
Parks.
Forrest- No. Nathan Bedford Forrest was like
He's not white enough, John.
Yeah. Nathan Bedford Forrest had a like a what is it, statue or whatever there. And I think him and his horse was buried, some shit like that. Him and his horse.
Yeah.
And the Negroes wanted that statue gone so bad that they broke the law to dig up a dead body, a buried body, to get that man up out of there, man.
Well,
That's
the founder of
despicable.
the KKK, I can understand.
What? I mean, but to dig up a dead body, man. I mean, that's a lot of damn energy.
Well, guys, you got
don't solve anything. It don't solve anything.
Yeah, y'all got to remember that the KKK was the Democrat Party, right? And they're still trying to do it to black people, in my opinion. Trying to keep them on that plantation, so they keep having to live in poverty instead of reaping the rewards of America that they deserve.
So the KKK was the Democratic Party. Gotcha.
It was, yeah. And then Democrats try to say it switched, and
it did.
The Democrat Party tried to switch from Republican to Democrat, but there were no. Yeah, because there were no Democrat people turn Republican.
So
it's a
Kamala
complete
Harris
lie.
is KKK, right?
Yep.
Well, it seemed like it to me a little bit.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. Well, you remember Robert Byrd was Hillary and Bill Clinton's best friend, right? You know who Robert Byrd is, right?
He was like Biden's mentor also.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I really like that.
The Democrats of today are far worse than the KKK could ever be. As much as they advocate for killing black children,
that is a fact.
They have murdered more black people than slavery and the KKK could ever.
Oh yeah, worldwide.
And that's all they talk about. Oh,
worldwide.
Women's rights, all this and all of that. Now, Stanley, you're different though. You got you a half-breed son. Now, but for the whole breed, the full Negroes, sir, those children are being murdered in the wombs of their mothers, which makes the womb of a black woman the most unsafe place for a black person. Why would you vote for that, Stanley? Wouldn't you want to carry on your hair texture and your skin color and your lips and your nose? You don't want to see your people go on. You just want to see them eradicated at the hands of the party that advocates for murdering.
Well, you know what I am? I am pro hyperbole. So what more can I say?
What more can you say, Stanley?
Nothing.
Well, what
I think
it's a
have the right to do what they want to do.
White liberals will call me a liar, but it's a truth that there are more abortion clinics in minority neighborhoods than anywhere else. And they'll say, that's not true.
Hey, 12 man, when's the last time you've been to a minority neighborhood?
What's that, homie? I couldn't hear you.
When's the last time you've been to a minority neighborhood, sir? Just
that's where I grew up, man. But Too Short did a song.
Last time, right? You say you moved out 25 years ago. I'm just trying to figure out.
He's from Memphis. I think that if you're from Memphis, that don't ever leave you.
No, it doesn't.
Question, right?
She right. She right.
If he stayed in Alaska for 25 years, or if he's been moving around.
I mean, if you move to Alaska, do you really need to move anywhere else? I mean,
I know.
No, I'm saying like travel, bro.
Wake up and see a goddamn
eagle out there, man. I travel. I go to sell dope, but living here is like travel. I mean, I'm literally surrounded by mountains and rivers and oceans and everything. Why in the hell I need to go anywhere else?
So you're in the southern part of Alaska?
South Central, sir. Kasila.
I see.
Kasilf. You can look it up on the Google or whatever.
Did they
Yeah.
pay you to live out there? Did you get paid to live out there?
Well, as long as you behave, you'll get a PFD check every year. 1 year it might be 3,000. Next week or the next year it might be 1,000. But that's just the way it works here. But yeah, you generally get a pretty decent check every year. Yep.
It's crazy because you would think that black folks would be running to Alaska knowing that they would get a $3,000 check, maybe one,
What, to
on top of
freeze
their
to death?
taxes and all the kids that they on their taxes. HB, we should move to Alaska. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm with it. I'm with it.
After y'all.
Yeah, but we got a lot of black people here for sure.
Crazy.
Well, your definition, my definition is probably different, but
all good people so far is what they just want a nice place to raise a family and send their kids to good schools and not be taxed to death. Just
I'm sorry.
to
It's just
have
too
a piece of
cold.
land.
Too cold.
Yeah, it is for some people. Yep.
well, Stanley, black folks don't like the heat or the cold. So it's
Well,
just
I don't know about that. I've lived in Rhode Island, and I just, what? I'm from Savannah. Just didn't grow up with it.
it's just we complain about everything. So yeah, it is.
You complain about everything except for Trump.
So
Stanley, because it's because it's not about Trump. It's about what these people stand for and what they're with. I just can't support the homosexual agenda, and we just saw it. We just saw it in real time. Like 90% of those white guys, were clear homosexuals. None of them could live up in Alaska like 12th man up here. They can't get
HB, the one thing I have learned is I know there's a limit to your love of white people.
No, there is. I really dislike white people that don't like being white, that have hatred. Because me, I love being a black man. So I can never trust a white man that hates being a white man. I can never. Is that Noel?
Hey Noel. Hey Noel.
Hey Stanley, what was your thought? I want to hear. You know what would be interesting, Portia, if you could put those men back up on the page, and we get 12th man to critique them, and then get Stanley to critique.
I already have been in
wait,
the
hold
chat.
it. Did you separate me from the men?
No, 12th man and you. You two can critique.
That was subtle.
The 12th man and Stanley.
Yeah, 12th man.
No, put me up against Portia.
Look,
well, tell us, 12th man. What did you think? What did you think about those men? Those black men.
Well, I just want to say that Portia is the perfect ally to have if you're going to have an ally.
Oh,
tell us what you think, 12th man.
Because if not, she'll shoot you.
Either or.
Just like everything, everything out here in the light. Like if you're trespassing, you might get shot. Dude.
That's
that's part of life, dude. Yeah.
It's only I think it's about 1 minute left if y'all want to finish it, and then we can get the conversation.
But yeah,
I think we gotta get the young people involved. We gotta get the young people's vote. And how do you engage those people? How do they strategize to get that?
For me, right? Here's why I say I don't think so. Everything that we've seen in the realm of American politics since 2016 till now has been because we had a black man in office. So he won 2 consecutive terms, and as Kurt said earlier, when we were having a conversation, and we paid 3 times much hell since then. Now to up the ante with a black woman in office, I just think it's going to be hard. I hope I'm wrong.
So as you can see, Alex, a lot of ground covered there, a lot of different perspectives and opinions, but black men are very much so part of this conversation, and it's going to be interesting as we head to November to see where this discussion goes.
Yeah, but you know what? You're 100% right off the top when you said you're not a monolithic group. Absolutely. So I appreciate the diversity of conversation there. Thank you so much, my friend. Good to see you, Charles.
She don't care. She don't care nothing about that. You're not a monolith. You're right. You're correct.
It's theatrical, man. Like I don't understand how people fall for this stuff. To be honest with you.
Yeah, that's why it's
Stanley,
hard for
explain
people.
to us.
Stanley is liberal because he is like a really smart guy, man. It's so wild. You like Stanley, you can't see this agenda being played on black men. Like us as black. God damn it, Noel.
That's staring at me.
But nah, but Stanley, don't you see that we're
Huh?
black men, we're the enemy, Stanley, to these people, man. They want us to be.
Which people?
To those liberals? Did you see that? Did you see that dude with the dress? Did you see his boots he had on? He had on red.
Look,
I
was too busy. I have to admit, a man who has hair extensions, yeah, that's a little much.
Stanley, forget all this, Stanley.
On, man.
Hair extensions or not, man. You can't be in a community with punks, overweight niggas.
Yeah, but then I look at that guy
you look at those men,
dreads, and then I think about Thomas Sowell.
Okay,
to me,
he don't vote like Thomas Sowell, right? He don't vote like Thomas Sowell. He vote like Kamala.
No, I'm afraid I didn't say he looked like Thomas Sowell.
I'm not gonna go back and forth with you on this, but
I didn't say he looked like Thomas Sowell.
I realize you're not happy, right? I realize you're not going to critique him, so that's fine.
Thomas Sowell don't like being black.
I do think that you deep down somewhere you realize, if you have even paid attention, that them 5 men, I'm gonna count all the niggas up there. You can't build shit with them, man. You just can't build much with them. They can shuffle paper, take it up their ass, and do some other your policy type work. You put a shovel in their hand, they wouldn't know what to do with it, man.
No.
Like, those were weak men. You know, those were Democrat created men. Well, the one punk he was talking about, I'm gonna vote for Biden. I like Biden because what did he do? He corrected my mistake. I went to college and got a bullshit degree, and Biden bailed me out. Like, you can't build anything with people
they're gonna get their revenge. They're gonna vote for Kamala, and they're gonna get their power somehow.
I hope so.
That's what it's all about, isn't it? Like power. That's what they really. That's why all the illegal immigration.
They're gonna elect Kamala, and then they're gonna take all of John's guns.
I don't have any guns.
John don't need no guns.
That'll be fun to watch.
You know, I do want to ask you one more time. I hate to keep zeroing in on you.
That'll be like another American Revolution. Hope you got your beans, bullets, hope you got your beans, bullets, and band-aids ready. Because we ready. We already ready.
Hey Stanley, when you see those 5 black men,
joking.
Hey Stanley, when you see those 5 black men, and nary one of them look like 12 men here.
Like,
I'm white. I'm white. Of course, they're not going to look like
that part. That part. John doesn't see color.
I saw color in them 5 black men.
I don't either. I don't either. If I seen color, I wouldn't be on a black panel, right? If I seen color, would I be on a black panel? Brother. I don't think so. Right?
Oh, I ain't black either.
Identify as white.
Well, we're all Americans. We're all Americans.
Black
now. As white.
We're all American, right?
I go to an all-white school.
What is this guy? This guy's a tomato.
That's your fellow Texan, Portia.
Oh boy.
See, why you got to do that to Portia?
We had 54,000 black men who signed up for our Win with Black Men call. That, of course, took place one day after. You had 45,000 sisters who were on the call on Sunday. It's been an incredible week because on Tuesday, you had Latinas who met, Wednesday, South Asian women, Thursday, white women, Friday, you got black, gay men. Michael Skolnick is organizing a call for white men. You had Howard who organized their call. You had Gen Z organizing their call. This is what happens. I keep trying to tell everybody how black folks are trendsetters and we are tastemakers in this country. Well, one of the co-hosts of that call on Monday, Khalil Thompson, executive director of Win with Black Men, he joins us right now. Glad to have you, man.
Thank you.
Have you been blown away by the text messages and the calls and the
blown away?
Yeah, you see that?
That's a Texan term, right?
No,
that's a homosexual term.
Hey, then blown away. All I have to say is Roland is your fellow Texan.
Listen. He got blown away.
As a matter of fact, he went to Texas. He's an Aggie.
Who got blown?
You know what that says to me? You know what that says to me? You know what that says to me?
I bet he got blown in Texas.
You know what that says to me? Just another overeducated Negro.
From Texas.
Tell me, Stanley, like, we don't need all these educated niggas are the problem. They can't do anything.
Dude, you have a master's degree. Shut up.
But I can do something. Roland can do
you know what?
You
say you can do something.
Grace all day.
All I've seen you do is drink a beer and smoke weed. Can you do something?
Portia.
Hey, Noel.
Hey, so how was your day today?
Oh, it was really good. It was great. I had a good day. I'm a little sleepy, but I had to go to work today. I had to work.
How was work? What did you do at work?
Oh, I had training today, but it was pretty good. It went by pretty fast, so that was nice. How was your day? Oh my gosh, John, I have to call and tell you about it. I've got some stuff to send to you though from it. It was a mess.
We should do a story about it one day.
Yeah, we should. Because I got a lot of stuff from today that I'm gonna send to you so you can see how absurd it is. But yeah, I want to play some more of this one. I haven't seen this one. Now the actual phone call, Don Lemon was the main host, so that says a lot.
Response since Monday.
Truly, on Monday, my phone stopped working 10 times. I had to start it, restart it, reboot it, put ice on it because it literally was overheating with so much engagement. I had to turn off the filter that we had, showing the feed of people that were coming on. So no, it is truly a blessing to see everybody being engaged.
Man. And see,
super great. Let me see really quick on this other one. Sorry.
Charles Coleman joins me right now.
Portia, you've heard of the Urban League before?
Oh yeah.
Do you know anything they've done other than have conferences?
No. That's the only thing I've ever known them to do is have conferences. So Black Men for Harris, hosted by Roland Martin. Roland Martin looks crazy. Oh, look, they have a little compilation right here. Let's see.
Of intensity.
Roland Martin is
really
crazy.
Responding. In fact,
Men in our community that comes out and votes and does their civic duty. Roland, I'm gonna kick it back to you to introduce the rest of our co-hosts.
All right then. So, I'm going to be muting and unmuting because I don't want the music here to become overbearing. Let's now go to Mike Blake with Kairos. Mike.
Going on, Fred. Good to see everybody. Appreciate everybody for being on the line. Shout out to all the leaders. Roland Q, Khalil, Bakari, and every man that's out here right now. So everybody, first and foremost, let's say thank you. Thank you for taking the time to rock it with us. Thank you for being consistent. Thank you for your excitement. Let us be very clear that your support will help us to help the people. And so we're going to mobilize in that way. Earlier today, voter protection efforts launched with the campaign. So for everyone that is a lawyer on the line that wants to be involved in voter protection across the country, in particular the 7 states that we talk about, being Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania.
Is all of that?
Hey, John, are you familiar with Hill Harper?
Vaguely, yeah. He ran for office or something, right?
Yeah, he's running for Senate in Michigan. Isn't that crazy?
Mm-hmm.
You see the dudes in the painting back there?
Yeah, I see the 2 dudes in the painting back there. You know, they look black, but they should be white, like his husband. You know, the one who made him.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, they all love white men.
MSNBC in the background.
You know, one of the couches over there is broken in some sort of way.
Is he gay? Is he gay, by the way?
Yes,
yeah, he's very gay. He has a white
married
husband.
to a white dude.
Wait a minute, he was this the guy that was a former actor or something, right?
No, this is Don
this is
Lemon.
Don Lemon, bro.
No,
Oh, I thought this was
Harper's a
Hill
former
Harper.
actor.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought this was Hill Harper. Oh, yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
no, this is Don Lemon. Bill Harper is next, but this is Don Lemon right now. I wanted to see what they said.
Such cock every day.
Hey, Porsche, you notice that Act Blue right there? Hey, Porsche, you notice that Act Blue up there, right?
Yeah. Of course. And you know, it's crazy because Don Lemon, they gave him the absolute boot. He's still doing their work.
Yeah, man. They took him up out of there, and he's still sucking cock.
Yeah, he is. I mean,
literally, figuratively.
Yeah.
Probably on the side too.
Yeah,
you dream about that a lot, don't you?
Stanley.
You seem to know a lot about how Don Lemon does stuff.
How come all these silly boys wear those like weird looking gay ass glasses, both black and white?
Bob has a pair of glasses like that.
Stanley.
John.
Imagine what you used to do to your wife. You don't think that this guy right here is doing the same thing you used to do to your wife?
It's like he wants to be white.
I'm pretty sure he doesn't do what I used to do to my wife. He's gay.
Stanley, I tell you what.
Stanley,
you wear the same glasses as Don Lemon. You vote like Don Lemon. Ain't got nothing to come with that nigga.
I'm just saying. At first glance, he looks like Bob.
Just like these last couple of white shooters that look like they wear glasses made in prison or something. You know what I mean? Like
they make glasses in prison? I have no clue.
Stanley, I don't think that Bob would appreciate that.
You know what? I'm counting on Bob not appreciating that.
Oh, I love Bob. Sam says Don Lemon gets dominated by white supremacy every night. He sure does. Don Lemon
yeah,
Don Lemon
that is funny.
He's kind of like
he complains about these white men so much, and he butt breaking, and he getting his butt
who wrote that? That is truly funny.
He's the Juan Williams of Fox News, right? You know what? You guys know Juan Williams, right?
You know, I don't think so. Anybody older? No.
Yeah, I know. I remember Juan Williams. Yeah, the black.
Yeah,
Puerto Rican.
He was the black Alan Combs.
Who was Alan Combs?
He was Sean Hannity's like liberal wingman for years.
Oh, okay, I know who Sean Hannity is.
Everybody knows who Sean Hannity is.
The one nigga.
Yeah, I'm pretty old. I remember these things.
Yeah, Combs and Hannity used to do a show, right?
Who
it was Hannity and Combs.
right, Hannity and Combs, and one was Fox News analyst. But I think he really was a Democrat trying to play like a Republican, and I
Well,
think
no, Alan Combs was like the liberal foil.
I'm talking about Warren Williams, yeah.
Yeah, Ron Williams was problematic.
Yeah, he played like a Republican.
No, I think Juan Williams is a moderate, and I wish we had more moderates. Really,
Hey, I'm a
but
moderate.
today to mean that you're a moderate really means to vote liberal because you're not
Yep,
that
that's
moderate.
Stanley.
You
That's
know?
Stanley. He just admitted to that.
Oh yeah, I'm center left. Absolutely.
No,
Proud of it.
you're left of center.
I'm center right, or maybe even some of my
Portia?
beliefs might be a few like extra
Portia.
right wing, but
Yes,
Portia.
Yes.
we're all Americans, so why
I'll tell you
can't
what.
we could figure it out, right?
Absolutely.
I think
Can
we're
you
smart
shut
enough
up?
to figure it
Can you
out.
shut up?
Okay. Yes, please.
Oh wow, Noel. What's up?
Portia, do you have Instagram?
No, I don't. I don't have social media. I mean, beyond YouTube. This is where you can find me. I wanted to see what Don Lemon has to say, and then Hill Harper, and then I'll be done.
Penetrating.
Penetrating.
So far, I mean, it's interesting. We're a week into this. I know it seems like it's been about a month already, but it's been barely 7 days. So far, I think what's happening sort of below the surface is all the digital spending. They're doing a lot of targeted ads.
No.
So in the meantime, as we do that, Hill Harper, how you doing, man? Thanks for joining the call.
Absolutely, thanks everybody. I'm running back from a campaign stop myself here in Michigan, and we're working hard. It was great to hear what Jeff had to say. So many. I met Kamala Harris in 2007 when Barack asked us both to go to Iowa to stump for him leading into the Iowa caucus. He felt that there was no real pathway to victory for him if he couldn't win Iowa, and so she and I crisscrossed the state in late 2007, leading into Iowa caucus, and developed a friendship. She asked me to contribute to her book. I did that, and then I hosted her for her first Southern California fundraiser when she ran for Attorney General. And so, she's been doing this work a very long time. She has the credentials. But Jeff is absolutely right when we talk about brothers, and I'm finding this firsthand on my campaign trail. Brothers have felt lied to and feel very disaffected. It's almost like voting is painful for them because they feel like they're giving something away and they've never gotten anything back in return for the investment of their vote.
Do you ever wonder whenever these Black liberals, Democrats, leftists come up and they start speaking in that tone and they say, we felt like we didn't get nothing out of this. They didn't do nothing for us. Do you ever ask yourself, John, who are they talking to?
Yeah, I guess they're talking to the government, right?
Because it's like he's speaking as if he's speaking for all Negroes, and I don't know what he's talking about.
Yeah, it's kind of like the other guy where, they do expect something tangible from the government. Like the other guy said, I got my student loans forgiven. And Hill's kind of saying the same thing. And they want things from the government. That's my take on it.
Stanley, do you feel like Stanley, hold on, we'll wait. Rashu, you go first, and then Stanley, because Stanley, he's probably going to be a little bit. Rashu, do you feel like he's representing you whenever he speaks this way? Black folks is tired. Obama said that he needed me and Kamala because he felt like there was no pathway to victory if he didn't have Iowa. And just the Negroes, listen, this is what we need. and she's speaking to us. Do you feel like that represents you, Rashu?
No, absolutely not. I
As a
feel like
Negro
they're
yourself,
trying.
of course.
I'm sorry, say that again.
I said, as a Negro yourself, do you feel like you are the Negro that he's speaking to?
No.
Why?
Hold on. Who are we talking about again?
Rashi wasn't paying attention. Stanley, go ahead.
No, I walked away.
Look,
But who
Hill
are
Harper's
talking
coming.
about?
You know what? I don't particularly need anything, but if I did, I'd like to know that it's there. Basically a social safety net. The thing is that you have to understand that he's a politician, and politicians say things. You didn't expect me to be that short, did you?
You surprised me.
We're talking about who again?
About Hill Harper. I'm going to play a little bit more and then I'm going to turn this off, but let's see what else he says.
And so I'm finding on the campaign trail that, I have brothers come on, man, I read your book. There was a brother just yesterday who was like, man, I was on inside and I read your book, Letters to Incarcerated Brother. Love you, man, but I can't vote. I'm like, dude, you just said you read my book, And he's like, man, I just can't do it. He's like, it's just horrible to vote. Because he feels no matter who it is, he's giving away a piece of himself for literally nothing in return.
Okay, and you're asking me if I agree, if he's speaking to Negroes like me?
There's a level of frustration.
Hold on.
And to be quite honest, the Democratic Party is culpable in this, right? Showed up time and time again saying, hey, give us your vote, save the country, we need you. And what comes back quite often is quite frankly very little in return. And so we have to do a much better job of asking brothers what they need, what they want, and show what we will do to provide for those things. But fundamentally, most of us want the exact same thing, right? We want a safe place for our kids to go to school, live in safe neighborhoods. We want to get access to capital so we can actually build businesses or create something that is helpful for as far as a living wage, as far as jobs, as far as healthcare, all the different things that everybody wants, right? And so how do we provide that and what do we do? Having campaigned all over Michigan this past year, it's getting folks to vote is not easy, and I understand why, and I understand the frustration.
It's not easy.
Okay, now I see why you were emphasizing the way you were emphasizing. Yeah, I missed that part totally. I walked out to go to the bathroom. I'm sorry.
But Black Alpha Network is saying that black people
I agree with that.
shouldn't vote unless they get some sort of reparations like land or something. Then he says vote from the couch. That's from Black Alpha Network.
I'm almost like just seeing this anecdotal thing in my everyday life when I'm just trying to have basic conversations with people who I know. They're just not educated or listening to diverse conversations about politics to be trying to have an opinion about it. You know what I mean? So it's difficult to get those type of people to even understand why they should vote, right? Why, why it does.
I feel them though, because like we vote and then nothing changes. Things just continue to get worse, especially since COVID and all that bullshit. It's like wrecked all kinds of American businesses. Democrat policies shutting down mom and pop businesses all over America to go by their idiotic rules and then telling you got to wear a mask and cover your face up. I mean, that is the party of slavery, and unfortunately, a lot of black people just don't get it. I guess. I'm certainly
Yeah, they really
happy.
Hey, 12 man.
Yo,
12 man. Did you go to college or anything?
yeah.
It is.
I'm actually retired HVAC. I'm retired HVAC tech.
Did you went to college for that?
Trade school.
Trade school. You didn't go to college. You went to trade school.
No, I didn't go into debt or beg the government for money to go to college either.
Are you vaccinated?
Yeah, I got that one vaccine they made in Finland because it was traditional plant-based vaccine that is truly tested. I did not take the mRNA vaccine. Nope.
You live off the grid and got vaccinated?
Yeah.
Weird.
Ambulance pulled right up my road, believe it or not.
And gave you
just
a
to
shot.
give it.
John, we'll pick up the pieces of your blown mind.
Hey John, that sound. Hey John, that shot sound like
that just blew my mind right there.
you just try to capitalize off of it.
Y'all are wonderful.
Oh my God.
This is the best.
Stanley.
This is the best panel I've been on in a long time.
I bet.
Great.
Love you. Love
you
y'all.
Excuse me.
Joining us.
Excuse
Okay,
me.
Noel.
Sir, come
Hey.
back more often, sir.
Excuse me.
Yeah, 12th man, you have to come back. Go ahead, Noel.
I want to know what's your opinion about the Donald Trump assassination.
Well, I think there's a lot of cover up, and we'll never know the truth about it all. That's what I think.
Like, why?
Because just like the Kennedy assassination, the Reagan assassination, just like we'll never, like most of those documents will be sealed forever, and we'll never know the truth.
So the truth is, why did he almost kill Donald Trump? That kid.
Well, just by the mercy of the Lord, that he turned his cheek just a little bit, and
No,
it missed him. It missed him by a millimeter of an inch, you know. Like, and then he got back up and put his fist in the air, and you know, thankfully we're not in a revolution right now over
What does that mean?
That's right, brother.
He's not the
Definitely could have been in
president.
a revolution.
Nobody's going to get all upset over a presidential candidate. And the other thing that people seem to be conveniently avoiding is the kid borrowed his parents' AK, or was it an AR? And he was a Republican.
No, Stanley.
No. But
Stanley.
Stanley.
Yeah.
I'm going to continue to twist this needle.
He only donated to Democrats, though. He might have been a Republican in name, but he put his money to Democrats. So there's that.
You know what? Then he was a moderate.
Yeah.
Like
okay. Moderate.
Like you.
You know,
moderate. Hold on.
I want to live. I have sense enough.
Moderates don't climb ladders around town with an SKS or whatever on their back. So there's that, you know. But how did they miss that? I
Well,
don't
the
know.
craziest thing was
miss it.
everybody.
They
Oh, I
did.
meant to ask you, Portia, did you wear an ear bandage at the convention?
Stanley, you already know you asked me that, and I told you no, I didn't.
Oh, I forgot.
You ain't forget. You just
Yeah,
kind of
me
replay. Hey, Stanley, do you
Ma'am,
have any weapons in your home?
I do not.
Do you got a baseball bat?
You know what? I have a couple fishing rods. However,
You know he has a knife.
Alright.
my father has a
I got a
very
lot of
nice
knives.
collection. If I need one, I can always get one. And I'm proud to say, when we went to visit my father about a month ago, we went down to the farm in South Georgia and had some target practice. So
Alright.
we do guns. I just don't need one.
What did you shoot?
Okay, I asked you about a gun, and you said, and then I asked you about a baseball bat, and you said fishing rod. So if an intruder came into your home, are you going to defend yourself with a fishing rod, Stanley?
I live out in the middle of nowhere.
I know, but like hypothetically, Stanley, just come on. If someone tried to
Portia.
no, really quick. I want to know.
I have
Stanley, are you going to defend yourself with a fishing rod?
I have stuff if I need to defend myself.
Okay, good, Stanley, because I want you to be safe. I don't want nothing to happen to you.
You can defend yourself.
Who's gonna hurt me?
You can defend yourself with a frying pan. I mean,
no, you know what? I agree. There's always, a threat. I'm not that crazy, but I just felt that I haven't really
Stanley,
needed one.
someone says that Stanley is going to read the Constitution and chase them away. That might work.
You know what though? I think that's kind of a backhanded compliment. Thank you, Supreme Science.
Great compliment.
Yeah, reading the Constitution is good.
It is good.
yeah, and that Lee Greenwood Trump Bible, it's got the Declaration of Independence and Constitution in it. Both.
Well, you know what though? The Constitution is Holy Scripture, right?
Well, it comes from Magna Carta, which was around the same time King James was making the Bible, I think. Might be off a century or two, but that's where it comes from, and France, but the original King James Bible was written by a cleric monk that
sure,
they tried to kill him several times because he was trying to put the Bible in English, and that's the King James version. That's the King James.
Remind me, did Trump autograph that Trump Bible?
No, I heard one went online for a few $1,000, like one of those Bibles Trump and Lee Greenwood signed. Yeah, they went for a lot of money.
Wow.
Of course.
Stanley, somebody in the chat says that they know that you have a frying pan. So I'd like to ask, what type of frying pans do you have? Like, what's your favorite pan?
Cast iron.
I have a bunch of frying pans.
I know that's right, 12th man. That's what I was looking for.
Cast iron.
I like to cook.
And also quality stainless steel for pasta. I don't like putting tomatoes and pasta and shit in my iron skillet. So that's what
I have a couple iron skillets, and my favorite, I've got a carbon steel pan that's awesome.
Sam said Pan-African.
Oh, that's funny.
Pan-African.
Now frying pan African would have been funnier.
Yeah, so none of y'all got to walk or some shit. Man. What the hell? Is
Oh,
this
I got a couple walks too.
Oh, here we go. Stir fry me something, Stanley.
Crack. Do you use MSG?
MSG? No, but
No
I used to
MSG.
have. I used to have some. Yeah, they're pretty addictive. Let's put it that way. It's something about
What?
MSG that it's pretty addictive. Yeah.
I heard
Crack, do you know how to do a full
MSG is designed to be addictive. To be
Yeah,
honest.
it's designed to be. Yeah. Yeah.
What is
I
MSG?
disagree with that.
It's
I,
well, yeah. I mean, you should
I
try
mean,
it. Just buy a bag.
you know, if you
I,
go, well, I actually have accent, which is the
Oh yeah,
seasoning, which
accent is
is
another one. Yep.
MSG. I just use it on certain things.
That's what country people use that shit all the time, brother.
MSG.
no,
Hey, I'm country.
I don't need MSG because I heard it shrinks the size of your penis.
Oh, really?
Can you shut up?
Interesting.
Can you
I
shut
heard
up?
that about Mountain
Shut
Dew.
up.
I heard that about Mountain Dew. Is that true too?
Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up.
There are many ways I could go with this.
Shut up.
Hey, Noel. Okay, Noel wants to speak.
So, do you think Donald Trump will get in to the presidency?
I think he's going to get into his next victim.
Stanley.
Stanley, come on, bro.
I think if Trump doesn't get in, there's going to be another civil war, except it ain't going to be like the last one. There's going to be like
You starting it off, brother?
all kinds of people versus the government, the John Galts of the government.
Hold on, Noel, is your
doing,
underarm
12
itching?
man.
Is it
You
itching
starting
under
it
your arm?
They want to kill people like the black and white John Galts in this country. I mean, they take them out every day. I mean, it's not a lie.
We wait for
Noel,
wait for John Galt to kill themselves.
Noel, you good over there?
Noel, are you itching under your arm or something? Are you okay? Because it.
Yes, I am okay.
Hold on. I'm a virgin.
Right,
You gotta take her down or something.
Yeah.
Hey, well,
come on.
Gotta get her out of here.
Hey, 12th man, I actually don't really fear civil war. It's too expensive, and if Donald Trump doesn't get in,
the John Galts of the world just kind of want to go live together. Where the idea is,
is that John Galt?
The John Galts of the world just kind of want to go live together.
Actually, the John Galts of the world don't exist.
Stanley, how don't you fear civil war and you're not even strapped? You don't
He has fishing poles. He has fishing poles.
Now, oddly enough, I trust the American people enough to be kind of even-tempered about this. So I don't. I think.
Well, you
think
trust the
Donald
illegals
Trump
too?
not getting in is going to cause a civil war is hyperbole.
But do you trust the illegals that have came over our borders who may be given guns because they're being led on our
I trust the illegals too, but I mean, you're not going to get an argument that we need to control the border better.
No, I don't want to have an
agree with
argument.
that.
I want to have a conversation, but I don't want to have the argument.
Yeah, I trust the illegals.
That's
You
interesting.
trust the illegals. That's
not?
interesting.
Well, Stanley, if you trust the illegals, you might want to
you know
be careful
what?
with those fishing poles.
I'm guessing if we can track it, the illegals have a lower crime rate than black people.
Bullshit.
Talking about the Venezuelan if they come in, that's coming in.
I'm gonna stand. It's a guess. I don't know for sure, but I would make a bet that blacks
You
have a
talking about the
higher
ones that's
violent
raping
crime
all
rate.
these white women and murdering
Black
all these white women?
a violent crime rate is
Well,
what I'm talking about.
let me ask you this, Stanley. If you believe that, then that kind of
Well,
stands to.
no, I don't believe it. I said I would bet on it.
Well, if you would be willing to bet on that, then that, I've heard many blacks express the theory that the Democrats are bringing these migrants in here to replace them.
Well,
so,
that's problematic in and of itself, and we've
so
had this conversation.
if we're bringing a harder working, less violent class of people, as you were saying, or you suggesting you would bet on, then that kind of aligns with what the blacks are saying, that they are being.
Not really.
We wouldn't bring, if they were worse, you wouldn't bring in anyone worse than the blacks.
I'm saying I'm betting they have a lower crime rate.
Right. If they have a lower crime rate than the blacks, wouldn't they stand to be a better replacement? Be a good replacement?
Well, all I hear from white people is how hard they work.
I mean, they would be a better replacement for blacks. But Stanley, would you allow a group of illegals to come and live in your home? Would you sponsor?
I wouldn't allow almost no one to
Track because they are pushing the black people out of their own communities. These illegal goddamn immigrants are pushing black people out of their own homes.
Here is my meta point, that I think that black people worrying about quote black jobs pretty much goes to the step. Why would a people
American jobs?
Why would people
they're American jobs?
Going back centuries,
they're not one race or the other.
That black people aren't in a position that we don't have to worry any more than any other group. That to me is the bigger problem. Why are we in competition with people, with illegal aliens? That should be the wake-up call that we need to do better.
Yeah, agreed. 100%.
Well, the conversation is a lot deeper than that, right? You got a lot of people who aren't trying to work as hard as these illegals that are coming in,
and
they're willing to work.
Let's go back to those 4 men that were on the panel, Stanley. Do you think those 4, or hell, all 5 of them, do you think those type of men can compete with the men coming here, the migrants? Those 5 men, they all clean, shaven and shit. They went to the bottom.
I don't think they're in competition with illegal aliens.
Well, who are they in competition?
They don't work like.
What do you think they do for
dishwashing jobs?
What do you think? Well, you think the illegal aliens all they doing dishwashing? Well, what do you think they do for a living? Those
no
5
idea. Men. I wouldn't even hazard a guess.
Hazard a guess.
But I will say this: they work the types of jobs that they can waste time doing dumb interviews.
Which men are you talking about, John? Just
the homosexual and all the clean cut, the boy with the long big cuffs on his pants and all that shit.
Oh, okay. And
I'm thinking all those white Tony, all those white guys were probably in competition with illegal aliens.
You believe that?
Yeah.
Nah, you're tripping, bro. You're tripping.
I you do make a good argument, and I see why people are some people like or hate you, but I don't think either you can't see things or you have to act like you don't see things.
No, I see things differently, and the bottom line. The bottom line is black people, a population, a demographic group that has been here for centuries, worrying about, competing with newly got here fresh off the boat illegal aliens speaks to a bigger problem than just the 2024, we have to compete with illegal aliens. I think
I will agree with you, Stanley. It is a bigger problem, that picture that still that Portia had with those 4 very weak looking men, all talking about voting for a woman. That's a real big problem, man.
Well, see, I don't have those phobias that you do. I
No,
don't have a problem voting for a woman. I don't have a problem voting for a woman.
Wait a minute, Stanley. Can you tell me what is the clinical diagnosis for a phobia, Stanley? Answer me that,
Oh, I don't
please.
know. I haven't read my DSM-5 lately.
Oh, you haven't? Well,
Nope.
then you would know that half of the files are fake. They just make these words up to demean people that they disagree with. That's what they do.
Here is my point. I don't have a problem voting for a woman. Do you?
No, not as long as she's someone like Tulsi Gabbard or
Okay,
I don't know. That's the only woman I can think of.
But you don't have a problem voting for a woman, is my point, like John.
Like who? John.
John has a problem voting for women.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
I don't.
I wouldn't vote for
Long as it's a strong woman like the lady to the right.
John wouldn't vote for her just because she's a woman and automatically. A woman cannot be strong in John Galt's eyes.
You know, Stanley, I'll tell you why.
No, I don't know, John. Tell me.
I'll tell you why. I'll give you a real world example.
Dude, I lived in a realer world than you.
Maybe.
Don't be pulling, oh, I live in the real world. I have lived in a realer world than you.
Stanley had a couple of beds, huh?
No, Stanley has had a couple years like working in the real world.
Hmm.
Oh, you really?
What?
More than
Don't make me put you on mute, Stanley. And I'm gonna tell you real story. Don't make me put you on mute, Stanley.
Who thinks that
don't make me put you on mute, Stanley. And I'm gonna tell you
a good thing. Yes, really.
Still, don't make me put you on mute. And let me finish.
Yeah, well, that'll be your only defense because you can't. You have to put me on mute.
I'm gonna let you talk, and you let me know when you're done. Then I'll respond.
Oh, I'm done.
All right. Over the years, I've had to put niggers out. I got to go in them niggers' houses. You've seen what I had to do. I've shown you videos where I throw them niggers' ass out. I had women partners. And over the years, that's some shit they just can't bear. To turn a nigga life upside down. Sometimes starting their whole fucking life over.
Did you get
that relevant to me?
Hey, nobody interrupt.
Did you ever get robbed, John?
I ain't
Did you ever get robbed?
But the point I'm trying to explain to you is, and don't make me mute everybody, please. There's some things that I've had to do. Women just ain't gonna do. They'll just go down. They'll just let the nigga keep living there. But I had to go in there and turn that whole nigga life upside down. Throw all this shit out. Birth certificate, social security, don't fucking matter. A woman just can't do it. And I'll give you another example. You look at this migration. A woman will see women and babies and say, oh, let those people come in. We got to help those women and babies. Nigga, I've thrown babies. Damn near newborn motherfuckers.
Not even born yet.
In the dead woman. In the dead of motherfucking woman. And I had a black ass police officer woman. She begged me to give that damn woman a blanket for the baby. Not my problem. That motherfucker freeze fall like here. A woman can't do that. A woman heart, the average woman heart, will not let her turn her head and not give that baby a blanket in the dead of winter. And them children, that child didn't have anywhere to go. But nigga, I slept well that night. I did what the fuck I had to do. All the women partners that I had that couldn't have done it, they slept well too. It was a nigga like me that willing to do it. So I put somebody else in there and keep the bills coming. But women just ain't cut out to do that kind of shit. They're just not. And that's why I ain't voting for no damn woman. I ain't voting
Good.
for no.
Okay.
They can run the city
It's
council.
not a lot of guys.
You know
It's
that.
not a lot of guys that would do that either, though.
That's right. And so I want to vote for the man that will.
I got this chick that do my hair, man. She has been behind on her rent for quite some time. And the dude is he just eating it, man. Just cause she just a smiling face. He ain't smashing or nothing. He just like her and he just eating it. I'm like,
You know, Stanley, and that,
Okay. All I have to say, and I don't know that I have to apologize for it. My life just hasn't been that gritty.
Yeah.
Is that your problem, John?
But there are a lot of people that have to, but to make these wheels
I
turn,
don't care.
I understand you don't care.
I literally don't care. John, you have a master's degree.
But to make the wheels turn, I understand you don't care. You don't have to care. But to make the wheels keep turning, you need men. Not
you gotta be a gorilla.
Men you saw in that restaurant. Because they not gonna put anybody out. They ain't gonna pick up no shovel or do anything else. They ain't gonna even snake that drain. Hell, I had to snake the drain, pull one of that nigga's dreads out the drain.
Yeah, you gotta grab your own shovel and do it.
That's right.
No one's gonna grab your one's gonna grab your shovel for you. Right? You're gonna have to grab it.
You gotta do it. You know, and if you grab the first shovel, other men might come behind you and grab the second. Punk ass men in that video talking about how they gonna vote for Kamala and all that bullshit, they're not gonna grab the first shovel. So who's gonna grab the second?
Yeah,
they're not gonna do it.
Them motherfuckers wouldn't pick up a pencil if it was to save their life, dude.
They want a keyboard.
Come on.
Keyboard warriors. And you know, Stanley, you as you said, Stanley, you never seen this part of the world. You going
tiny violins, John. You have a choice.
But
in America, you have a choice to do something else.
Stanley, I've seen your side of the world. I've been a software developer for many years. I could go back to your side of the world, leave all of this shit behind. But you've never seen my side of the world. You just admitted that.
John, you know what? I can respect your side until you start making comparisons.
Why you and I vote differently.
John,
because I've seen
don't
both sides
make comparisons because my life isn't yours. You just have to live with that.
I've seen both sides.
Did you just throw out
you chose your side. I respect that. No one's disrespecting you.
No, but what I'm saying, go ahead, sure.
No, I'm saying, did I hear you correctly? You just threw out the salary.
No, what I'm saying is, what did you say? I'm saying I've seen both sides, Stanley. I've worked in an office for many, many years, high level work, right? I've worked in an office just like you did. And I've also done the gritty shit that you've never seen before that probably would turn your stomach.
John, I have led men in a war. Tiny violins, sir. Tiny violins.
Well, you just said you'd never seen this kind of grit or whatever.
You haven't seen my. There are plenty of things you haven't done that I've done, and vice versa. I'm sorry. I have led men.
When you would lead men in war, you were fighting with other people's weapons and fighting for somebody else. You never had to fight for your own shit. When a motherfucker try to take your shit and just live in your property. You've never ever experienced that. You went out there for Uncle Sam and you did what Uncle Sam told you to do, and you pointed the weapons that he provided you to shoot at other people, probably motherfuckers that were defenseless.
Hey, John Galt, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, sure.
Who was your favorite black hero throughout history? Like in a man, like who was the best one? I got my favorite.
John Galt.
No, Bass Reeves.
Who?
Bass Reeves out of Fort Smith.
Yeah, the marshal. Wasn't he like a lawman?
I never heard of him.
Yeah, you never heard of Bass Reeves? There's a lot of movies on him. You should really check it out, man. He arrested so many white boys it wasn't funny. all bad guys. You
So
know.
they didn't think it was funny.
You want to know what my favorite show was growing up? Can you guys guess?
Rush, you there a million fucking shows. How the hell would we know what your favorite was?
Gunsmoke.
Yeah, that's true.
Gunsmoke.
That's true. But I would figure somebody would have
Oh
something
yeah,
to do.
Matt
Gunsmoke?
Dillon.
But, Dukes of Hazzard.
Yeah, I used to like this shit.
That's
It's my favorite
We
show.
liked it too.
awesome.
My sister in Hazard County, Georgia.
Yeah. I
In your
remember.
way, the only way you know how.
Yeah, Bass Reeves ran away from a black plantation after winning a card game against his so-called master, and then he went out and got chased by people for weeks at a time, and ended up in Oklahoma, and was rescued by natives. So then he's got family all over Oklahoma right now that survived Bass Reeves' name. I think it had
Can you
241
shut up? Can you shut up?
kills and arrests.
Oh,
Bass Reeves was the baddest black law man in history. Bass Reeves.
You know,
The
Rush,
Trump supporter guy.
say what? What'd you say, Noah?
What's going on, John? What's up, man?
No, I was gonna mention those guys again. I mean, you know, I just see I just looking at those guys, man. You know, so much emphasis on their clothes and how clean they look and all this shit. Like, yeah, I just think it's a problem.
Not really discussing any issues. To be honest with you,
You know, and the things they voted for. You know, the one man, like, you know, if I was just sitting around listening to them, you'd be like, damn, that's disgusting. You voted for someone to correct the wrong that you made. You went to school, nigga. You made that obligation. Right? Yes, what you did. Right? Now, I'm not arguing that it should or should not be, you know, whatever the hell is suspended. But
let's just be vulgar with it. Why are you being a bitch, nigga? Pay your dues.
Hey, what you owe?
Whoa, whoa. I don't like that word.
All right, but pay what you owe.
What word?
Now, we can argue that the government maybe should do whatever with these loans, but you shouldn't vote that way.
I don't like that word.
Yeah.
Hold up.
A government.
No, I agree, John. I agree, John.
You know, because again, like, what else would he vote for? It's one of the famous politicians talked about, you know, people vote for everything if you give them the opportunity. And clearly that boy, the homosexuals are clearly they're gonna vote for as much health care as they can consume because of their lifestyle. And it's just a never-ending cycle where no one
and then let's think about outside of the homosexual, right? Those other three guys are probably sitting there because they have some sort of what do you call it, nonprofit or some sort of business community where they're pandering to these people, so they're trying to get more foot traffic come in their businesses or to come to their nonprofits and participate in certain events and stuff like that. So
I think
very much part of what's going on. But go ahead.
Stanley, I think grifting is a better word for these douchebags myself.
Gripping?
Grifting.
Grifting, whatever. I mean, whatever. I mean, it's a lot of different words we probably could attribute to these guys on this.
Rashi, let me ask you this question. What do you think those 4 black men did for a living?
Man, you're obsessing on those 4
I
black
would,
men.
to be honest with you, I think it's symptomatic of a real big problem.
And I think I think you're way
I asked
off.
Rashid Stanley. I asked Rashid Stanley. You had your chance to critique him. Go ahead.
All right, so just to make it quick, so Stanley can have like, but I just get the vibe when I look at them. Like one of them is like, if like I said, like a non-profit organizer.
Yeah. Act
Another
Blue.
guy.
Act
Hold
Blue
on.
or something like that. Act
Yeah,
Blue.
something like that.
Right.
Something like that. Another guy is probably a barber. And another guy is probably like a restaurant owner or something. Like that's what I see. That's just you know what I mean. Just from dealing with these.
Hey, we already covered the restaurant earlier today. He might not.
Yeah. You did. The guy got shot, right?
That sounds like a new Tupac episode. Is that going to be a new Tupac episode?
I think a bunch of guys doing this is basically a far right version of Queer Eye for the straight guy. Criticizing men's fashion, their ways, making guesses. It's all catty and gay in and of itself.
Okay, sure it is. But those were the gay
Oh
ones.
no, it's actually
we're not
gay.
gay. We're not gay. They are, and they're voting.
You know what? You know what? I'm beginning to wonder. You're criticizing a man's genes.
Well, Stanley,
See, that's what the liberals.
you have to observe.
Hold on, Richard. See, this is what the liberals do. We know who gay here. They all on TV talking about that's how they voting. But he want to project on us to turn the argument. I'm talking about you can't have a group of men that look like that. There can't be your representative men in your race. Right? Homosexuals, fat niggas, talking about voting for a woman. You're limiting yourself. You got a problem when there is no man that you rather choose to vote for. Hell,
I'd rather vote for a veteran, John Galt, someone that's actually been overseas and knows what it's like over there, like in the combat zone, and any pussy ass motherfucker. And J.D. Vance and Ron DeSantis might have been all right because at least they know what it's like to deal with veterans and being overseas and under fire and all that shit.
You mean for president?
Well, or vice president, one or the other, but I
Now,
probably
see,
would have.
You and I agree on that part.
What part is that, Sam?
The part about I would prefer my president or vice president to be former military.
With this day and age, you'd end up with
well, this day and age is just problematic. But I would prefer my president to have some exposure to, the military.
Yeah. I can only imagine what kind of sergeants they have in the Marines now, but if we could recreate Sergeant Carter from Gomer Pyle to school them all.
And Gomer is vice president, right?
Maybe.
Hey, go ahead, 12.
He always finds a lovable and peaceful way to settle things, even though he was a dumbass going through the Marines, So I know it's all a script, but that's probably my favorite military movie is Gomer Pyle, USMC.
I want to talk about something that Stanley probably is very familiar with, and some of you guys may or may not be familiar with this, depending on. Well, you're gonna know 12, man. You're gonna know 12, man, because you spent years in Memphis. You ever heard of? Wait a minute. Before I lead into this, have you heard of that? What was the black lady that was killed by the police officer? What was her name? Sonia Massey.
Yeah,
I remember.
That's right.
I remember her. Yeah.
Have you?
That was in Illinois, though, right?
Yeah. 12, man. Have you ever heard of Negro napalm?
No, I've heard of napalm though. I don't think napalm doesn't pick a specific color. So,
Stanley, you ever heard of Negro napalm?
Can't say I have. Does it involve a lighter?
It involves a
back
jet.
when I was growing up in Alabama, black women.
Then you're smoking.
Black women, if they caught their man cheating or something. Black women, if they caught
let him smoke. Let him smoke.
Okay, I'm in my house.
No.
He's smoking Negro napalm.
Is that a type of weed? Negro napalm?
Hey John, can I get?
They probably got a brand. They'll come up with that next.
Hey John, can you play the clip? You so high right now?
Man, man. Yeah, I'll play that later. So back when I was growing up in Alabama, there was a thing where if a black woman got mad at you, she boiled some grits. Stanley, I know you heard of this shit. Stanley, you never heard of it? Negro napalm. You never heard of this shit, Stanley?
No. Excuse me, honestly,
when
I
a
haven't.
black woman got mad at you, she would go off and what?
Oh, grits?
Mm-hmm.
Grits is Negro napalm?
Oh, she would put her,
wow.
what's her name?
Grits.
She would put her, what's her name in the grits? Yeah.
I like greens and bacon and oxtail.
Is that what you're talking about, John?
Say what? Say what?
She would put her bodily fluids.
No. Hold on. Before I show you what about you, anyone ever heard of Negro napalm before?
John.
So somebody supreme side that nigga know. Look, can y'all see what is on my screen right here?
Uh-oh.
Yeah, okay.
People probably people probably don't know this. This is some old Southern shit. Or at least
tell us, John. Explain, expound on the Negro napalm.
Soul singer was attacked in his own bathtub. Now, how was he attacked? Was he shot? Was he stabbed?
No, his mad woman threw grits on him.
You do know about Negro napalm. Yeah, see, I just asked him that. You heard me? I just asked.
No,
it was cream of wheat, right? It was cream of wheat.
I've never heard it called that.
That wasn't even real grit.
Really?
That's why he died. It was cream of wheat. It was,
cream of wheat is all the same shit. Oatmeal, whatever. You need something sticky. Bind the agent. To bind to that motherfucker.
Oh, Ava's on. Hey, Ava. Hey, I like your hair, Ava. This is great. No, this hair is awesome.
Really? I came back to the screen. There's another pretty woman on here. We doing well, man. You're gonna get our numbers up.
Get cracked.
Hey, have you ever heard of Negro napalm? Have you ever heard of Negro?
Oh, Stanley, no, don't tempt me, Stanley.
What?
Heard of what?
Negro napalm.
She pretty. She got my numbers up.
Hold on, wait.
I think more people have heard of boiling grits being thrown onto somebody than they have Negro napalm.
Yeah, they only call it that in Alabama.
Dude, I don't know. I feel like you guys have so many niche references that I don't.
Oh,
No.
Well, it was an
It's called being old.
well, if you read a lot, it was a Southern thing that I grew up hearing about this all the time. And so here's an article about Al Green. Back in Memphis, back in 1974, let me zoom up, an ex-girlfriend burst in on the bathtub.
I love Al Green. He's one of my favorites.
So
Okay, are you drunk? Are
hypothetically,
you drunk? The man in the red hat.
So hold on. Hypothetically, how many of us in a dream would beat your ex-girlfriend up after this happened?
Oh
Well,
wow.
she killed herself. Hold on. Let me share the screen.
She killed herself?
Can you guys see that?
Yeah.
Can you guys see that?
Yes.
In the chat right there? People in the chat.
Oh wow. Wow. That's crazy.
This is crazy, dude.
She's so-called killed herself.
Negro napalm.
She's
no, you did. Supreme Science, I believe I called it. Yes, you did. Yeah, you did. You did. And so when that police officer shot that Sonia Morris woman, whatever the hell her name is.
Yeah, but it had a good outcome. He became a Christian, right?
Yeah, maybe. I don't
Stanley, did she take herself out?
You know what? In 74, I was 9 years old. I have no idea what she did.
Stanley, you're an adult, man. You can
so
survive.
Anyway, when I heard about that police officer shooting that woman and she was boiling that water or whatever she was boiling, my first thought was she really about to throw Negro napalm on this officer? That was my first thought. Immediately, like before, because I just not saw the video today, and I said, "Damn, she gonna throw that Negro napalm on that officer?" And
no, she wasn't.
What was she doing?
She was instructed to go over there and turn off the pot.
Anyway,
so you think this cop was thinking about? You know what? That's like the craziest thing I've heard all.
No. Don't go there, Stanley, because again, I haven't given you my opinion. I haven't given you my opinion on the cop. I told you what I thought before I saw the video or anything. When I just heard you boiling water, I was like, this nigga.
Yeah, you said it was your first time going over it, right?
Right. Like,
so you got.
I saw the video on DJ Helms today. Like when he was asking that up, and I said, I think
like two different views too.
I think the cop was wrong. But again, my first thought was she about to throw some grits on this nigga? Right? I didn't know. What was she boiling? But anyway, so it led me to this article, right? It led me to this article.
Thing you thought?
I mean, because it's my Southern reference. Anyway, so it led me to this article.
It wasn't, oh shit, she got shot in the head unfairly. It was what she was boiling?
Well, as again,
oh dear.
I tell you, this is before I saw the video.
What did the cop think the threat was, right? Because you have to put yourself in the cop's shoes.
No, I don't.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I think the grits is like a euphemism, right? For just
you know what? This crazy notion that I have to put myself in the position of a cop. No, I don't.
Yeah, this time.
But you literally do to understand.
I don't care to understand. It was wrong.
I'm not super familiar with the situation.
Let's not reason with Stanley. We don't need to reason.
You know what? Putting yourself in the place of that cop, you call that reasonable?
Yeah,
I think
that's one half of the perspective.
I don't, but that's not what
well, I guess it's going to be 1 on 6 of you because I think the notion of putting myself in. Dude, I'm not a trained cop. For starters,
the real don't get in the face of cops. If you don't want to be arrested or something like that, then stay out of their face. the best thing you can do.
She called them.
Right. Oh, hold on, Stanley.
So she brought them to her face.
Yeah, so you're saying?
Hold on, Stanley. Here's where I want to go with this, right? I don't want to talk about the cop. Was he right or wrong? I think he was wrong, to be honest with you. So with that said, most people probably think he was wrong. You know, if you see the video, it'd be like he didn't have to shoot her. He could have had cover. I think, and again, I'm not taking her side, and that's what I want to talk about now. I think he's a bad cop. He's been fired 4 or 5 times, 5 or 6 times. They say he was put out in the military. Fine, okay,
and worked for several.
Well, I mentioned that. I've already mentioned that he fired 4 or 5 times from 5 or 6 times from other police departments.
And he killed Bambi.
Rashu wants to put himself in that cop's place.
No, but when I am, and again, but I've already said he's wrong. So if I was in that guy's place, you say I was wrong too.
What do we need to talk about if he's wrong?
Here's what we do need to talk about, right? And here's what I find interesting. Because when I went on Hemp's channel and I was watching the video, my first thought was like, why do these black people keep having problems with the police? And my next thought was, and this is where I'm down in this, dealing with people all the time. From time to time, not as much anymore, but when I used to rent to people like on a regular basis, like, hey, here's 4 walls, man, bring your own bed and things like that. I would tell them, please do not call the police to my house. I tell them now, when I have people that stay for a long time, I'll be like, yo, do not call the police here. If you got a problem, call me first before if no one bleeding out or someone, don't bring the police to the house because only bad things happen. Typically, they're not going to come and work it out in your favor. That's not what they're coming for. So
wait, can you scroll down?
Sure.
I'm glad that I don't have to rent anything to anybody to survive. I mean, imagine have to live off a renter.
Well, here's the deal. Bringing the police out to do their job to protect property is bad.
I didn't finish my point yet. Give me a minute. And so my first thought is like, what was going on with her that she had to bring the police into her home? Because it may or may not work out the way you want it to be if you bring them in your house.
That's right.
She called the cops?
Yes, she thought she had an intruder.
Okay, right. Okay. And okay, and that's fine. If you think you got an intruder, you call the police. Understood. But then the next thing that isn't talked about in the black community, why this keeps happening, is this lady has some serious mental health issues. And you'll see here in the article that she was
probably right, Stanley.
She was incoherent. So again, I'm not saying the officer was right. I'm saying that in that environment, she was incoherent, unable to answer questions, mumbling, the house a mess. Not that matters, that the house was a mess. But all of that together makes for, tragic situation. It's very.
I feel like she sounds coherent enough based on.
I agree, Stanley. I agree completely.
They're asking her. Listen, if you can read the article here, they asked her whether there was any damage to the car. She muttered something about a debt. When asked about the smash windows, she said that happened earlier. She had her face buried in her smartphone for most of the interview. It's just not the way you would conduct if you're going to allow the police in your house, like that, first off, that doesn't make sense. But if you allow them in, you need to take all precautions because they may shoot you because they're in some stranger's home.
This is so much bullshit.
I'm saying, and listen, if she hadn't had this, if
Where
she
do
hadn't,
you get your reasoning skills from?
Don't answer the door for the cops and don't talk to them because they are not your fucking friend.
Well, she
Okay.
Then
called
why do
them.
we need cops?
why did she call the police and then
Abolish the police.
and behave? No,
because that sounds like the solution.
But look how she behaved, Stanley. Don't you think she didn't?
No, you're blaming the victim.
I'm not blaming the victim. I said the cop.
Yes, you are.
I said the
She's
cop.
behaving fine enough. She could be behaving a lot worse. Like this is very minimal. If you're gonna say it's bad, suspicious behavior, it's very minimal.
Well, the truth is that if
Hey,
you
guys,
call
we
the
gotta
cop,
get out of here.
if you call the cops, you're inviting them in your house. If you call them, basically, so.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you have to fear for your life when you call the cops to do their job, what's wrong with that picture?
And then you go to jail, so you're the one that called the cops, and then you go to jail. That's on you. That ain't on nobody else.
No, I'm afraid I disagree with that.
Well, Stanley, you can't disagree with the outcome. She's dead, right?
Well, I feel like you can disagree with that
Not only do I disagree with the outcome, I disagree with you blaming the victim.
See, well, I'm not blaming the victim.
I think you are.
I led off by saying the cop was wrong. He should go to jail.
You can lead off all you
I
want.
did.
My opinion is that you're blaming the victim.
Fair enough. But I've had the police come to my house several times, and I behaved myself, and I'm not mumbling
to toss people out.
Yeah, and then there's one time I let the cops in my house, and they took like one of my shotguns, John Galt, and that was the last time I ever let them into my house. That's it.
Did they give the
You
shotgun
gotta get a warrant, bitch, or you're done.
But you called them. They don't need a warrant if you call them.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. Like, once they got there, and here's the next point that I want to make. We've had 4 or 5 years of Black Lives Matter politicians, athletes, talking about defund the police, so on and so forth. You can agree, disagree. That's not my issue. But I do think the bigger issue is that they've created an environment where the good cops do not want to be cops anymore. That's my thought. And so now you end up with cops who've been fired 5 or 6 times, kicked out of the military, and someone still hires them. The only reason that would be is because there's a shortage, a severe shortage. This man was a sheriff. I think he was on the sheriff's department. Sheriffs have even more powers than the police, the city police.
Yeah.
And I think that these are the downstream consequences of Black Lives Matter, stomping up and down the street. Black Lives Matter, pigs and bacon, burn them.
Well, John Galt, Black Alpha Network is always talking down Black Lives Matter and that black folks should vote from the couch and all that business. Not vote.
You can't deny
on this.
Stanley, you can't deny that Black Lives Matter, burn pigs like bacon. If you allow people to scream that, protest that, politicians endorse that, it's going to have an effect. It's going to have an effect on again. But if that is the attitude of the environment where police are serving, the better cops are going to say, man, I'll do something else.
I don't blame them. I would too.
And again, me either.
But that doesn't excuse this cop's behavior.
Listen, I'm not excusing him. What I'm saying is downstream from the good cops not joining the force or the bad cops, the subpar cops joining the force, right? If the good cops aren't joining, well, who's joining? Got to be the lesser cops.
Man, yeah, you make a good point, John.
Isn't there a screening process? Isn't there a training process?
Stanley.
I don't think it's
So
good.
you're essentially saying we'll keep a bad cop because we need a cop.
Stanley.
Yeah, I think that's true.
Stanley. I read cop blogs a lot. I was just on I was on DJ Hamp's show, and he had 2 cops on there. One guy said he down 12 officers or something, small town, and he's only been able to hire 1 cop. I read this Second City Cop blog. It's a Chicago blog. They talk about how from the time someone enrolls in what they call it, training to be a cop, to graduation,
The academy.
right? They lose maybe 80% of the people.
Good.
It's good, right? But if no one's signing up, and you just lost 80% of the people that did sign up. If very few people are signing up, and you lose 80% of those, and those were probably not the best people anyway, you really down some numbers. I told you a story about the Georgetown guy that was living in my house.
Yes.
They beat up the woman. Well, guess what he was
Several
training?
times.
Guess what he was training to do?
Be a cop.
Damn right.
Bet he's not going to be one now.
Mm-hmm. Yes, he is. Because
well, if Democrats win, there's not going to be an economy. It'll be all socialist everything.
You know that there's a Democrat in office now, and the economy's doing pretty well.
Yeah, not so much. Go look at a press.
It is doing.
Good.
It is doing.
No. You're not gonna get away with this one,
sure I can.
Stanley, because it was a disaster. It's a disaster when you're paying $5 a loaf for bread instead of $3.
You know who I blame for that? I blame Trump because he mismanaged
I don't want to get all real about Trump.
Up the supply chain. It's Trump's fault.
All right, fair enough. Whatever. Hey, here's the conversation between the woman that was killed and the cop before he shot her. I'm telling you, she could have handled it a lot better, man. I'm not blaming her, but ultimately, she's most responsible for her life. And I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. Like, you let these cops in your house. They're armed. You got to play it straight. You can't do this. And to have this babbling, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus, while you got a pot of water in your hand, you created
so
enough.
Do you think anybody that's like mentally ill just like shouldn't call the police because they might not be able to handle it to your liking or as responsibly as they should? Like if
That's
they feel like they're in danger, they just shouldn't
Everybody
give them a
has a
call.
right to police.
Stanley, let the lady finish, Stanley. Come on, Stanley. It's got to be civil. Otherwise, we run everyone off. I think that, unfortunately, she doesn't have any family. In many of these places like this, there's just family breakdown. She doesn't have a relative, things like that. Someone clearly knocked her windows out of her car. She probably didn't do it herself. And so
you talking about Kamala Harris?
Hell no. You drunk. We talking about the lady that was shot. So you may not even know who that was shot. Now the lady that was shot.
All black women are alike.
Yeah, so I just think that she's mentally ill. She's had a mental breakdown. If she had family or something like that, but someone said she has family. Well, they weren't there that night, I guess, right? And
actually, yeah, DiCaprio is right. She does have family.
Mm-hmm.
They're the ones that are going to sue the city.
And that's usually when the family shows his face, when there's some money on the line.
Trump is there also.
And when she needed help, probably to prevent these type of things, they're nowhere to be found. And she's living by herself. The house is a mess, really.
Therefore, she called the cop.
Well, but again, like, look at, when I was growing up, my grandmother was crippled all my life, and she demanded that the house stay clean in an instance like this. And this woman's house was messy, nothing wrong with that. That doesn't mean you should get killed, but she clearly needed some help, and she didn't have any help. Maybe all her family was dead, and maybe she didn't live around there. But if she had had some family around, someone there with her, maybe mitigate this
Well,
situation.
she didn't, so
Right, and there you go.
there are gonna be people that don't have that.
Which leads me to an interesting story. I'm going to pull it up. I'm going to see if I can find it.
Give Crack says Fontana pays nearly 900,000 for psychological.
Yeah, that's a story I mentioned before, where like this guy reported his dad was missing, and the cops got a confession out of him that he killed his own dad by torturing him for like hours. Like, don't trust the cops, man. So it's like cops. Yeah, the cops.
Wait,
like,
did he
yeah,
torture
don't.
his dad?
Okay,
No,
the
no.
narrative is
The
don't
cops
trust
tortured
cops, then
him.
get rid of them.
Dude, I wish that would happen to me.
You want to get tortured to get 900,000?
a year for 900,000.
Okay, go to the cops right now, Ava. Say your dad's missing, and then they'll blame
Dial
you,
911.
and then you'll get a confession, a false confession, and you'll get your money.
Dude, that's
Someone will
like
get
a
the money.
lot of
You may not get it, but someone will.
It's crazy. Yeah, you can't trust these guys. Like, the problem is like, because the cops kind of like, they're looking for some problem, right? They're always looking because that's their bread and butter. So they're already in a bad mindset, and then you go into these situations where you're like, man. So yeah, I don't. You're trained to like think that all humans
New
are bad.
at
If I'm a
8
cop, I
years
just
after
see
the death of
bad humans all the
Quintonio
time. That's
a
my
vigil
mindset,
was
right?
held in his honor tonight. Legrier was shot and killed by Chicago police.
We don't see the picture, John.
Now, I'm
John,
looking
you don't
for it
have your
before I
video
share.
up.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you gotta share the video.
Now, I'm looking for it before I share. I want to show this video. Go
Well,
ahead.
everybody's cracking on the cops.
John, are you smoking a
Why
joint right now?
why do we have them if they're so bad?
Is that a joint?
Yeah, it's a joint.
What strain?
trying to
is
show
that?
It's nigga napalm.
I talked to you guys something tonight.
He's smoking some grits.
I talked to you guys something tonight. You heard about that before. Every day you come in, you learn something new.
Yeah, I definitely do.
I'm trying to find this video. Oh yeah, I'm going to share this video. This is, another classic reason, like calling the police can really go wrong,
911. Almost shooting up and reaching for tissues. The father of Quintonio Legrier described the moments before and after. Officer Robert Rialmo shot and killed his
That's crazy.
CBS
Man.
News
Quintonio.
reports the father, Antonio Legrier, testified in the wrongful death trial. And he had to protect himself from his son.
Antonio Legrier spent hours on the witness stand, at times crying. I loved my son very much, he said. Legrier described roller skating and playing cards with Quintonio, but he testified Quintonio appeared to be angry about something in the early morning hours of December 26, 2015. So the father used the 2x4 to block his bedroom door here at their West Side home, and that he had never done that before. At 4 a.m., Antonio Legrier said he was awakened by loud banging on the bedroom door. He quoted Quintonio as saying, "No one is going to push me around anymore." The father called 911 and asked neighbor Betty Jones to call 911. Legrier recalled going down the stairs and hearing gunshots, then seeing his son face down in the vestibule in Jones' apartment. She too had been fatally shot by Officer Robert Rialmo, who testified Wednesday Quintonio came at him with a baseball bat.
That's all you need to know.
Anybody that comes at me with a baseball bat, I'm gonna shoot him.
But
That's it.
the bigger point I'm making is the father who couldn't control that boy. He'd have been better off killing that nigga himself than getting that woman killed.
Yeah.
And now 2 people are dead. And then this old sorry ass daddy coming. Now he want to sue. You should have tamed him. You should have tamed him. Put him down. Ain't no way in the hell I board up any damn room in my house.
What a piece of shit.
Wait, so what are you saying he should have done?
Let me go back and play it again in case you guys missed this weak motherfucker. Like, listen what the father said. Listen.
My son very much, he said. LeGrier described roller skating and playing cards with Quintonio, but he testified Quintonio appeared to be angry about something in the early morning hours of December 26, 2015.
Can you go on mute?
The father used a 2x4 to block.
Let me put him on mute there. You over there having a coffee fit.
Lock his bedroom door here at their West Side home, and that he had never done that before. Here at their West Side, the father used a 2x4 to block his bedroom door here at their West Side home, and that he had never done that before. At 4 a.m., Antonio LeGrier said he was awakened by loud banging on the bedroom door. He quoted Quintonio as saying, "No one is going to push me around anymore." The father called 911 and asked neighbor Betty Jones to call 911.
Robert
Rialmo
shot.
Oh
He
my
asked the woman.
God. Don't even
Asked the
go
woman.
there. Don't go
Hey,
there.
my son scared me. I boarded myself up in the house.
Do you know
Can
how hard
somebody
of a
please
situation?
help me? Huh?
Do you know
I'm
how
sorry?
hard of a situation that must have been? Like when it's your
Well,
own son that has
But they made it a
behavioral
whole lot
issues like
harder.
that. It's so hard
It
to know
got a
what to
whole
do.
Well, it got a whole lot harder, didn't it? When the police came, they made it a whole lot harder. Now 2 people did because one man couldn't control one boy in his own house.
How could he
And
have
he's so
known though? Like, and even if he knew, how could he like morally be like?
Okay, well, hey, I hear niggas all the time talk about guns. And what do the police carry? Guns. Why would you call somebody with guns if you're so damn afraid of them? They all your problems. Why call people with guns? Why the niggas don't call for people with say, hey, send the police out here without guns.
There's no option for that.
Send up the police without guns and see what happens. Right?
Well, one thing.
Hold on. One more thing, because I got a bad memory sometimes. I forget what I'm about to say. You know how fucking weak that man must look. You boarding up yourself in your own damn house for a boy?
It's his son.
Well, okay, that makes it easier.
Oh my God.
Shit.
Nah,
that makes it way harder.
I can imagine.
Never heard the Bill Cosby monologue.
Give this nigga a place to stay, and he creating so much hell in here. I got to board up a room.
Sadly,
you got to go right now. Period. Ain't no 30-day notice. You got to go. Right?
Play the Bill Cosby monologue.
If I call police, like
anybody off the chain in any neighborhood.
Look how weak he was. You know how fucking weak he was.
Dude, I feel like, John, you have a problem with your masculine, like you have some kind of insecurity or something to be like, this is the perspective that you have. Like, it's one thing to say, like,
I can't even imagine calling a woman. Hey, can you call 911? My son about to beat me
you
up.
think a woman can't call 911?
He called that. Do you need me to play it again? He called a woman and said, hey, my son is about to beat me up. Can you call 911? I would just call him myself.
I think he was calling them too, but he was scared.
You don't
that,
need
like,
2
maybe
calls.
He wouldn't be able to
You don't
finish
need 2
the
calls.
call.
You don't need 2 calls.
It would help. At the very least, it would help. I would try to want maximum backup.
I'd just get my gun out and say, come on, beat this old man. Motherfucker, bang, bang. You're dead. That's
You guys are
it.
way
Listen,
oversimplifying it.
yeah, no, hell no. I'm telling you, it's very simple.
No, yeah, it's simple.
Very
You're a
This shit very simple.
sociopath.
This shit is real
You're a
simple. Like
sociopath.
I'm not like
It's simple.
I'm not gonna listen. I'm not gonna go find no 2x4s to board up shit. I can't believe it. You see how we
Yeah.
got that way? Looking for 2x4s and shit. Board up his house. Shit.
Even if it's my son, if he's coming up in my motherfucking house trying to kill me, guess what? He's dead, not me.
But did he know that he was
That's
trying
the
to
way
kill
it's
him?
gonna be.
You know what? Listen, sweetie. I ain't boarding up anything. I ain't calling no woman to call 911. Fuck that. Right? You living in my house and I ask you to
You
leave.
just shoot your son. You just shoot
No,
your son
well,
like
you
that.
know, if I mess
I
him,
would.
I gotta go get plywood and shit. Well, if he come across that threshold, then hell yeah. But if I feel that afraid of him, hell yeah, I'd rather shoot him than let the police kill 2 people. You got 2 people killed here because this one man is so fucking afraid of his son that they live in an apartment building. See, this is what I'm saying. When you own an apartment building and stuff like that, you think about the landlord, right? Put yourself in my shoes. Right? 2 tenants, 2 people killed in my building. Because
Gotta
of one
be-
punk ass man.
Feeling sorry for the landlord.
Because of
right
one
now,
punk
that's
ass man
crying.
to control his punk ass son. Now I got 2 people dead and a nigga suing everybody he can because he couldn't control that nigga. Now he looking to cash in. How did stop?
Dude, I
calling
mean,
the
I think
police.
any sane person that came out of a situation like that would be like, well, at the very least, like for this grief and tragedy, if I can get paid, then I'm gonna pursue that.
Oh, when really they should be looking out for each other as a family, right? You know, as a single family unit and trying to better themselves.
Exactly, and that's what
Well,
he was doing.
They're
Is looking
having.
out for
family
his
is
family.
family is
Go ahead. I'm gonna
pretty
let you
much
guys.
like the cops.
Stanley, forget about these cops. Forget about these cops. From the video, from the video that Portia showed, those 4 weak ass men. If they would have somehow found a woman to have a baby by them, right? Everyone remember them 4 weak ass men, and they had a boy, hell, maybe even a girl, buck up at them. They be looking for plywood and 2x4s too, to board up there, right? These are weak men. Like
That's
bro,
right.
like, if you got a bunch of men where they got 15, 16-year-old boys that can buck back to their daddy to the point where the daddy got to go get him plywood and studs and shit.
Wait, can I address something in the chat really
Sure.
quick?
Yeah.
Eric says, Ava, find out how much money Ben is hoarding away. I'm pretty sure they're out of money and they just have like multiple gold coins left at their apartment. I don't know how many, between like two and 4, which are worth about 2,300 each.
I'm glad someone
That sounds like a scandal.
Go ahead.
John, who?
No, we're gonna change the subject in a second. Just a brief tangent, but go ahead. Go ahead, Stan.
Who is your example of a strong man besides Donald Trump? I know you think Donald Trump's a strong man, right?
I don't know him personally. I do think this though. Like you can't do what he's done by being weak. Can't do it. Can't do it.
Or good. You can't be a good man and do what Donald Trump has done.
Hey, man,
so besides your hero Donald Trump,
wait.
There's a whole lot of good people. There's a whole lot of good people living on the side.
You can't be a good man and do what Donald Trump did. Like what? What has Donald Trump done that offended?
I don't know. Let's start
offended
with
you
having
so
an
much?
affair while your wife is
we gotta
nursing a 4-month-old. Then we can go.
Is like a super chat.
Too many to list. It's a whole show.
Comment is like a super chat. We have to address it. John, would you delete your child in this situation? You know, I think honestly, that was probably a long line of like where the man had lost respect from the boy, and this was just like the crescendo. As he said, "Hey, I never had to board up my house before. Never had to board myself in here before." But he went out and found some plywood. He was ready to do it because I'm sure he living in Chicago. He didn't have plywood and 2x4s on hand. So he's ready. And so I think he had lost that boy probably very early on. And this is probably the downstream consequence of losing that boy. You know, I've mentioned that I have a cousin who has but anyway, I don't want to tell too much story, but I think that, you know, a lot of times these young boys really don't have any respect for their fathers. And they see it very early on. I don't know if you guys ever saw the Bronx Tale. I think it's a Bronx Tale. You ever see the Bronx Tale? Anyone ever see the Bronx Tale? Yeah, man.
I didn't see that one, but I've seen the way younger people just disrespect the elderly in general. Makes me sick.
Yeah, well, in the Bronx Tale, I think it was Al Pacino or someone. His son was looking up to the gangsters on the street.
Yeah.
Anyone remember that, right? Does anyone remember that conversation he had with the boy?
Yeah, I kind of do. I haven't seen it in a long time. Bronx Tale, West Side Story, those things. Yeah.
And he said, "You want to know what? You want to know what's hard or something?" He said, "Going to work every day, right?
Yeah,
right? Something like that." And you know, De Niro. Let me see if I can find that clip. I probably can't play much of it, but De Niro, what was it? Bronx Tale, going to work every day. I think
work every day. I think I remember it now. Go to work every day.
Where's my money, Dad?
I left it in there.
What? How could you do that, Dad? It was my money.
That's bad money. I don't want you to have that money.
Dad, I earned that money.
I said I want you to stay away from him.
Dad, please listen to me.
I said you stay away from him.
Dad, listen to me.
Did you hear what I said? You stay away from him.
Sonny was right. The working man he's a sucker, Dad. He's a sucker.
He's wrong. It don't take much strength to pull a trigger, but try and get up every morning, day after day, and work for a living. Let's see him try that. Then we'll see who's the real tough guy. The work.
That's right.
He's the tough guy. Your father's the tough guy.
Good clip, bro.
And that is what a lot of these men suffer from. They're working, but they're not getting anywhere. They're working, but they're not getting anywhere today. 30 years ago, they could get somewhere. Today,
Was De Niro a tough man?
this is a movie, Stanley. This is a damn movie.
No.
Right?
Robert De Niro is a piece of shit, dude.
But again, I'm
Robert
not on the actor. I'm coming on the point, right? And I think that clip makes the point better than I can say it myself. And I think that young boy, as you see it at a very early age, understanding coming of age as to what he respected. And the streets was very alluring to him. And his father had to tell him, hey, man, the working man is a tough guy. Well, today, the working man, although he may be tough, his son doesn't want to be like him because he's not getting anywhere. He's not making any progress. He's working in quicksand. And that is what I think is a real problem with the father loses the son and the son ends up bucking back at the father. And now the father's boarding up his door, calling a woman, please call the police, help me, help me.
I personally think armchair moral panic isn't any more manly than a dude boarding up his house.
You know, Stanley, let me tell you another story. You know,
oh, you're full of them.
Yeah. Right here in this house where I am right now, years ago, I used to rent this house, and I rented a room to a boy, and the boy's mother was like 38. And I've told this story, I think, before. And she was still young enough and had him young enough where she still wanted to go live her life. She's 38. And he's bumping heads with her new man in the house. So she rents a room from me to get him out of the house so she can, have a good time with her new boo. And so she's paying me. Great. I love it. Working a government job. And he's just laying around doing nothing, smoking weed all day, telling her he going to school. But in reality, he's just writing raps and shit like that, rapping all day. And one day, I rented out another room next door to him. Guess who it was? His daddy and his girlfriend. Do you know the friction in that house? Father and son living side by side in a motherfucking room in the ghetto. I had to move the young nigga. And then ultimately, that's the young nigga I took. I threw him and that bitch out and that baby in the window. But can you imagine the friction living in the same room with your sorry, in the same house with your sorry ass dad? And he got him a new, and he treating her better.
What? I actually couldn't imagine it.
That's right. And that's what I'm saying. So if you.
And your point is what?
Right. Imagine the hatred, because I saw it, that young boy, they were raging in my house the same way that this young boy probably raged at his dad. And he was a little bit bigger than his dad. And he was younger than his dad. And his dad was afraid of him. And I eventually had to move that boy to another house. Right. And that almost mirrors the situation here, in that a young boy probably didn't respect his dad. His dad never was able to do much for him. And he raging. The whole, I know the backstory to this. I haven't put it all up, but the boy had been raging all day. And as his daddy said, well, he's never been this bad before. He's been punking me all along, but this is really bad.
Well, if they that bad, they need to be joining community like AmeriCorps, which there's millions of dollars funding to help people from disparaging communities, so they can go serve their country and
that's a good idea.
Earn money for college, so they don't have to live in that all. They don't have to live in all that shit if they don't want to.
What is it with conservatives and taking anecdotes and making them universal experiences?
Yeah, you're right, Sam. I'm gonna change the subject a little bit. Hey, Ava, are you still there? Is Ava still here? I had to tell her a Ben Thorpe story if she's still here. Ava,
Lord.
You guys are gonna love this.
There's a million different programs out there that people can take advantage of to get ahead in life.
There's also a million different positive stories and a million different things a man as smart as John Galt can do.
Yeah,
maybe go rent a place, rent out places, and like, I don't know.
Ava, are you here? Are you available to talk yet? Are you available to talk?
I work with the state. I work with AmeriCorps.
Yeah. Ava, are you able to hear me? Are you on mute? I can't hear you, Ava.
She's in Ben's RV, or I'm sorry, camper.
Ava, we can't hear you, Ava.
She wasn't. She tricked him. She was gonna show up, but she tricked them, all of them.
Oh, she's outside smoking. Hey, Process, if you're gonna join, Process, feel free to join if you like. Yeah, Ava. When you get
every year,
but we can't hear you.
Yeah, we can't hear you.
Every year in Alaska, we rescue people of all tribes and neighbors and races to join the AmeriCorps program so we can have better community.
Well, I
It's
think
what
we
we
ought to
all
move.
want, right?
We ought to
Hey,
move all
hold
that to John's
Hey,
ghetto.
hey, hold on for a second. Hey, the Process, what's up?
Oh no, it just got worse.
Hey, when Ava comes back up, I want to run something past you. Ben and what's it? Grace. They're probably a stone's throw away from me in Maryland here, right behind me.
Oh yeah, I know they want to link up with you.
Yeah. I was thinking about going out there in the
They're
morning.
coming down to rent a room.
I don't know if we can afford it.
Can they afford the gold coins? They need a lot of gold coins to be affording their John Galt rent.
You know what? I should get them to film one. Film. You know what? They should film a live in one of my Airbnbs. That would be great, right?
Well, $100 bills work just as good as gold coins, right?
I think so. At this point in time, what
You
do you think
got
about that?
RV hookups, John?
Say what? I'm sorry. What do you think about that? You think I should get you think I should get them to do John? You got money like what? We haven't mentioned money.
I'm getting the Trump gold coin.
I like
Vote
that.
for
Hey.
Donald Trump.
Hey, what do you guys what do you guys in the chat and you guys?
No, they got shit gold coins. That's all I know. They got 0.9 finest.
Hey, what do you guys think? You think I should get
Trump's coin is fool's gold.
Hold on. I ain't talking about you think I should get the
John's about to drop gold. Be quiet.
You think I should get see if the thoughts want to, because they mentioned it, but I'm kind of busy, so I didn't have a chance to really think it through.
I'm gonna buy the Trump gold. That's the one.
No one cares about that. John, I think you should, John. I think it'd be fun content wise, but it's up to you.
I think so too. That's what I was thinking. I just haven't thought of what
Princess, have you gotten a haircut yet?
No, I really need to.
Stanley. Oh man.
You guys are a hoot, man.
Yeah.
Love y'all.
What comes up you here, Princess? Are you here to shill for the grace? Are they that desperate? What's going on here?
No, actually, Trekkie messaged me on Discord saying,
"What's your purpose?"
A white lib. I was just checking in. Trekkie said you need a white liberal for this panel.
Oh, okay.
Watch out for
Oh, you
Trekkie,
missed all
bro.
the whole.
It's over. You guys are done talking about white dudes for Kamala Harris.
You missed the whole part. Yeah, that's over, man. You're way too late. We had the whole thing queued up, and we were watching it live.
We need a white lib to take up for black people.
That's me, the white
I got a
warrior.
story to tell you guys, man. It's gonna blow your mind. You won't fucking believe this shit. I bought the Road podcast. I'm not getting paid for this. I'm not advertising anything.
Uh-huh.
Ooh,
I bought the Road Podcaster Pro. As you can see, it's not hooked up, right? The damn USB that goes to the computer broke.
Yeah.
Right? So if I stick the USB in here, if you can see it, it doesn't connect. So I bought a new one. So I got to go get it tomorrow. I actually bought the same one, but then like Road Pro 2 or whatever. So I'll get it tomorrow. So that's why I'm not on my regular mic or anything. Like
So that's why. I thought you were packing up for travel or something.
But so I'm going to get this one fixed. It has to be pretty easy just to reattach the USB-C because the rest of the machine works. It's just
you don't have a
yeah, but it's a
toolkit to
pain.
take
It's
that
a
out?
pain. Yeah,
Well, I
but it's a
thought you-
pain, Stanley. Yeah, it's a pain because if you were in Asia, they would do it for so cheap to repair those
Yeah.
type of things. That's a great thing about living in Asia. Yeah.
So I think I'm gonna I'm gonna try to get it fixed. And, you know, if it's under $200, it's probably worth getting it fixed.
Man,
Well,
if you're in Asia, man, damn.
I live in the United States, and I get AliExpress for half price from what Amazon.
Yeah, but you can't get things
but
fixed. You know, that's the problem. Like people don't, you know, in America they don't have the shops to fix them really, and
just fix them ourselves.
Yeah,
Don't
you
you
can.
know how-
You can.
Don't
You
you
can
know how
unsolder.
to?
Garion,
don't
if he
know
was
how
with
to-
you. No, Garion
You
could.
don't-
Garion, if he was there with him, he could do
Hey,
it.
listen, Garion's in New York
Well, I
right now,
thought
man.
John knew how
Oh
to
shit,
do
Garion.
stuff.
Yeah, that's right. He is.
He's in New
Like
York right now.
he could unsolder that thing and replace it. Yeah, he could. Oh,
You think it needs to
man.
be? You think it needs to be soldered? You think
It might. It might. It might. It
Might.
depends on the damage.
Maybe.
Yeah. Yeah. It depends
What
on how much
happened to
damage it
being
is.
able to do stuff?
I'm not a hardware guy. It is my weakness, like.
Yeah, that's your weakness, huh, John?
Yeah. That's not my wheelhouse there, as you say. But yeah, so I was thinking about this thing with someone said John. Can you guys hear me? John, don't fuck with the dirt. You know, I don't know.
Yeah, someone turn her mic up. Her mic is down a little bit. The
mic,
lady next to me there.
Yeah, I'll do that. Let me see if I can edit the mic settings. All right.
No, I think you just lost her voice.
Let me see if this mic.
I'm gonna get my laptop and get my mic. Is what
I raised it up. I raised it up. So it should be better.
Oh, sorry about that, guys.
Where'd you get the Rode device? Is there somewhere you got it from where you can like return it and get a replacement?
I got it at Guitar Center, but you know, I'm thinking about.
I just got this one in the mail today.
Well, what is that? I can't tell what it is.
Yeah, it's an action cam.
Oh, okay.
I thought that was a Trump coin.
That's somewhere else.
Yeah,
that's too valuable to show on stream. You know.
Well, I want to start doing more live streams. So
interesting.
Yeah, it's got I got all kind of other fixtures, so I can wear it on my backpack or vest or whatever adventure I'm doing.
Do you ever do any trapping up there in Alaska?
Nah. Why did I want to trap a rodent when I could go to the store and get a prime rib or whatever?
Well, no, I was thinking about like fur trapping.
Oh yeah, no. I wear regular clothes. I don't wear Indian clothes.
Well, no, I was thinking a guy like you would like be like I don't know, a fur trapper.
I don't know, maybe one day. Not right now. I'm too busy with other shit. So. Isn't that right?
What are you busy with?
Staying away from people.
Look at the dog. You are off the grid, so.
Yeah, he's off the grid.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Ava was asking you, John, if you were gonna be the new sugar daddy for her.
Shit, I don't have any much sugar, baby. Much more sugar. I don't have much to spread around.
we could all use some more. We could all use some more sugar, just like that one song from the Sugar for Me. If you got me, more sugar for you.
Well, John has 4 black guys on a video for you.
Oh yeah.
I think I showed it to him already. Hey,
Dog
Craig,
very serious.
So get cracked. So I bought it the Rode Pro Podcaster 2, right? And I think it has Bluetooth or something like that in it. Maybe slight upgrade to the one. So I said, fuck it,
Right.
I keep the other one, and then what I'll do is I'm thinking about doing this studio thing, so it'll just be another studio. So they're giving me another mic, so I have the capabilities. You remember how we were out on Franklin Avenue?
Yep.
And I didn't have 2 mics, so now I have 2 mics. I will have 2 mics.
Yeah, I see.
So there'll be some better capabilities.
Yeah, I still don't get the phone call-in line issue, that whole thing. When you left to put your headphones into the mic, I could hear the panel more. It was like, man, I don't know why I could hear the panel like for a little bit, like I don't know where we gotta adjust the volume somehow, man. Like something's up with that.
Hey, Process, do y'all take calls on Thought?
No, actually, I want to
they
ask you
don't.
about that. How did you set up the phone call number? Like,
we
haven't got it perfect, man. We don't know how to get it perfect, right? Like
we haven't got the sound perfect. The connectivity is perfect. It's just the sound.
Like the panel, I can't hear the panel when I'm calling in. And then I don't know. It's a mixer setting somewhere. You gotta set up all that shit.
I think this is one of the best panels I've been on in a while. I appreciate y'all.
I appreciate having you here. Hey, Get Crack, I just put a comment up right here. You can take a look at that article. You might find it interesting. I mentioned it earlier in the stream earlier today, but it was interesting. That's the article that was about the euro dollar. If you're interested in reading it, that's the source. So let me see. What was I about to show you?
Well, there was something earlier about how the euro is gaining strength on the actual American dollar and the Canadian dollar. And the American dollar seems to be becoming like weaker by the day, if not week or year. It seems to be becoming more and more worthless by the day. Isn't that right?
What do you think, Craig?
Well, I mean, that depends on your situation, right? Because the Fed would say like, oh, it's just 2% inflation, 3% inflation, so we're gonna hit our target. But the sticky inflation is 4%. And if you look at the old statistics of how inflation was calculated, it's a lot higher, So it's like you said, John, right? Like the poor people get the hit. The rich people don't care. They get 0% loans. Why do they care, right? And that was your point of view, and it's exactly right. Inflation is the same way. It's like the people at the bottom will take the hit. People at the top, like that inflation doesn't really matter. I don't care if my corn is like $6 a ear or something, right? It's like I don't give a fuck. I mean, I just wanted to get pizza, and it was like a small ass pizza. And it was like $12. I'm like, what the fuck is this crap?
Yeah,
it's like $12 now for a slice. I'm like, oh my god,
you can't make
like,
your own pizza.
If you got money, it doesn't matter. But if you don't, that's a big
Make
deal.
your own-
So
make
that's
your
how
own
it is.
pizza at home.
Inflation, loans, it's all the same.
Hey, Get Crack. I guess this question is probably directed at you. Are people investing into the U.S. dollar and saving on Bitcoin?
Yeah, that's why we were talking about like T-bills and things like that. And yeah, it's like nah, it's over for that. I'm moving my parents back into like aggressive stocks and things. So if you wanna make it big right now, you should be planning to buy the dips in very aggressive instruments. So Bitcoin is one of them. Yes, that's true.
How far would Bitcoin need to dip?
So it doesn't matter if
for
you
to
believe in
buy
Bitcoin
it?
or not.
At what price are you gonna buy more?
It doesn't need to dip much. No, it doesn't have to be. It's just a timing thing. It's just like if I see it at the right time, I'll buy it. It's kind of like last October. Like I don't know what price it will dip at, but I just know. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's just timing. It's just October. You just buy in October. That's it. You buy in October, you sell in January. You buy in October, you sell in January. So that's really
Do you think
all you gotta
that's like
do. And the same thing
consistent
with
every
stock market.
every single year?
Is that Bitcoin right there?
It's just because it's an election year.
What does it even mean to invest in the US dollar? Does that mean like buying stocks?
No, yeah. Like Imperius and like I think Stanley had an argument about like, oh, does the dollar mean the economy is strong? And I put back on that because I was saying like a strong dollar is not necessarily a good thing. A weak dollar is definitely not a good thing. And it's kind of like our discussion about interest rates. Like people were saying like, oh, lower interest rates is good, higher interest rates is bad, but you know, it's not about the actual number, it's the range, the actual curve. It's all kinds of things into it. So don't worry about those things. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. Really don't worry about that.
Hold on a minute, because that's like you don't recognize the cost of bread and eggs at the store.
No, you see that's what I was saying at the beginning. That's what I was saying at the beginning about inflation. The rich people don't think like you. They're not thinking about the price of bread. They're thinking about the Forex market. Like if I have an offshore account in Ireland where I have my pharmaceutical company and I'm putting my money back because Joe Biden said I have a higher corporate rate, then I would be thinking like, hey, if the euro is weak and the dollar is strong and I'm repatriating my money to pay taxes and the corporate rate has gone up, then that means like that's a different issue. I don't want a strong dollar. I want a weak dollar. So that's the thing you got to think about. These rich guys, they don't want a strong dollar if they have to pay taxes. So they don't care about your bread. If your bread is like $10, $20 a loaf, they don't give a shit. Let's put it that way. Because I want to have my 2% because I want to have a lower tax rate.
I just wanted to say.
Go ahead. And then I want to ask Crack something about inflation. Go ahead.
That's the aspects of inflation. John got it right. Because they act like they're giving to you on one end, and then on the other end they're bending over and do what they want with your bitch ass, right?
Indeed. Hey, look, here's the thing about inflation that I've been reading about. Has anyone traveled overseas, third world country, anywhere like that?
Yeah.
I mean, like lately.
Lately,
they wouldn't.
Like Argentina. Yeah, Argentina's great. If you go to Argentina, your money goes really far.
Right.
Or Thailand.
Yeah, it does. Like I know people that go to Argentina frequently now because it's like the inflation is so high. They go there, they get Western Union, like they use Western Union to get the money, or they can use like and they can get a really good exchange rate because like yeah, it's crazy. And they'll just use dollars directly and they'll be like, "Oh man, I'm living it up here."
That's a way to pay for Donald Trump's border wall is to tax all that money going to Mexico every time they make a electronic transaction.
So Ava, oh wait, hold on.
Tax it by 30%, and that'll pay for everything.
Well,
hold on, Craig. I want to go somewhere with this. I want to get your input on this. I read a lot of like Facebook groups. I'm in a lot of Facebook groups, and I read the what do they call those guys? The passport bros, right?
Yeah, passport bros, right?
And they're going down to Colombia having the time of their life.
Yep, they probably are. I've been there before, yeah.
Someone got murdered.
they talk about how cheap things are, right?
Yep, they are cheap.
They're not talking about inflation.
They're not talking about inflation. That's right.
I read other blogs where people have been to Russia and other places, and they don't talk about inflation. So
yeah, because you know.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, Grant.
Well, because the thing is, we're exporting inflation because the way the exchange rate works on our favor right now, we're exporting it. Yeah, we have inflation at home, but outside, like they have much more greater inflation. So when you travel overseas, you're like, man, I'm living it up.
Well,
yeah,
we can export our inflation in the dollar, right?
Right.
That's more or less
correct.
right. And
Yes.
that's how we can. But what have we been doing lately? And I want to expound on this topic in the morning when we have like Get Craig, and Master Kim here, and Ryan. Well, Ryan's here now. But what have we been doing lately? We've cut off a lot of countries, right? Any
The
country
SWIFT, you
that
mean?
right, with the SWIFT and things like that.
Not really.
Yeah.
We have
Indeed.
we
Matter of fact, the article that I posted in the chat before you get cracked, it talks about the euro dollar basically is a way around SWIFT. SWIFT is nothing but a messaging platform.
if we've been
Yeah, that's
given
true. That's
Iran,
Right?
if we've been given
Look at
Iran,
Look at Ryan.
if
Look at Ryan.
if we've been given Iran like $89 billion,
All right.
like
But
that,
hold
that's
on,
not
12.
cutting off,
All right,
dude.
12. But
That's not cutting off anything.
Hold on, 12. But
So we're not trying to win this war.
Hold on, 12. If we typically, and this is just my logic, my just thinking it through. If we're exporting inflation by way of the dollar, one aspect of inflation, one component, and we're cutting countries off from the dollar, then we're not able to effectively export all of our inflation to them by way of the dollar because they are having trouble accessing the dollar. They can access the euro dollar. That's a little bit more esoteric to explain.
Have you ever?
Hold on.
Hold on. Have you ever?
Let you get it out this time. Go ahead. Go ahead, Tor.
Have you ever heard of the petrodollar? Do you know what that is?
Yeah, I'm familiar with it. But
so
yes,
Can I give Ava some investing advice?
Yes, please.
So I think my advice might differ a little bit from what Jack would say. I mean, I don't mind Bitcoin. You can, hopefully if it's a bull market, then it is good to invest in. But if you want to be more safe, invest in not
boo safe, boo boring.
Broadband mutual funds and ETFs. I think the rates are like over 10 years. There's like always a 16% increase over time. So
what's a mutual fund? Because I only do ETFs.
Oh man, mutual funds. Man, this is so boomer. You guys are young. You guys need to be risky.
What do you do? What do you do, Get Crack?
Well,
Bitcoin,
miners do not have time to day trade like you. So if you want to,
no, it's not day trade. I just tell people to buy in October. That's it.
Hold on, Craig. Let Francis get his point of view out, and then.
All right, fine.
I'm almost done, but I think I don't disagree. Get Crack, but if you want to have like a less thoughtful approach where you just you do this over time, and you just maybe you do a certain amount over a long time. And you don't think about it, you just leave it there. That's a good way to go. But
we don't follow white gay channels around here, okay? We're not in the.
I'm gonna put you backstage for a minute. Go ahead, Process.
No, I'm done. I was just making sure. I think he's talking about himself right there. I think you should main screen Ava.
I actually agree.
Yeah, see this is why you guys don't make money. You got mutual funds. You tell me mutual funds and you're gonna do this shit. Yeah.
I don't get the hard on you do by trading and watching numbers constantly. I have better things to do.
No, I don't trade constantly. I tell people I tell people to do swing trading, which is like 1 to 2 months or cold quarter. And I told people to buy
all
Mara
I'm
in
saying
last
is not
October.
everyone,
3 months they tripled their money.
not
Whoever listened to
everyone
me
gets,
tripled their money.
not
And that
everyone gets the hard on you do over this stuff.
no, I don't get the hard on. I'm trying to get you money. And that's why I'm starting my thing right now, my advice right now. And that's why I'm doing this.
I'm not
And I think a
criticizing
lot of
you.
people will benefit. No, I'm not. I know you're not, but I'm just saying like young people, like I think they have to be more aggressive now. That's all I'm saying. Like they
I
shouldn't.
don't disagree with you, and I have to admit, I'm when you say boomer, I guess I'll have to just accept that.
No, because for boomers like my parents, I told them do T-bills. Very boring,
Well,
5%.
of course,
That's
you're
all they
more
need.
aggressive. You're more aggressive when you're young. You get more conservative as you get
Yeah.
old.
Yep, that's right.
Unfortunately, I'm I don't have to be like a billionaire by the time I'm 60 or whatever. I'm okay as long as I have enough to do what I want to do. I'm good.
Well, yeah. The problem I feel like Stanley is like I feel like something's changing, and I think Dennison, if he was on here, he would agree with me. And CKJ3, it's like we feel like the old ways. Like I would, because I made my money just investing very slowly, 10 years out and stuff like that. But I feel like it's not gonna work anymore very soon. In a way,
Yeah,
I don't know what's coming down the
Your
pipe.
style of
I think.
investing? Why wouldn't it?
No,
Yeah, I mean,
doing.
Hey, Stanley, I don't think fundamental style investing works anymore. I think it worked 40 years ago. I don't think it works anymore.
I can't argue that point. I don't argue the point, and I think maybe I'm gonna lose this point. I've just found that it depends on your goals. I mean,
yeah, it does.
to be honest,
it does.
you know what? I would love for my son to be retired by the time he's 40. So he's gonna have to be aggressive.
40. Okay. Yeah, he has to be aggressive. Yeah, 40. So he's just starting college, right, Stanley?
Yeah.
He's gonna start like next year.
He's gonna start in 3 weeks.
3 weeks. Yeah, that's right. Shit. Man, they start early now, Stanley? They start that early?
I'm just saying that, I don't know. I'm hogging the conversation. Maybe you're changing my mind.
Yeah, I don't know, Stanley. It's hard because it's very hard for me to talk like that because I really don't want to people take risk. But I feel like maybe
at his
it's
age
just
you can. As a matter of fact, I have a buddy of mine. Of mine who he's like, you know what? If your son in 2 years going to a place like this gets part of a startup, he can make like, a bunch of money in a startup.
I see.
To me, that's a risk. He's young enough to take that risk. I mean, there are people who make
he's young enough to take that risk. Yeah,
$1 million, by the time they're 20.
Can I jump in here?
That's very lucky though. That's just a lottery ticket, man.
He's pretty smart.
Because I have heard a little about this.
Yeah, he's pretty. It's still a risk though, right, Stanley?
Hey, let Francis jump in. What do you got to say, Francis?
He would survive the risk, though. He'll never starve.
Well, let me see how you feel about this.
Okay.
I think you still can do that, but I think it's not as achievable as it used to be, especially because of the interest rate things. Because like back in the day, if you like got into, I'm trying to think a more recent example, like Facebook before it got huge, or a lot of tech companies before they got huge,
right?
They got those crazy valuations, and that's why like those early employees made a lot of money because they either got like stock or some kind of,
like PayPal mafia.
that's going to be a lot harder nowadays because I think the way they're evaluating tech companies is a lot different than it was 5-10 years ago. So that's still possible, but I think it's going to be a lot rarer than it was in the past.
So process, we got Rashu, and he's going to be a resident crypto guy. So, I mean, it might still be possible, but you have to look outside the stock market at this point. So, yeah, John, did you see the part of the stream where you dipped off? Where I was talking about hey, this house in South Texas was being sold on a REIT in Solana Bitcoin, crypto. And
Really?
so I was like, hey, and I was promoting because I was trying to tell Rashu, hey, can you explain to us the technology here? How can a house be? Because that's why I want you to make your own coin, John. And once you make your own coin, Princess, Ava, all these guys can go into it. Stanley's son can get into it. They can invest in your properties, make your properties big. And it's just like, oh man, this is the dream, because you guys are young, right? All these people are young, and it's like it's worth it to try these new technologies out. And you have the experience in real estate, John.
Yeah.
Well, you'll see. You'll see. Once I'm working on it, I gotta work on it now. I think I'm gonna have to get really serious about learning crypto now.
And then we can do a rug pull later.
What are the actual uses of crypto other than
that's the
buying
problem.
drugs from the dark web?
Yeah, I mean that was the old way of thinking. We have new ways of thinking now, Ava.
What is your way of thinking?
No, it's not my way. It's whoever these smart asses doing software are thinking, and that's what we want to do. So they're trying to make things legit. They're trying to make things more I guess, more palatable for investors. So yeah, the old way was it was only useful to buy drugs, which was he had the Silk Road and all that stuff. The Silk Road guy was arrested probably near my house, probably back in the day. Near public library. But things now are changing, and if the big guys are jumping in and trying to promote things, like you got JP Morgan and all these guys, hey, I gotta say, we gotta go for it, John. We gotta go for it.
Let's try it. Let's
try it. I gotta research some more stuff, John. Did you get my email for the Taiwan stuff? So that's my email. My
Oh, okay. That was you. Okay.
Yeah, it's my fake email. It's tied to my fake Twitter account. So I had a black Twitter account. I had a fake one for 2016. So I'm using that one again. So yeah, I'm a black dude. Twitter.
I swear, I feel like that's 2/3 of
Yeah, only me, right? I was claiming I was a black conservative just to troll people. It was like, what the fuck? I was like, oh, whatever. You guys are crazy. That was before I met you guys.
It's like Russia collusion.
Yeah. It was me. That was all my fault. My bad.
The Russian collusion started with what was it? It was basically off of Twitter or something, right?
Yeah.
Was it? I think
it was. So.
I think Facebook too.
Yeah, Facebook. Yeah.
Yeah. I forgot what they were called. It was based in Canada too. They had another one. I don't know. These guys are crazy.
Cambridge Analytica.
Cambridge Analytica. That's right. It was Canada.
Yeah. Hey, Francis, do you do editing?
Not really. I'm learning some stuff my own just for my own channel, but I would not say I'm an editor.
Ava, you do editing?
No, but I feel like I would be good at it.
Positive editing.
I mean, I've edited my own videos.
Ava, I would pay you to edit some content for me if you want.
Yeah, I'll do that. Please.
Yeah, we need help, Ava.
Yeah,
we need help, and you gotta buy the coins.
Yeah, you only get paid in John Galt coin.
Yeah, that's the whole Ponzi scheme.
Well, then I'm definitely gonna do it, man. Baby.
No, I mean, the thing is, like, we don't want to make scams, and it's just like this retarded because scams only last for a day. We want to make this legit. I hope what I'm gonna do is really legit because if John can do what the big guys do in the stock market with low overhead, man, that's so great. Because little people like you can invest in his properties, and it's like, man, right? So, John, you can improve your properties based off people's funding, and then you give them a little dividend, and then the coins will start growing, and then you start paying all your workers in those coins, and it'll just pump naturally. There's no scam there.
No, there's no scam there.
Mm.
Yeah, Crack, I think you're onto something.
Can I tell
Yeah, I think I
a
am.
little story?
Can I speak
Get correct.
to
Do you know about BlockFi?
BlockFi, I heard of it. Yeah.
Point of view. Trump and Bitcoin. Anything that this man has touched has turned to shit. And dude couldn't run a casino. Do I really want him involved with things like
Well,
Bitcoin?
the thing about it, Stanley, like I think John is definitely a skeptic of Bitcoin, and the thing is,
Oh
like,
no. I'm talking Trump getting involved with Bitcoin.
yeah. So what we're doing is going to be separate from that. It's going to be another crypto, Stanley. So
Right.
yeah,
but
it's going to be
because Bitcoin's the biggest. If it falls, a lot of the other coins go to shit too.
That's true. That is a danger. That is a danger, which we have to be cognizant of.
Like saying
Tim got involved with Bitcoin, Vivek, and Trump.
Stanley, hold on. Like, I promise you, I've talked a lot about Bitcoin and not even mentioned Trump. I think that when I did mention Trump, I mentioned him in the thing that he said where he views it as a strategic reserve asset.
Yeah, and anything that Trump touches turns to shit.
Hold on. And that changed my whole point of view on it. When you start talking that kind of language, and you start talking a governmental agency to mine crypto, and then a day or so later, I did another stream talking about how the Bitcoin, I can't remember the term, hash rate, draw rate, or whatever it was, where the smaller companies cannot compete. And that seemed, and they were talking about it, it was something about they hadn't sold their Bitcoins yet, but they were surprised. And I think that it's going to be where big governments are going to be able to easily mine the Bitcoin. And if the government gets into it, well, they're going to control the Bitcoin, and it will be more and more stable and accepted if the government gets behind it. And so that changed my whole thinking on it from it being a scam to the government is going to get behind it. And I think this is bigger than Trump. I think it's bigger than Trump.
Bitcoin came about to avoid the government. The government getting behind it.
A lot of things came about to avoid the government, and they end up being consumed by the government or regulated by the government.
Yeah, and not always for the better. And what I want to emphasize is Trump getting involved in it is a problem. He has ruined more businesses, as many businesses as he started, he has ruined.
Stanley, I promise you, all that could be true.
Well, it probably is true based on history.
Fair enough. But this is bigger than Trump. He didn't come up with a crypto mining governmental agency.
He didn't invent casinos either, but he managed to wreck a couple.
Somebody, in my opinion, this is my opinion, and I've done shows on JD Vance being propped up, funded by people who have made a lot of money with Bitcoin. And Peter Thiel, I talked about it. You could take that and say, well, I was being critical of JD Vance. But I think the government is going to get behind the Bitcoin. I think it is right for someone with a lot of money and power and the capability to pay for the power consumption to dominate. That's one of the streams that I talked about. And with Trump now saying that the government is talking about a governmental agency, and he has advisors. These are people who are pushing Bitcoin. This is not, it's bigger than him.
But let me put it to you this way. The government doesn't own power. Power companies are independently owned. They don't, the government uses Amazon Web Services. So all this stuff's going to be outsourced anyway.
And just like the government can pay Amazon $10 billion for web services, they could pay another $2 or $3 billion to mine Bitcoin. Right? They can do that. They can do that easier. They can do that easier than any other company. Sure, go ahead, Process.
I just want to say, actually, I agree with Stanley, and I bring it full circle. That's why you should vote for Kamala Harris, because it's going to make Bitcoin go to the moon. 100K, let's go.
I think the government should stay, I think the government should stay out of Bitcoin.
I think the government is going to get in Bitcoin either way it goes. I think they
Hey,
have.
John, like you had that article, right?
Hold on.
Maybe you should pull it up for him.
Are you talking about the milkshake theory?
No, the one with the government agencies doing their little thing with the mining, and you had that article, didn't you?
Oh yeah, I got
that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, cue it up, man. Show it to Stanley.
Yeah,
This is gonna be interesting, right?
Yeah, I'll pull up, but Stanley is very technical. I've shown you what a hash look like. I've talked about.
Well, just drop the link. I can read it. You don't have to ruin the show.
Yeah, drop the link, Craig, if you can find it.
No, I don't have it. I don't remember.
But basically, you've seen small guys like Solid Snake come on here. He's talked about
Ryan, you're right.
Yeah, well, they're gonna because it's as Trump said, and I don't think it's just Trump. On the other side of the aisle, the same advisors are going to be advising them that Bitcoin is a strategic reserve asset. When they start using those type of terms and language, that means something. They're going to put the full force of the government. Trump mentioned it, and I'm sure it wasn't his original thought. And the same people that's telling him are telling the Democrat side as well that this Bitcoin needs to be used strategically. And
this is the same government Trump wants to basically reduce and get rid of.
Stop focusing on Trump. This is bigger than Trump. Get Crack has talked about the milkshake.
And I argue it's not.
Okay, all right. Well, how big is the Bitcoin market? Crack, how big is the Bitcoin market?
Very, very small right now.
What's the market valuation? What's the market valuation?
You want me to pull up that graphic? You want to pull up that graphic? Derivatives are way higher.
Okay,
but I mean, this is an old graphic though.
The total market value of the Bitcoin, all the market, the futures, the options, everything, probably what, 2 trillion, maybe?
Yeah.
Maybe more. I don't know.
But it's still small. But it's still small though, compared to like everything else.
But relative to Trump's wealth, it dwarfs Trump's wealth, correct? The people that are in the Bitcoin, the people that are pushing Bitcoin, these are real heavyweight players. Peter Thiel is a heavyweight. Is that fair? Would you say that's fair? He's a much more of a heavyweight than Trump. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair.
So if he wants Bitcoin, he can buy both sides of the aisle. He can buy Democrats and Republicans. Is that right? And we've talked about how he funded. He made J.D. Vance. I bet you that if we start looking, he's probably made a whole bunch of Democrats too. He's going to get what he wants done. The Bitcoin is coming. If it ain't gonna, look how much money he's made off it. I talked the whole stream about this man probably turned $1 billion off of Bitcoin trades.
Ever heard of oligarchy?
Yeah. Well, I think that's somewhat what we're living in, Stanley, honestly, or corptocracy or some type of thing.
I don't disagree with that.
Right.
And it's only going to get worse when we start adding Bitcoin and all this other stuff to it. As a matter of fact, Peter Thiel believes in monarchies. I'm sorry, monopolies.
Of course he does. I mean, I'm sure he does. Hell, I believe in it. If I can have my own. If I can have a monopoly, I believe in it too.
Yeah, King John, baby.
But so that's my stance on Bitcoin. Again, I think it's so much bigger than Trump. Trump or not, it's coming. What do you think, Craig?
Yeah, I agree with you, and I think like a lot of the stuff we were talking about with Tether and things, like it helps the governments of the world.
Yeah.
It helps the
Yeah.
Eurodollar system, right?
Yeah.
You got
Yeah.
the Eurodollar system. These people got to learn about the Eurodollar system first, and we're moving on to SOFR and LIBOR with all this stuff. So, hey guys, you're learning old stuff right now, and there's a new thing coming along.
Can I share my stream for a second? Because it sounds like
go right ahead.
It sounds like you're exaggerating what Trump said a little bit. It sounds like he did not. He said he was not going to do a strategic reserve thing. I'm sharing it, but I think you did bring it on stage.
Sure, go right ahead.
I think you did bring it up. I'm already sharing it.
You need me to bring it? Oh, all right.
Well, John, when you talk about the strategic reserve, it was like the government saying that, right?
Right.
It was somebody else saying that.
Well, so he said he would maintain current levels of Bitcoin holdings already amassed by seizing assets. He did not say anything about becoming a strategic reserve. It sounds like he did not say that.
He stopped short, but the fact that it's being mentioned, you
just coming up.
You familiar?
I just want to clarify.
Yeah, it's fair. You familiar like since you mentioned that, you also mentioned or it was mentioned of a governmental mining agency. Did you?
That's
see
why
that
you got to
today?
bring that article up. Yeah, you got to bring that article.
It may be in this article right here. It may be in this article right here. You may see it.
I'll see if I can find the article.
Yeah, it's like he called it some mining, governmental mining. I could look it up. I did the stream about it, but
So this decentralized info talked about Ethereum. Like, so I was trying to talk about that yesterday with Rashu. So it's like, yeah, you're scraping the surface about crypto. There's a whole universe. We talk about level 1, level 2, smart contracts, and this is what I want to get you involved in, John, with your properties. So there are actually real things involved outside of Bitcoin, and that's what we have to think about.
Yeah. I like the idea that we really. I'll send you an email.
Yep.
Oh, no, I'm seeing my phone number.
Yeah.
Call me from one of your burners.
It's the same burner, man. You just call. No one has blown up my phone, so that burner still works.
Taking more valuable than the coins for security. I know that banks are implementing cryptos. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, I can see that.
Aren't Bitcoin ETFs going to be a thing soon? Also,
they already are. This Ethereum ETFs are going to come soon. Ethereum are the one that's the next one that's coming up. Bitcoin ETFs are already around since like several months at least for spot. Futures Bitcoin ETFs are already around for like a year.
What about like altcoin ETFs?
No, they're not yet. For America, not yet. Other countries probably, because other countries don't give a shit.
Dead air.
Right. No, you guys are way behind the 8 ball, man. The thing is starting. So I'm thinking like this October, there's gonna be a new wave.
I have some Bitcoin and Ethereum.
Yeah, that's boring. Boomer. Bitcoin and Ethereum are boomer shit.
Or
Solana, get on Solana. You should have got Solana. That was like a 10xer right there.
Let me put
There's
it to
probably
you this
I
way.
don't know. That's why we need that. That's why we need like Rashu up here. He probably tell you
Is
more.
Gen
I
Z
can't do you
is
much.
Gen Z gonna be in charge of all this stuff?
Yeah, maybe.
Ooh, good point.
Because if
Do you think so?
Francis doesn't know about this
I'm gonna
stuff, it looks like
stop.
Gen Z is gonna
I'm
take
going
over.
to stop there.
I know about Ada. I never bought any, but I should have bought it years ago. I remember looking at it like 4 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, to me, like I'm like Stanley. I'm just like, man, I don't really trust this shit. But now I'm thinking like, hey, things are getting so weird now with this election and all this. I'm thinking like, I gotta diversify.
Thing is, I'm boring. I agree. I'm boring because I'll fuck around with Bitcoin, like, but it's never more than like 10% of my total assets or whatever.
Yeah, that's fine. That's perfectly fine. 10%. That's actually probably too much, in my opinion. But you know,
at most,
that's
that's
me.
fine, yeah.
You're younger than me, so maybe 10% is okay. I don't know.
Well, it was a lower percentage, but it's been going up a lot.
Oh, it's because of the value went up that it's grown. Yeah, you might. That's fine. Just leave it there. I don't think that's gonna be a problem.
No, my mindset was when I bought it, it's like I'm gonna buy this, I'm gonna sit on it.
Yeah. That's okay. That's okay. Yeah, probably 10%, so still okay. Yeah, I got man.
You think John should meet up with the Thorpes?
Hey,
I don't
Craig, I
know.
wanted
That's
to
up
ask
to
you a
him.
question. Hey, Craig, I heard you talking about those, but Craig, I wanted to ask you a question before I forget. How much of the inflation you think is due to their like policy of pushing for higher minimum wages, all these COVID tip taxes, all that kind of stuff? How much do you think?
California's crazy about them.
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot of news like talking about like these, like they add surcharges on people's like dining, like if when they go out, like they see this labor cost added on and some 5% this and that. Yeah, it depends on the city you eat at too. So San Francisco is probably one of the more.
I mean,
Yeah,
when you
they'll
look at
add
the
like some
gas price,
healthcare tax on them.
when you look at the gas prices,
Yeah,
say
gas.
in California specifically, right? Your gas prices are
Yeah, it's
much
high
higher than say the neighboring
because
states.
we have a different blend than the rest of the country.
Right.
We have to have a cleaner, high ethanol, and yeah,
But that's not
it's a
inflation.
special mix.
But that's not
That's not inflation because the refineries that do them are only specific to California, and every time the refineries shut down or so one of the refineries is in Richmond, right? Richmond, the city, Richmond in California, which has a high black population. So so they get a lot of pollution out there. And Martinez. So the other one is in LA, like near the airport. So if one of those two refineries like has a outage for a few days, yeah, your price will go up. Yeah.
And then you think about like building a house in California, they're all kind of green energy type rules, right?
Yeah, I mean they try to pass like laws to ban natural gas usage too, but I think the higher courts like overturned a ruling, so that might not happen.
But all
so
of that,
yeah,
the inflation alone, the having the high loans, that adds extra cost.
that adds, and Imperius, like one of those streams was telling like should he rent his house, and I was like no, like the tenants have a lot of power. Yeah, so if you get a bad tenant, it's like you're effed. Yeah,
right. And so then you have the high taxes, everything is high out there. Taxes.
Yeah, everything's high here. Yeah.
And all of that, may be lumped in the inflation, but that's really just policy, right?
Yeah, it's really at the end of the day, it's a lot of it's just policy. Yeah.
Can I ask you a question, John?
Yeah, sure. No, go ahead.
Because it's about inflation.
John, do your tenants pay their own utilities?
Hold on. One at a time. Who's first? Go ahead.
I'm gonna let Stanley go.
Do your tenants pay their own utilities?
Nah.
They're included.
Yeah, they're included. Because again, I don't have like tenancy for the most part. Just people that are here 3 days, 4 days, 5 days, a week, 2 weeks, whatever.
I gotcha.
Let me think. My question was about inflation. So I don't disagree that some inflation was definitely caused by the policies here. That being said, it seemed like it was a global issue. So maybe I'm sure there was some percentage caused by policies, but I think it seems like a global issue to me.
I mean, maybe some of it was global during COVID. Go ahead.
Yeah, but you know, it's the Fed really, because you know, if you believe in Milton Friedman, inflation is a monetary effect. So it's all based on central bank policy. They were too slow to raise the interest rates. They were too slow to raise it. They let it. They saw the fiscal stimulus and they just allowed it to fester because they saw the Trump checks, and that's I'm apolitical on inflation. It's like Trump started it. He did the checks. He did the PPP loans, right? He did, right?
Okay, so you're saying supply doesn't affect inflation?
It does, but the when you add the fiscal stimulus that he added, that compounded the issue because that rippled.
Well, it compounded
later
it, but it didn't cause it.
It didn't cause it, but it exacerbates it, and then
right. So
the monetary
argument that it's policy is it
the
doesn't
Fed
work in this
did
case.
not raise interest. Well, for California, it's different. That's why he was like John was talking about policy. It was just basically California. Yeah.
I mean, but you know,
but
the thing
for
is,
like
go ahead, get right.
No, you go.
I was gonna say, you know, that is rippled all across the country. Once New York City, San Francisco, LA, DC start to raise minimum wages, it trickled down to all the smaller third tier cities, Memphis and Atlanta and Baltimore.
Okay. The cause of current inflation is basically the supply shock caused by COVID.
That's true.
That's
true. But the Fed didn't stop it though. They saw it, and then you have hey, I said Trump started like exacerbating with the PPE, right? You should agree with me, right, Stanley?
I agree with that.
Like he did the loans.
Well, I don't know that he had a choice.
Well, but regardless,
interesting. He didn't have a choice.
That COVID bounced a lot of people out of work.
But they shut it down, didn't they? They could have left things open.
Do a COVID stream one day. We got to do.
Yeah, we do have to do a COVID stream, John, because that was a choice.
Oh, I know we're 4 years away from
COVID, but
does anyone want to talk about COVID? We do a COVID stream.
So John, like, are you sympathetic with Trump? What he did, like Stanley says, like he had no choice, or do you think like it was all a scam? What do you think, John?
Everybody was scared. He had to do it.
I wasn't. I was scared months before you guys. I got masks and I got rice and beans for my parents. And I got it months ahead because I saw the Chinese running to Costco. And then after I saw everybody freak out in March, I was like, oh, it's a scam. Never mind.
You are the John Wayne of our times. Nothing scares you. But for the rest of us.
You know, honestly, I think, and you know, Stanley, I think you're going to differ, but the other people in the audience, they have an open mind about this. I mean, I you know, because again, Stanley, I mean, like, you took all the vaccines, It's
Oh no, not the vaxes again.
like
Well,
you're all in.
taking the vaccine is nothing but an open mind.
Taking the vaccine means you're all in. To not take the vax when you were
I think that
when
is sophistry.
you were bombarded with take it. That's why
That's not
Kyrie
why I
Irving.
took it, John.
Imagine being Kyrie Irving. No one was telling Kyrie. No one. There wasn't people cheerleading for him to not take it. People were cheerleading for him to take it. And so for the people that didn't, the ones
Even Trump took it.
I don't care about Trump. I'm talking about me.
You talking about me
You
taking it?
You hung up on Trump. I don't know what Trump took.
So you care more about me being vaxxed than Trump.
Stop talking to me about Trump, man. Stop talking to me about Trump. I didn't vote for Trump. I don't vote. I don't know why you hung up on him, right?
You didn't vote for me either, but you're talking about my vax.
I'm trying to talk about the vaccine, right? I ain't talking about Trump. I can go a whole day, lifetime without talking about Trump. You can, it seems. But
no,
as it pertains to COVID, and what you see, you got me off. I forget what the hell I was about to say. and that's what the liberals do because they don't want to hear the truth. He's vaxxed up to the max, and he just want to come on here and distract me because he can't confront what I'm about to say. But again,
there's nothing to confront, John.
Craig asked me what I thought about COVID. It was a hoax.
Okay. I disagree that it was
all
a
of the
hoax.
things they told you didn't make sense. Yet people did it anyway, right?
Mm-hmm.
They did.
Mm-hmm.
You wore the mask when you saw them not wearing masks.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember what they said about this? I'm asking you a question. It's a yes or no question, Stanley. I know you're gonna give me a 20-second answer. Do you remember what they said? What the justification was for Black Lives Matter to protest during COVID? Does anyone remember?
Yeah, it was something. It was something like racism is more important than COVID. Something like that.
People couldn't have funerals, but I saw 25,000 liberals walk down Frederick Douglass in Harlem while stores were shuttered on both sides of the street.
Because of COVID or the protest?
Well, because of COVID. The businesses you see, everything's a fucking joke with these liberals. Everything's a motherfucking joke. Businesses were closed on both sides of the street. And I know you've never owned a business or you don't own one, so that probably is a joke to you. While these motherfuckers parading down the street for a drug addict were allowed to violate all the COVID rules, and the government said, yeah, racism is more important than a COVID outbreak. That should have told anybody that was...
which is more important to you?
Neither one. They both were hoaxes. They both were hoaxes. You should have been able to walk down the street, and the businesses should have been open. How about that? I know one thing. I know the businesses shouldn't have been closed while we fed some fucking drug addict nigga. I do know that, right?
You know
that's
what
I do know. I do know that we shouldn't be feeding the drug addict while all the businesses are shuttered, and we shouldn't be making justifications for people to fit this drug addict while closing all the businesses. If these niggas can walk down, or these liberals can walk down the street and fit George Floyd, then we should allow these businesses to open up.
Same thing.
Say what?
They're equivalent.
Yeah, you don't have the right to walk down the street, but you got the right to open up your business as long as you get all the permits. But one had the right to.
Well, I think you could have opened business. I don't think anyone said shut down businesses.
Businesses weren't allowing anyone in there because of the COVID rules in New York City.
Can I jump in here? I think I might be able to outline a difference here.
You do realize that in Georgia, I don't think anything like that happened.
What? Say what? Say what?
I don't think anything like that happened in Georgia.
Okay, but it happened in New York City. And
okay, New York City isn't the whole country.
Well, but those were the extreme liberals. It happened in California. It happened in
which part of New York City isn't the rest of the country? Can't you understand?
Listen, it happened in New York City. It happened in Detroit.
Mhm.
It happened in Philadelphia.
So it happened to big cities.
Liberal cities. Call it that. Since you want to put one adjective on it, add the other adjective. Big liberal cities. Huh? You can characterize them by size. Why not characterize them by their politics?
Is Atlanta a liberal city?
Let me jump in here because I think
ahead.
there's a better point to be made here because I see what you're saying, but I think the main difference is restaurants were shut down because people were congregating inside, spreading lots of germs because they're eating food and like coughing and stuff. Protests happen outside where I think it's generally kind of safer, and there's no laws put in place. I think like established you can't walk down the street during COVID, where it was established that you can't have a.
Well, conservatives can't think like that.
I don't mean to stop you, Francis, but I showed a damn video of the California police chasing a man down while he was surfing in the ocean. That man, they chased him down. So
Well, how were they chasing him on a surfboard? In a boat?
Because the California, I'll mute you now, Francis, I'm sorry. But the California governor said no beach access. Well, Get Crack can better explain. And he sent officers, or he allowed officers to go out there and arrest a man who was surfing by himself in the ocean.
So,
you remember, Stanley? You remember I showed that, right? Get Crack? You remember I showed that? Get Crack, were you there? I showed that video. The people in the audience saw it. They sent officers out there to arrest the man. There were so many stories.
John, the bottom line is California isn't the rest of the country. Detroit isn't the rest of the country. You're making blanket statements for specific, like liberal city problems.
What I'm saying to you, Stanley, it was a hoax, man. It was a hoax. How can you allow Walmart? Explain this justification for me. I just want to hear you. How could Walmart stay open, but mom and pop stores had to close? Explain it to me.
Walmart closes mom and pop stores. The bigger issue is mom and pop stores were closing before COVID.
See, I'm gonna get this nigga out here. I ain't got time for this bullshit. Everybody know that they force these mom and pops to close, but they let you go to the liquor stores. That was fine. They shut down the gyms, but they let you go to Walmart, Costco. You go to any big business you wanted to go to. Everyone knows that. But you couldn't. You couldn't go to your little mom and pops. Those people were disadvantaged. Everyone has to acknowledge that. If you can't acknowledge that, and you can sit here and say, well, somehow it was okay to go to Walmart, but you can go down to the bar with maybe 10, 15 people in there, but you could go somewhere where there's 100 damn people in a Walmart. Explain it to me. Stanley can't explain it. He's going to give me some bigger argument, some macro argument. Well, Walmart's just shutting down small business anyway. Well, the government shut them down in this case. Let the free market take its place. If the free market want to shut the business down, okay, fine. But the government should not be shutting any businesses down. Now watch, I bring him up here. He's not going to be able to explain it. But so before I bring him up, Francis, what do you got to say?
Yeah, I want to jump in here, but I will say that period of time is really foggy. My brain, it all kind of warps together. But I wonder, and I don't know the specific areas you're talking about, but I do wonder if the timeline matters. Just because I imagine at the very beginning of the COVID, when we didn't have as much information, but we were still very concerned, we might have been overly harsh in some places because we're concerned about people dying. Someone was referencing the skate park they filled up with sand. I saw that. I think that was at the very beginning of the pandemic. And then as we kind of learned more and more, I think we got better at determining what actions we actually have to take.
Francis, did I ever tell you my background in biology?
I know you've done some you do some coding and development stuff, but I don't know about your biology background.
Yeah. I think I was on your show where I was talking to that lady about my biology background. I never tell you that. I thought I was on your show.
Let me hear. Maybe you'll spark a memory.
Get Crackers here. I thought I'd tell you, Get Crack, wasn't it on Pronson's show where we talked about biology while I was talking about the PCR test?
Yeah, you were, and then Mackenzie was coming in hot and something like that. I don't know. It was somebody's stream. but I mean I want to talk about like that beach thing and all, because like it's federal property. So a lot of California, like the beaches and a lot of like even Golden Gate Park in San Francisco is within the city, but it's still, and Fort Mason and all these places, they're federal property. So yeah, when we had the lockdown, a lot of those beach places were under lockdown. So yeah, so even if the local like parks were open, those places, even if they're within the city limits, they were still under federal law. That's probably what happened.
Bro, let me tell you. I was just in Brooklyn the other day, and I showed you guys the tattered ass basketball court with the nets tattered. I showed you them same fucking liberals during COVID found the manpower to put chains right at the rim where no ball could go down the net. It would bounce out. In every basketball goal in the entire city of New York, 5 boroughs, there may be thousands of goals. How many nets, chains did they have to go cut and buy and cut? How much manpower, labor, just to put them fucking chains up, just in the basketball goals? And then they fix every patch, every entranceway that had been pried open. I showed you guys where the holes are now back in the fence, where the people are now able to cut the hole back in the fence. All those holes were patched up. You couldn't get into the park. The government moved mountains to stop you from doing something. I saw it with my own eyes. I couldn't believe it. I never would have thought that the government would go to such lengths as to put chains in the basketball hoop so the damn ball won't even go in. Just imagine the government being that damn like intent on keeping you in your house. That ain't stupidity. That ain't, oh, well, it was early, we didn't know, so we put chains in the goals. Nah, hell no, that was intentional from day one. Who the hell would think of doing some shit like that under some sinister ass motherfucker? Who else would do it? Who would think of that? Who would plot it out, plan it out? And then right after all this COVID shit is over, they ain't got money to do anything. Where the money go? Oh, they spending on other people now. You can't take excuses anymore. The excuse time is over, man. Like, if they messed up this bad, you should really have serious questions about the government. If you really believe they scrubbed it up this bad, they flubbed the ball early on. When you got people like Fauci, you done made millions of dollars, and he got it this wrong, and nobody was fired. Everybody walked out with a pocket full of money except for you and the little man. How did everything? Like, none of you guys ever did. It was just wasn't ever curious to say, man, it seemed like everything going the big guy way. Every damn COVID rule seemed to benefit them. And it goes against me. I can't even go down to the fucking park and shoot basketball, a healthy activity. My children can't even go do this shit. They done close the school, but they paying these lazy ass school teachers because they part of the Democrat Party. None of this ever made sense to you. Like, man, this shit might be a hoax. The Democrats winning, coming and going. And then they came up with some bullshit where you're too scared to go vote. So we're just gonna let you vote from home. Everything worked in their favor in big business. And I'm just supposed to believe, well, I guess they got it wrong early on. I just can't accept that kind of shit like that. But for people that do that can accept that someone will wrong you and they say, oh, my bad, I didn't know what the hell I was doing. You're going to get it again. And I guess you'll have that much favor from them when they do it again. You'll allow them to make an excuse that they didn't know what they were doing.
You know what? I think his ghetto point of view pretty much kind of makes my point. COVID may have accelerated big box businesses or big businesses putting mom and pops out of business, but I never heard anyone complaining. And maybe, John, you did. I didn't know you before COVID, but this is a phenomenon that's been happening for decades. And I will.
This is fucking crazy. Fucking crazy. Am I the only one? Am I the only one tripping here? Let it happen for decades. But the government should not be picking winners and losers. Am I wrong? Am I the only one to see it this way? Let it happen. If this is what's going to happen, let it happen. Let it all play out. But I don't want the government putting their hand on the scale saying, okay, well, we're going to tip it to the corporations because, well, they're going to win anyway. We don't know that. I at least want my chance to fight. Maybe I'll get a win in. I draw some blood at least. But this nigga here, he just wouldn't just pack it all in. Well, they're going to win anyway, so well, fuck it, why fight? That ain't me. I can't go to
I said nothing like that. Where were you complaining before COVID about this phenomenon?
Anyway. You keep
You act like COVID was like the first time this happened.
Say what?
You act like COVID was the first time big businesses put mom and pops.
Wait, hold on, John.
I don't give a fuck with big business. Put me out of business tomorrow. I said, job well done. I tried my best. They won.
Hey, you know, John, like these Arab guys, they had this grocery liquor store for a long time. COVID was the best time of their lives because there are a lot of liberals that didn't want to wait wearing a mask in long lines in the big box. So actually it worked out for them because they could sell their store for higher prices. They were like, oh, I'm selling my business. We're cashing out.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know, man. Some people did get out big that weren't the big guys.
Hey, COVID worked for me.
There were PPP loans.
See, here's the thing, Stanley. To this day, COVID still works for me. I will argue to you. Going to jail and COVID and 9/11, some of the best things ever happened in my lifetime.
Therefore, it
man, John, you're crazy, man.
Right? Hey, now I don't want any of those things to ever happen again. I live in DC. Shit, as long as this damn place survives, prices going up.
It amazes me how supposed conservatives take anecdotals and turn them into universals.
All I can tell you is this. COVID, 9/11, probably some others. It was the financial crisis. Did that happen? That didn't happen here. But that was good too. And the government, in my opinion, I would almost argue that the government creates these shits, so let them happen.
Almost argue?
Because I can't prove it. So I can't just go all the way there. But
you want to.
After COVID, yeah, hell yeah. Because that was some bullshit. You know, again, I'm going to look up PCR testing. Stanley, matter of fact, hold on.
Can I?
Yeah, go ahead, Francis.
See, I want to agree a little bit with Stanley.
Of course you.
Because I was doing some research. I don't disagree that a lot of the big businesses came out more ahead, but actually seeing the government did a lot to try to help small businesses. I'm seeing a lot of small business relief programs. As earlier mentioned, the PPP loans. There's also a bunch of targeted grants and funds, including
I gotta stop him too. I ain't getting business to go have my hand out to the government.
Oh my God.
Fuck that. Fuck that. I don't want no government money. I don't want it.
Did you say I again?
Yeah. And many business owners don't get in business.
Do you speak for all business owners?
I just unmuted your process. But I don't know any business owner who are operating a business, non-government related. And now he got shut down because the government told him to. And now he said, well, I just apply for government money. Nobody wanted to do that.
Well, that's
nobody wanted to shut down their business and then hope
the big businesses took the money. So that's the mom and pop's fault.
Because they got the staff. And hell, big business got to stay open too and get the money. Right? We've all heard Elon Musk and all these rich people.
The PPP loans were specifically for covering staff costs.
I'm gonna throw Stanley a bone. Donald Trump probably got PPP money, right? His family and shit probably got it.
You know he did.
If he did, that would be fraud. So I hope he did not do that. That would actually be illegal because there's actually a lot of terms and limits to getting those loans. And actually, a lot of people that were prosecuted later down the line. So if he did that, that would be illegal.
Process, I'm sure they had all kind of PPP loans.
Well, it can't.
I agree. He's a criminal
because he has immunity.
True.
Anyway, hotels got PPP money. They did. If they were impacted by COVID, they got PPP money. Trump probably was eligible. I don't know if he got it or not, but many people who own business who were rich and didn't need it got it. And so the little man, do you know how the PPP money work in relation to landlording? Does anyone know how it worked? I had a buddy tell me. I read about it, but I had a buddy tell me, and I think I've shared some stories with you since you brought up the PPP and all this government
shit. Can I take a guess, or at least based on how it's? Because again, I'm not an expert, but it's usually for paycheck protection. So I imagine it would come up if you had some employee where you were giving them paychecks. That's mostly where it would come up.
Right. We'll get to that because I have a really good story. And I was going to interview him, and I did a little preview at his bar. And he gave me like a walkthrough with PPP loans. But I'm talking about the loans, I forget now, but like hotel, what the fuck was I talking about? Hotels or whatever. Anyway, I forget. I'll come back to it. But since you mentioned the business loan, let's say if you're a business and you weren't well capitalized and COVID hit. If you weren't operating by the time that PPP money hit, you couldn't apply for it. So you'd already been shut down and now the money come rolling out, but it's too late. So a lot of people missed out on that PPP money because they shut down before they could get it. You probably never thought about that, did you?
I gotta look up that issue, but it sounds like you're already backtracking your statement. Your original statement was the government chose to keep big businesses in power like Walmart and actively chose to close. Well, no, I saw they actually gave a lot of money to these small businesses and they just ended up closing anyway because that's probably what happened.
Right. No, hold on. Okay, I get what I'm going. I forgot where I was. The government allowed Walmart and all these people to be open while shuttering big business. And there's some other things that happen in the supply chain when the government started picking winners and losers and things like that in their restaurants, because I remember seeing it, had to reconfigure their whole businesses. You probably saw restaurants that you used to go in and sit down, and now they got to have a whole damn restaurant full of to-go boxes. You probably remember that, right? That was a shock to their business. They'd never operated like that before, where 100% of their business is now to go, as opposed to sit down, right? That's a total different business. If I had Master Kim up here, he could explain it to you from a restaurateur's perspective.
I don't disagree.
You go from being a sit-down restaurant to a takeout. Different business. It's something you had never planned for, trained for, had any skill or experience doing. And now you got to learn on the fly. Yeah, come on, what you got?
Well, you just basically saying that the government fell for the hoax, correct?
Nigga, the government didn't fall for no hoax. Nigga, they were all in on it.
Okay.
They pulled the hoax.
So now I understand why you're pissed off. Basically, all these businesses closed because COVID was a hoax.
Hey, nigga, why would I be pissed off?
Wait, hold on. I'm just asking a question. Don't be upset.
I ain't upset.
It's basically it all happened. Many people lost their livelihoods because of a hoax.
Precisely.
Okay, I got you now.
Precisely. And Stanley, if you weren't back so deep, if you weren't 3 or 4 or 5 times backs, you might be able to come up to the main road and get where I am and have a reasonable mind. But like you've been over to the government 4 or 5 times now. How can you admit you were that wrong that many times?
Well, I don't agree. I don't agree with your assessment of me.
I'm sure you can't agree. I'm sure you can't agree. Because if you agree with me, then you'd have to account, you'd have to reconcile with yourself. Why did I let the government trick me?
You do realize that your assessment, I think you're out to lunch on most of this.
Yeah, that's what people say. That's what people say during COVID.
Let's not pretend that I'm ever gonna come over to your side because I think your side is out to lunch.
That what you believe?
That's what I believe. Like you believe I'm out to lunch, I believe you're out to lunch. We are both not gonna switch points of view on this.
You believe that?
Oh, I know that.
I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Hold on, Sam. Let me show you. Let me show you something. Who looks out the lunch right there? Who looks out the lunch? That's a motherfucking police officer in a grocery store. Hey, you see me. Who looks out the lunch? If you saw these two people, which one of these, hold on, nigga, which one of these motherfuckers look crazy as hell? Which one
the one who's not going to be coughing on tear gas.
Which one look crazy? Pick one. Hey, pick one. Left or right? Pick one. The motherfucker with that mask on me. Which one look crazy? People in the chat.
I think you look crazy.
Well, I knew you say that. I knew you say that. I prove it up. Which one of these motherfuckers look crazy? Me or this son bitch with a tear gas?
Well, don't ask just me. Ask other people too.
Hey, people in the chat, if you got any comments, if you saw 2 people walking down the street, one look like that nigga with the mask on, one look like me, you tell me which one look crazy, right?
Of course, context is everything.
Yeah. I'm in Whole Foods.
Maybe you're crazy because somebody just tossed a tear gas.
I was in Whole Foods, so that's kind of look. Here's me in a bar. It ain't my bar. It's the man's bar with the mask on. I'm in his bar during COVID. I told that nigga I ain't wearing no mask. You keep one on. And that son bitch kept his mask on.
Well, I bet he didn't get as drunk as you.
He ain't tell me to leave. You see that? Like who look crazy? Now who look crazy? Hey, can someone tell me who looks crazy or not? Who look crazy? Which one of these 2 motherfuckers look crazy?
The drunk one.
Going once, going. I don't even think I was drunk yet. See, I just proved to you, Stanley, you can't be honest.
You haven't proved a thing. You showed me a couple pictures.
Hey, John, can I share my screen for a second?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Now it looks crazier.
Now
it looks crazier.
Brother, you come to lighten it up a little bit, brother.
Was that a dunce cap?
It's a tinfoil hat. That's what Photoshop gave me.
Oh, okay.
Man, listen, man, you listen. Stanley, you can't admit it, bro. I understand. You took that back.
There's nothing to admit, John. You keep thinking you're proving a point, and I keep telling you you're not.
Yeah, I understand. How many backs did you took? How many shots you took? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right. Tell the audience how many.
Last I checked, it was up to 12.
See, you can't be honest. Look, if I took 2, 1, I can respect people saying, man, you know, I took it. I wish I hadn't. Or I can't wait to take another one. You can't even tell us how many you took. Tell us.
I have made the point that maybe I should be drinking a lot of Miller Lite. That seems to be better than the Vax.
Let's stay on topic. How many did you take? How many did you take? How many did you take?
I took enough. I took
Give it.
enough to
Come on,
make me satisfied.
Now, when you were standing in line with your sleeve rolled up, you couldn't wait to get down there. You couldn't wait to get down there and get that shit. Now, tell us how many times you went down there and rolled your sleeve up and got it. You were happy to go. Tell us now. How many you got?
At least three.
Three of them motherfuckers. 3 times.
Yeah.
Every time you went down there, you never thought like, damn, why the hell I need to keep going down there?
You know what? When I went down there, I thought that, you know what? I'm taking a vaccine for something that could possibly be very dangerous if I catch it.
You believe that? You believe that all that shit?
Yes, I believe that.
Stanley, did you believe this?
Believe what? Believe what?
To the American people.
Oh, there it is.
Due to the steps we've taken, Omicron has not yet spread as fast as it would have otherwise done. And that's happening in Europe. But it's here now, and it's spreading, and it's going to increase. For unvaccinated, we are looking at a winter of severe illness and death.
Nigga, I'm still here. Ain't no damn winners or death and severe illness for me, nigga. I'm still here smoking, drinking. No vaccination, though. I done seen niggas kidneys collapse on their ass. Lose their little punk ass, low paying job. After all that shit. And you listen to this son bitch with his face covered up with a mask on, telling me I'm gonna face a winner or death, man, please. I ain't ever believe that shit. That's bullshit. What kind of motherfucker leading the country would tell people if they don't take a shot, they gonna get sick and maybe die? Man, what kind of leader would do that? It's sick, man. You should have known.
Yeah, Trump was a horrible leader. I agree.
But Biden just told you that, and you went for this shit.
Well, Trump did it before Biden, right?
I don't think they approved it till after Trump, right?
Okay. All right.
They approved it after Trump, right?
Sure.
I think that's how. I don't know the date. It doesn't matter to me because I ain't taking.
Well, you weren't taking the vaccination, so you wouldn't know that timeline.
I can show you pictures of my mama with her fucking face is damn near whole cover, and she begged me to put a mask on. I said, "Why don't you just put one more on for me?"
Did you curse her out too?
Nah, I ain't curse out, but I told her. Well, yeah, I probably did at some point. I say, "Look, I'm tired of asking you about these damn masks. I'm tired of asking you about these damn masks, right?" I'm wearing shit.
What the fuck are you doing?
Listen, hey, I remember picking her up sometime during COVID. I wouldn't wear a mask. You get, I said, you stick your head out the window like a dog. Don't matter to me. I ain't wearing no fucking mask. Period. I don't give a damn where we going. We go 10 miles, 2 miles around the world. I ain't putting no mask on. Period. I ain't going for the bullshit. I knew it was fake, man. And that is the difference, Sam. I'll never be the government. I'll never be able to say. No one will ever be able to say to me, "You took that vax. You bowed down, man. You bowed down. You fell for a prank, bro. A hoax. It was an IQ test."
Well, you know what? Ryan just made a great point in the chat. Took Biden out of the race.
A fake president taken out by a fake virus. How fitting. This is ritual humiliation to you, motherfucker.
Can I jump in there real quick? I'm going to bed. It's been fun hanging out. See you guys around.
Oh man, thank you. I'm sorry you're getting so loud, promises.
No, it's with.
You gotta be up late.
No worries at all. It's been fun. But yeah,
it's very cool. Yeah. Come back again, Promises.
For sure. Let you know.
Hey, Promises, before you go, man. Hey,
yeah.
You got suggestions for what I should do with Ben tomorrow? If I can get up early enough to catch him.
What do you think?
Buy him lunch. He's hungry.
I thought about that, but that's not so fun. Anything better than that?
Buy Grace lunch too.
I don't know. It would be good. Maybe it probably would not be. Let me know if you don't do this. Maybe you could tour some properties. You can maybe tour the city or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, we could do that. Yeah, we could do that. I just don't know how much time I'll have to do it. All of
Got
that.
it.
Give
Gonna
me
be quick.
Send me an email if you come up with a suggestion. Anyone, send me an email if you come up with a suggestion. Put thoughts in the subject so I know to make sure to take a look at it before tomorrow morning.
Yeah, if you got any ideas, drop in the chat too.
Oh my
Yeah, I'll make sure it streams to my channel here. So
Take them to a homeless shelter.
someone mentioned this.
You know what you could do? Well, you know what else you could do? You could promise to link up with them and then actually secretly get a grinder date to meet up in your place. Pull an Ava.
That's a good one. That's a good one. Someone said, John, I have a suggestion. Don't do it. The homeless shelter.
I'm joking. Don't do that, but that'd be hilarious if that happened like back to back.
A grinder or a homeless shelter. Oh, someone
I
said
think you should hook Grace up with one of your young homies.
So you gonna end up sitting really still. Whoa.
Ooh,
I want to see Ben's face.
Hey, man. Hey, you know what's crazy, man? You know what's crazy about that? You mentioned that. I had an Asian tenant. Oh man, this is a story. Francis, you may not want to hear this story, but if you got to drop off, I understand.
I want to make one more dumb joke. One other thing, you also could take Grace to like a black neighborhood and see if she'll still say the word.
It's right in there.
Right there.
Yeah, say it. Say it.
She would be going, but CT says I have white girl privilege.
Well, look, I think she can say it, but let's see Ben say it. Let's see if Ben can say the hard R. Let's see if Ben will do it.
Ava says, I promise you will not get them to do anything that involves. Well, I think I saw Ava criticizing Ben. Was that right? Was Ava? Is she not a fan of the thoughts anymore?
No, she trolled them, man. Like you missed out on the whole arc.
Oh, he didn't get my joke?
Nah, you gotta. John doesn't know. Then yeah.
So what I was referencing is I think last weekend it was Ava the G trolled Ben by setting up a meetup, and then in her place she had a grinder date show up.
Oh, is that right?
She had a gay dude show up. Yeah. They were gonna do some BDSM. Yeah, you missed it out because like we were talking with Nina. You remember that? So
yeah.
It's like one of your streams. We had Nina on, and we were talking about pay pig and what's the definition of a pay pig, and it was BDSM, and then blah blah blah. And then we were like, yeah, well, Ava actually trolled a real BDSM situation because it was like who's the sub and who's the dom. Ben was the sub, I guess.
I remember.
Do you want to see the clip really quick?
Yeah,
oh God, yeah, show it, man. Load it up, man.
You just gotta bring it to stage.
Oh, I gotta do it. Okay, sorry about that.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Where are they? What kind of motel is this?
This is a motel, and Ben got the collar on his neck, and Ava like written on his chest.
Motel 4.
Yeah, it's Motel 4. It's Motel -8. I don't know. Maybe we saw a snake coming in with like 1 × 1 = 2 shit. Like this is bad.
I can't believe he put a camera up in that.
For real.
They got no money. Stanley, they're desperate right now.
But they got a camper.
Yeah, but they have no real. They're like, hey, Process, is it true that they tried to use a bunch of their credit cards and they all got declined?
Oh, I don't know. I never heard that.
I mean, that's what I saw last stream when I checked in once in a while. I randomly check in the stream like once a day. It's just like the one time I randomly check in, it's like all our credit cards were declined.
Hey, Bronson,
this is some bad shit right here.
Would you like to come on my show and do a channel, man? I really like your show. You're very diplomatic. I will say that you're.
I try to be.
Yeah. I mean, you can walk the tight.
Yeah, you're really diplomatic. Let's put it that way.
And look, I'll put your Cash App up, man. You can make as much as you can, much as people generate or pay, send you Cash Apps.
For sure, I kind of want to do some more panel stuff, so that might be a good connection also. To
Yeah.
Together.
I give you free range what you want to talk about. You don't have to chase the analytics or anything. But yeah, I think you'd be great. Maybe we could co-host something. Me with my extreme side and you with your diplomatic side. I think that'd be pretty cool.
I can see that going together. What's the best way to reach out to you? You're not like on YouTube or anything, right?
Send me an email. I'll respond back with my cell phone. That way you can reach me right there. Yeah.
I'm putting your email in private chat, but yeah, sounds good. I'll reach out to you. It's pretty late. I have to go to bed, so I'm gonna leave now.
Just check my channel.
Okay, it's on there. Sounds good. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Later, y'all. Let it get cracked. Later, Stephen, if you're still here.
Later.
Peace.
I like Princess. He's almost like a TV host. The way he runs his show over there at Ben's. What do you think, right?
Yeah, it's fine. I come there once in a while, but like he's too tied in with the Thorpes right now, though. So, and the other thing too is like, yeah, he's still trying to build his thing, and so he's trying to get on Torsia or some other people's stuff, So it's tough. People. Well, like I mean, like he's trying to, he's trying to clout chase some other people too at the same time, right? He got Torsia as one of them, and
Portia.
We'll see.
You said Portia?
Yeah, Torsia. T with the T. Yeah.
Hey, OPC, you want to come up?
Torture.
Torsha.
Yeah, Torsha. Yeah, with 2 A's. She's a model. Apparently, so.
Really?
You want me to show you her model page, Stanley? Yeah, you can. Oh, really? Oh, okay. Let me find it.
Well, if it's worth looking at.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, she got some bolt-on tits. Like, I don't know. I don't like that fake
about it,
stuff. Then. So. Oh yeah,
Cam McKing really doesn't like.
But yeah.
Hey, hold on. Cam McKing really doesn't like the Thorpes. I haven't watched much of the Thorpes to really form a strong opinion one way or the other about them. What do you think about them, Crack Stanley?
Well, I mean, Cam really has a strong opinion about the Thorpes, and
you know what? Married with Children was funnier.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say, Stanley. It's just like with the internet, it's kind of like anything goes. You take some risks, right? I don't know.
I'm gonna try and be diplomatic. Well, I think I said it. They're not upholding their end of white supremacy.
Yeah, let's put it that way. I mean, the problem with them is they're unreliable. It's just like I see potential in them, right, to do stuff, but because HB and I were like thinking like they could do the trucker thing, like they could be truckers and they could really grift off of that, but it's like they can't follow through on any of their plans. Like, so how could they even reach that level?
Well, Ben might not be
getting a CDL is pretty.
Ben couldn't leave the state, but apparently he can.
Yeah, he can, but the Ben's like, oh man, he's kind of, I don't know. They're so fixated on their drama.
You know what I think?
Drama there?
Their family drama. Let's put it that way. It's like
okay. Well, I don't know that much. I'm just saying it is
with the divorce. Stanley.
Their family drama doesn't seem to me that interesting.
You know what I think?
Yeah, that's why they have to expand. They have to get out of it.
You know what I think? And here's what I think, and I know it may come off as superficial, but I think that it is there's something deeper to it. How long have they been streaming now? You know, I saw them on CT 3-4 months ago.
Yeah.
And so recently, you know, I hate to even say I shouldn't even say it. That's all right. I just think that I'll go ahead and say it. Fuck it. So I think that Grace should probably, in the time that where she had the heightened appeal, she should have been doing things that like getting her body tightened up. Because when I saw her, you know, it was a little loose for a young woman, and she's had time now. And surely she's made enough money to like get the look tight. I mean, you're in the image business, and I think she has intelligence, but you got to get your looks right. Like you got to look flab, you got to tighten it up. She's young enough to burn fat really quickly. So that would be if it were me, that would be my suggestion to her. You know, you have to sell the sex appeal the way it is.
Yeah, it's tough though, because she's like the other thing too is like she's immature. Like every time she gets emotional, it's like you could tell like man, her mind is like a 16-year-old still. It's just like God damn it, that's just gonna take you back.
You know, I saw her talking to Brave. I was very impressed. This was like early on.
Yeah, she's not dumb.
And that's what I'm saying. Like,
yeah, I mean, she has potential.
Well,
Brave came away thinking like she could be in corporate sales and something. I'm like, yeah, I can see that.
Yeah,
you know, she's just persuasive. She's intelligent. Someone says she seems innocent. Well, that's another good quality. If you're in sales, she's a woman. She has an attractive face.
Yeah, I mean,
body. She go places.
Yeah, I mean, Stanley's right though. It's like you know, when you and her were going at each other, like on CT's channels, like, oh, how many books have you read? How many books have you? That's the thing too. Is like she's not educated, and like she got the potential. She just needs to be a little bit more educated. Read some books, I guess. You know that will help her.
What's
and
keeping her
she's
where
fine.
she is?
Ben,
I don't think reading books. I
her
think
family drama.
I think she's pretty intelligent. I mean, if you're intelligent, you don't need to read all the books. You know, I mean, you can make your
You
way.
know what? Actually, you do. There's such a thing as disciplining intelligence. You can have all the athletic ability in the world, but it's got to be disciplined.
I mean,
That's right. That's right, Stanley.
I mean, you may not make it to the mountaintop if you don't read all the Tolstoy and all that. But if you have decent intelligence, able to handle yourself well, you'll be able to do okay, right? Without reading.
Yeah, her emotional IQ, let's put it that way, is very low.
I thought it was decent with Be Brave. She didn't come on that.
Yeah, but Be Brave.
She was very respectful.
She was interviewing with Be Brave.
Well, she was talking to him, yeah.
That bar is not very high.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. Like, she could have come on and been dismissive. Like, a lot of people get on Be Brave, they call her name. Why the hell are you wearing this stupid ass mask? Blah, 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 blah. But she wasn't that way. So, yeah, I give her some credit for that. Even Be Brave did. So, I was the only one that noticed.
Okay, well, the bottom line is Be Brave would be the first rung on the ladder. I think if she interviewed with someone who actually knew the questions to ask, and I think she has potential too. I'm not saying she doesn't. I'm just saying, I think what I'm saying is she's 20 or 21, or I thought I heard 23.
Yeah, 21, yeah.
It's time,
Yeah,
you know,
she's 21.
someone needs to convince her that, you know what, let's do something other than ride around in a camper.
Yeah, it's
she
tough.
have
It's
it.
tough, Stanley. It's tough, Stanley. Yeah.
I mean, right now, she'd be a junior in college partying. What's that word? Probably not much. Someone says she could sell guns and fishing gear and make money off rich rednecks. Yes, she could.
Actually could.
Yeah, she could.
She could do it like gun
Yeah, that's why we
shows,
were like HB and I
like
were talking about that. Yes, yes, yes. That's why HB and I were saying like she could get her like Ben and her could be like a daughter, father if they want to still be together and still do things together. It's like it's so easy for her to be like blue collar content, like having like it's so fucking easy. Exactly, like great, yeah, gun fishing gear,
Yeah, that's a
easy,
good idea
easy
right
money.
there.
It's just like I
And
don't
they
think they want to
travel
put the
around.
effort into it.
And they
Yeah.
travel around. They could go to like parks, fishing. You know, wherever they go fishing.
Yeah,
Yeah, they could do it. Yeah, they could definitely do that.
yeah, but
I mean,
I don't think they want to put
do
the
like
effort into it.
RV and boat shows, that sort of thing.
Now I'm saying they could go
Yeah,
around
they
just
could.
fishing. They could go around fishing, you know, and
Yeah,
just
they
that would be their content. It would be good content, you know. They father son fishing around the country, but ultimately she's gonna want a boyfriend at some point, you know.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just
And let's see who's on live today, right now. It's almost 4 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Who do you think is live right now? Let's see who's live. Let me know if you follow any of these people.
Hold on one sec.
yeah, Mel Pandora, yeah. Difficult Denison, yep.
Difficult Dancing got 5K. Or maybe that's someone else's podcast.
Could be, yeah.
My man Chicago Hustler, he's live. Damn, I can't believe he's driving.
$25.
He's still driving, man.
Okay. I got 5 lines, $25 a month each. I pay $125 a month for 5 lines.
Yeah,
you know, and it's solid connection.
Metro PCS,
Just
right?
did $62
Yeah, Metro, that's
Safeway
cheap
shop
when
and
you go.
pay
Don't go with Boost.
for a
Don't go
box
with
of
Boost.
Fruity
Boost is
Pebbles.
trash. But Metro,
What?
I recommend Metro
Yeah, I got Team
because
Mobile.
that's what I got. I've been running Metro for years.
It's good. Metro's good.
Yeah, I gotta go inside this Joel Osborne and get
Do your thing. Do your thing.
Yeah, let me tell you guys something. If just in case, I get knocked out because my connect, you know, because I don't know how long I'll be in there. It's probably gonna take like 10 minutes. But if it gets knocked out, you
Hey, would you guys drive in Chicago at 3 a.m?
Hell nah.
Would you do it, Stanley?
No, I don't like driving that much.
Would you drive in Chicago at 3 in the afternoon?
I mean, if I had somewhere to be. But I mean, like,
See, what do you think about this? Like the gig economy, Stanley? You like this Uber and Lyft and DoorDash type of stuff?
I couldn't
Like,
do.
You think young people should be doing this?
Not if they can help it. But I mean,
not
there are
if they can help
people. There are people who like to drive and like people. You know, I would never say don't do it if that's what you want to do, but
Mm-hmm.
you know, for someone with my personality, no, I
No,
don't
yeah.
like people enough to do that. If I had to, I mean, you will do what
Yeah,
you
there are a
have
lot
to
of
do.
old.
If you have to
Yeah, you
do
have
it,
to
of
do.
course I will.
Yeah, but there are some people that did like being taxi drivers back in the day. Yeah.
Yeah. And I
Yeah,
know,
like there was
Uber
these
drivers
newspapers
who
that
like.
people wrote their own thing.
I know Uber drivers who like doing it. Like I was in Savannah the other day, or like a few weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
I talked to an Uber driver who loved driving in Savannah.
Yeah. Yeah, there definitely are those types. There definitely are. And they like
But
writing
Savannah's a
down the
good place to
stories of
drive.
the passengers. Is it? Is it pretty nice?
Yeah.
Mm. I gotta
Yeah, I
visit
mean,
Georgia
it's
one of these
not
days.
well, number one, downtown is planned. So it's like basically it's a grid, and then
Mhm.
outside of downtown, traffic never gets horrible. It's a very good looking city.
Mm.
So I mean, I could probably drive in Savannah, but if I had to.
See who else is live. Yo, you ever watch this guy's show? Let me see if he's this guy's show.
Smoke Signal.
Anyone ever watch this show right here?
I think I've heard of him. I don't know that I've ever watched it.
Yo, he always has, a big audience, right? 376 people. He doesn't have a lot of subscribers. Let's see. I mean, like, let's join it. I joined this show just to listen to see what he's talking about. And if my memory serves me correctly, I think he thinks that like black people are Indians. And so he's done all
you were on that show, right?
I think I was here listening one day. I didn't really have much to offer. Let's see.
You were on there today.
Yeah. Oh, so you saw it today?
Yeah, because it's in my algorithm.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, man.
I was sitting here listening to this guy like, what the fuck is he talking about? And
Yeah,
and
those
I'm not
guys are
saying he
weird.
wasn't making sense, huh?
Those guys are weird.
Yeah.
Talking about the original indigenous man. So
See, the original
we ain't gonna get stuck on that, right? But they got a name. These mound builders have a name. It's called Iron, right? And it corresponds with the Algonquin stories, myths, and all this crazy shit. You dig what I'm talking about? So, and this is backed up by church word, and you can go into books like The Lost Continent of Pine, or what's another one I got? That's a good one though. Lost Continent of Pine. They got another.
I know there are a lot of books out here that I haven't read or heard of. But I mean, these guys really be on like.
Well, they're Moors, right?
Are they Moors?
I've heard some. I have a couple people I know that are Moors, and they basically say that blacks are the original indigenous Americans.
Huh.
Oh, man.
I mean, they were talking all
it,
about Mexico and everything,
it gets out there.
Yeah, these people are really like,
But John, that goes back. I meant to mention Linwood. I talked to him on CT show today. He starts bringing up Neely Fuller and that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
And I don't get on board with any of that.
I'm not even aware of it enough to even talk about it, to be honest with you.
Well, I am not like expert aware, but I know of it. And that whole, it's almost like Afro, basically it's very Afrocentric. And I don't get into, I think Neely, they're all racists.
I didn't really hear them talking about white people. They were just talking about Indians for the most part, being Indian.
Well, it's a different, no, I'm not talking about these guys. I was talking about Linwood.
Oh, Linwood's a racist.
Yeah, if he reads Neely Fuller and believes that stuff, yeah.
I don't even know what she's written about. What did she write about?
No, Neely is a guy, and I think he might still be alive. Francis Cress Welsing.
Man, they talk this shit about Tuskegee. Yeah, I've heard of her.
Yeah, I don't buy into all that. It's just a little too extreme for me.
I never could understand what the hell she was talking about. Like, it was just too too deep for me. Have you ever heard of Francis Chris Welching get cracked?
No, I'm looking her up right now. Interesting stuff.
I think she taught at Howard,
Oh
right?
my
She
god.
did. She's a psychiatrist. She was a psychiatrist.
Yeah, she's a psychiatrist. Oh man. These people make Elijah like Muhammad nothing. What the fuck?
Put that shit up, get cracked.
Whoa.
I'll check that out too. It's all up in there, man.
Listen to these.
Oh, okay.
And then y'all go to Cosmon Cal TV, man, and then I break this shit down and make it make sense in real time and show you objective empirical data, scientifically proven, tested.
Oh boy.
And all that shit. Show you why I'm saying what I'm saying.
Oh no.
Cosmon, can I ask a quick question?
Yes, sir.
So, would you say whatever you were talking about was like it's great for like content creation, graphic designing, arts, and those kinds of fields? Would you classify yourself with that?
Would I classify myself as a person who makes content?
Right.
I make content.
But so I was more curious to know that is there a way through which we can actually use all of your knowledge to like benefit the community in some
Is this the Indian or like a red guy?
It sounds like one.
Well,
what's going on?
That assumes you're assuming that it already doesn't.
No, I don't. It already does. I don't know. I'm just asking. Yeah, just asking.
Okay, so I mean, just that's an assumption then. So belief, right?
No, so like it's great for information. I think it's great to know. But when a small kid wants to actually pursue it, how can they actually monetize it, and how can they go along the whole trajectory that you went through?
Monetize what?
Whatever content
Your
you're producing.
nationality, your heritage, culture, ethnicity. I mean, you can use the cultural part of it. The cultural part of what OWASP teaches is purely science.
I think they're asking two different questions, right? Am I wrong here?
Perfect.
I'll be honest. I
right, and it says, don't believe it. Test everything I says. But if it is a new book, right on the very first page, it says, this is a new book, yo. I'm going to bring you a whole bunch of information. You did what I'm talking about that you don't know nothing about. But if it's from the creator who created everything, explaining it and then being able to prove it to the mind of man should be a very simple thing, correct? OWASP says, this is that information.
But humans need time up till 25 years of age to actually grasp those stories and understand it at a deeper level.
No, they're so simple that my 6, 7, my 11-year-old, my 13-year-old, and my 15-year-old children understand it. I didn't try to tell them this. I didn't push this on them. They just see Papa eating fruit.
G-Crack, do you know what they're talking about here? I can't catch it.
No, I don't.
Stanley, I think they're missing each other. It seems like the Indian wants to learn how to string, and the other man, he wants to talk about the Indians.
Is that what you're getting from this?
Well, what I did get is something about monetizing culture or something like that.
Yeah, right.
You want to monetize streaming, from my understanding.
Right. Like.
And the black man is talking about Indians. So he's like, monetize what?
There is no fake. There is no. Guess what? There is no. Guess what, bro? There is no negative without a positive. And guess what? If they have a father and a grandfather who they are looking up to, who lived this, that's greater than any words in any book.
What?
I don't have to tell them. I didn't tell them. Listen,
Oh,
see, what you're
man.
assuming is that I'm like some Christian or something, or that I try to go around to tell people to believe what I believe. You can't comprehend on the levels that I comprehend on for the most part. So I know you can't believe what I believe. So I don't even try to espouse what I believe.
Hold on,
Just what I can prove.
hold on.
Oh Lord.
Let's just hear what he got to say, cause you know we did what he does. You know, man.
Right, but he's making these false equivalencies and dig this though. Dig this, Pastor. I would rather rock with one child and raise them up all my life and to be a good person and put everything I can good into them than to struggle with 40 of you grown ass stinking men and can't even redeem one. Right? I'd rather rock.
I don't know what he's talking about. Get cracking. Do you know what he's talking about?
He's talking about stanking men.
All I know is like, don't read books. That's for sure.
Look, there's 300 some people listening to this shit. Listen to this shit. Look.
I mean, that's why I say it's like this is dangerous. Like a lot of people are like really, yeah. Linwood is a really dangerous character in my opinion. Like whenever I hear him on CT, I'm like, what the? No, man, this is not good.
I don't think
Really?
he. As a matter of fact, I don't think he's dangerous. Yet,
You don't think he like leads to dangerous thinking though?
I'm gonna be blunt. That kind of stupidity collapses on itself.
Let's see what these guys. Listen, they are not like us. Definition of black from a social versus scientific perspective. Do you know the definition of black, Get Crack?
BLAATTT.
Wow, man.
Oh, yeah, Earth joints is dope in there.
No.
Look, man, that's dope.
I'm gonna get out of here, fellas. But yeah, I appreciate that, Lance. I'm gonna do a little research and I'm gonna make a call. So
Yeah, Lance, yeah, you got something going, man. Like that's real affection. Like I think they need to improve it better. I don't know what you use, but I was like, man, I walked down my whole street that I grew up on. And, that was amazing to me.
yeah, and it's like but man, I'm seeing the way that it's going, man. It's literally they literally connecting it to your freaking cortex. Like they made the screen small so it connect to a certain portion of your eye that's so immersive. You feel what I'm saying? But you can look past, like you can still see the regular stuff too.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. Like you can see, like if I'm walking down the street and you see me and we Facebook friends, a Facebook symbol go come over my head. Lance name, Lance come up.
What the hell is he talking about?
Share my experience.
He's talking about Elon Musk putting a chip in your head.
There was some wild shit on the internet. Damn. People be serious about this shit. He got 86 people in this shit.
He might be talking like about a movie or something. Like a video game, maybe?
Oh, that's what I'm thinking. Dude, he started talking about Facebook and shit. Let me see.
He keep asking me weird questions. And the little baby was like, come here, let me talk to you for a minute, buddy. I just want to ask you a few more questions. And he was like, that shit was so funny, bro. I was laughing. I was dying.
But think about this though, Lance. You think they're not invading our space? Like real time, you can see like Like I gave you that example. I can look at my street that I grew up on, like real time. I think that's invading people's space.
because they sent cars down the street and took pictures, took video.
I mean, and this is real time. Like I can look at that street I grew up on, and it's nighttime, it's daytime, whatever. It's the time that when I click in and we watching it. You understand?
Then they got to have a camera on your street to get real time.
Okay, but listen, I don't know the process. I'm just in my mind. I'm questioning like, how are they doing this?
I told you, a car drove down the street, right, and it took pictures. It took pictures of a particular day, right, and he probably did it several different times to get different lengths.
I think he explaining Google neighborhood to this motherfucker. Someone says smoke alarm. Did you hear smoke alarm go off in that video?
Yeah, I heard something. Yeah.
Damn, they living up to the stereotype, huh, Sam?
No, it was the chirp, like the chirp.
I mean, if these
need to
guys
replace the battery.
knew what Palantir was doing,
That ghetto bird, Sam.
Get
the chirp is the
ghetto
bird. Man, listen, I went on in one panel. The one up before that, man, those people hate CT on there, man. Those people do not this one, but the one before that, yo, those people hate CT, man. Oh my god, I don't know what he done to them or what they do, why they don't like him.
I wonder why.
You know, I think just how blacks don't like certain people that talk certain things. You know,
I was kidding. I know why.
Why do you think that is, Stanley? I'm not talking about CT in particular. I'm just saying in general.
Well, basically, there are black people who don't like, the liberal use of the N word. This thing, and I'm sure CT, I think CT's kidding when he talks about white girl privilege and all this stuff. There are limits to satire if it's not funny, and sometimes it's not funny.
No, I was talking about why you think the blacks like have strong opinions.
Well, why shouldn't they?
Well, I'm not just talking about CT, but there's other people like Tommy Sotomayor and.
Well, Tommy Sotomayor's not liked in certain circles.
Right, there's certain groups of blacks that really dislike those people.
Yeah, but I think, there are people, everybody, the internet allows people to have strong opinions. And, black people aren't a monolith. There are people who think I'm liberal, and I'm not particularly liberal. Everybody has somebody they hate on the internet.
Yeah.
I think it's kind of like the pound cake speech. You remember the pound cake speech?
I think so. Remind me.
Does anyone remember the pound cake speech? Get crack. You ever heard the pound cake speech?
Nope. Nope.
Let's see how I can find it.
No helping hand is not because CT is a Star Trek fan.
Again, it's 21,000 views.
Uh-oh. Oh no.
Oh, Bill Cosby.
Hold on. Oh shit, what I do?
Uh-oh. It's not gonna be good.
This is what I think got Bill Cosby sent to prison.
In the old days, you couldn't hooky school because behind every drawn shade was an eye. And before your mother got off the bus into the house, she knew exactly where you had gone, who had gone into the house. Parents don't know that today. I'm talking about these people who cry when their son is standing there in an orange suit. Where were you when he was 2? Where were you when he was 12? Where were you when he was 18? And how come you don't know he had a pistol? These are not political criminals. These are people going around stealing Coca-Cola. People getting shot in the back of the head over a piece of pound cake. And then we all run out and we're outraged. Oh, the cops shouldn't have shot him. What the hell was he doing with the pound cake in his hand? Brown versus the Board of Education is no longer the white person's problem. We've got to take the neighborhood back. We've got to go in there. It's right around the corner. It's standing on the corner. It can't speak English. It doesn't want to speak English. I can't even talk the way these people talk. Why you ain't where you is? Go where? I don't know who these people are. And I blamed the kid until I heard the mother talk. And then I heard the father talk. This is all in the house. Everybody knows it's important to speak English, except these knuckleheads. You can't land a plane with why you ain't where. You can't be a doctor with that kind of crap coming out of your mouth. Why can't you hit the streets? Why can't you clean it out yourself? It's our time now, ladies and gentlemen. It is our time. And I have good news for you. It's not about money. It's about you doing something that ordinarily we do. Get in somebody else's business. It's time for you to not accept this language that these people are speaking, which will take them nowhere. What the hell good is Brown versus the Board of Education if nobody wants it? I mean, this is the future, and all of these people who've lined up and done whatever, they've got to be wondering, what the hell happened? Brown versus the Board of Education. These people who marched and were hit in the face with rocks and punched in the face to get an education, and we got these knuckleheads walking around, don't want to learn English. When you go to the church, look at the stained glass things of Jesus. Look at them. Is Jesus smiling? Not in one picture. So tell your friends, let's try to do something. Let's try and make Jesus smile. Let's start parenting. Thank you. Thank you.
I think that speech is what sent his ass to prison. If you read like how there was an election and they changed DA, and the original DA didn't choose to prosecute him. And I want to say the statute of limitation may have been up. I can't remember the exact. But this prosecutor filed on him and sent him to prison. It was at her discretion. And I wanted, I've talked to a lot of older people over the years, and they've said things like this, like what he said. And I imagine, man, like he must really feel bad, you know what I mean? Like, if he reflects on, if what he was saying is how he's reflecting on life, these people marched and shit, and they're hearing people that can't even speak English. Must be something.
Well, my opinion is if it walks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, it's a duck. Bill Cosby, number one, if you know Bill Cosby, he's had couple problems, couple family problems. So I'm not much like Glenn Lowry. The people that are making these sorts of speeches don't live up to their own values. And
But
I
you know, so,
understand everybody's human, but I'm
mm,
not inclined to take, advice from someone who basically abuses women
well, I'm
and
not.
cheats on his wife.
I'm not. Well, let me get back. Let me rephrase what I'm saying. I'm not saying to take advice from him, but sometimes what people say is true, even though they may not be the best person to say it.
I agree.
And
Yeah.
oftentimes you're not going to have the best person to come out and say it because that person may not want to risk whatever he has to say what should be said. But he did say something that I think was insightful, and I think he was expressing some frustration because he probably grew up in a generation where he was marching and shit for
Mm.
Crown versus Board of Education. I'm sure he fought it, funded, whatever the hell.
Yeah, well, he was starring in I Spy.
Right, but I mean,
I Spy. Yeah, man, you're dating yourself, Stanley. Man, come on,
Hey, I'm
Stanley.
old. I'm not
Yeah, I
ashamed
know
of it.
you're old, but you got, hey, you gotta pretend you're young, man. Come on, let's go.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. I don't think this speech put Bill Cosby like
no,
in legal trouble.
no.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm saying is that he was a man that when he had the opportunity to make TV shows,
Yeah,
he chose to make something positive. Fairly positive. I don't remember.
it was positive. Yeah,
I just
very
wanted to make,
positive.
I didn't want to say,
Yeah,
well, it wasn't all the way positive. It could have, that
yeah,
I thought that was his focus. But, I don't watch a lot of
right,
TV shows and shit, right?
right.
And to see the degradation in the culture must pain someone like him because he took a lot of painstaking effort to put something out positive.
Right.
And so, so I think that came out in that speech. And I think that took the shield, his protective shield off of him and allowed him to be prosecuted. If he hadn't given that speech, the shield of you can't attack Bill Cosby would have kept him from going to prison. But once he said that, there was really no one to protect him. And that is what I think happened to people like Tommy Sotomayor, is that he went so far talking about black people that there really was no one left to protect him. And then he wasn't smart, I ain't gonna say he was smarter, but he wasn't, of the ilk that he could go be on Fox News as a host or anything. So there weren't really, so what space did he have?
Yeah.
And I think that's kind of like Cosby's situation. Like he really jumped out there and they slapped him back.
Well,
Interesting.
it was you and I had the conversation about Tommy Sotomayor not having
Hey,
that kind of bandwidth.
hold on for 1 second. Before we get this in, we get to Sotomayor. One of the things that I forgot to mention during that video, did you guys notice the applause that Cosby got when he was
Yeah,
saying those?
I did. Yeah.
Very interesting, right? Anyway, go ahead. Go ahead. Stanley. Go ahead, Sam.
No, I was just saying, I think it was you and I talking about Sotomayor not being, he kind of went way in one direction and he got kind of typecast to, because I can't think of a better word. And, when he tried to do other things, he basically was known for one thing.
Well, I think he
wasn't a Swiss Army knife, basically.
Well, I don't think it's necessarily like if he was like a skilled communicator,
right?
He may be able to go to some I don't know drink champs. I don't know what some shit, right? But he wasn't like he's not Candace Owens, right? Is that fair? Yeah, I don't watch a lot of Candace Owens, but he doesn't seem to be a Candace Owens type. He's clearly not a Ben Shapiro type. So on the conservative landscape, where does he land? Clearly below those two. Well, what market is there? Every now and then, okay, we'll let you come on Fox News for a segment, talk a little bullshit, but someone will be interviewing you. You won't be running the show interviewing anyone. You're not he's not a mainstream TV host. He has not demonstrated those skills. He's not Joe Rogan, so he can't get a Spotify deal. And so there, he's like, what did he say, a man with no country. And so he's had to kind of, and I hate to say this because I don't dislike him, but it seems like to me that he has to weasel his way back in the good graces of Black people. And that's going to be a very small niche of people that will accept him back in their good graces. Your thoughts, Sam?
Oh, I agree with all that.
So,
I'm
yeah.
not a. Was never. I'm not a manosphere guy.
See, I think there's space in the manosphere if you're really good.
Yeah. And you brought up earlier when we talked about it a while ago. You brought up Kevin Samuels, and I mean, at least Kevin Samuels was kind of. I don't know. He was just better at it.
Yeah, he was good at it. Yeah, he was able to monetize it more effectively because he was really good at it. Whereas other people, they're further
Well,
down.
in a way, I actually think, and you made the comment that it was mostly women that called into Kevin Samuels, and in a way, at least he was talking to the audience he was criticizing.
I think
I listened to Kevin Samuels, and really, some of the stuff he said to some of these women was true. I mean, you can't expect to get a high value man if you're not a high value woman, or at least competent.
I think that is what allowed him to succeed is that he was at least giving them a solution. They may not like it, but he's not telling them, hey, just go out and be a hoe on the side of the street, right? You're not worth anything. You're just a hoe. So they could, it could be. I've never watched him, but I imagine he added in an element of comedy with it, where he wasn't just brutally destroying the woman.
Well, it wasn't comedy, but it was kind of truth. And by the way, just as an aside, there's a Black woman named Kendra G, who kind of does what Kevin Samuels did. If you have 4 different kids by 4 different baby mamas, you're not gonna get a guy. I mean, you could, but the likelihood of you getting someone who's making, that kind of money, and a single man, I have 4 different children, but I want a single man who makes $250,000 a year. That's unrealistic.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably unrealistic to find a man that makes $250,000.
Well, that's true also.
I mean, not many people make $250,000. Yeah, that's interesting.
Well, if you ever think about it, type in. She's on YouTube, Kendra G. She's kind of does what Kevin Samuels did. She's interesting, at least worth a watch.
All right, I want to type her in right now. Let me look at that Tommy Soda in my yard. Do you see right now? He basically he doesn't have, I guess, an account of his own. He's like basically a YouTube man. And it seems to be like a lot of people are like, well, let's see what they're doing. So it looks like a lot of people just bring him on their show and stuff like that. Maybe it's a playlist. No, it's someone that's playlist. I wonder if this is playlist or is this someone else? Probably someone else. But when I used to search him, it would be people just talking about him. Like this guy. Just more or less getting views off of him talking about it. Let me look up this. What is it? Kendra G? Is that right, Sam? Kendra G?
Yeah, Kendra G. Yeah, that's her.
Okay. She's something to look at. She's something to look at. See where did she go live or what?
She does live shows, but there are a lot of clips out there. Like probably 20-minute clips. I think that's around her average where she'll interview she does several interviews per show. She does interviews men and women. It's kind of like she has like a dating app, actually.
Let's take a look.
Hey, cousins. As you can see, I'm in Dallas, Texas. What up to the Dallas Cowboys? I'm in Dallas. Tomorrow is our mix and mingle event at Kitchen and Cocktail. It's sold out, but if you're a cousin in Dallas.
Boy, that's a lot of weave in her head. Oh, my goodness. That's a lot. Oh, my goodness. The drains. All I think about is my drains.
No, I have to say, whoever does her weaves, she spends a lot of money. Like whoever does it is a high dollar,
not cheap.
High dollar weaver.
You see these people comment on her wig in the comments.
You know what? I might be able to overlook her weave.
I can't. It's too much of this shit, man. Look at all that shit. Shit stink. Probably got shit caught up in it.
In Dallas. Everyone's asking me what city am I going to next. It's not confirmed, but it's out of DC, Charlotte, and Atlanta. It's going to be one of those three cities. DC, Charlotte, or Atlanta will be in August.
So what is she?
Yes.
No.
No. How old are you?
I'm 35.
How do you pronounce your name again?
Elorm. Elom.
Elom. Eloim. So we got Elom in Ghana. He's a marketer, father to 11-year-old son, 35. What kind of woman are you looking for?
Okay, I'm looking for a God-fearing woman, a woman who is very supportive, a woman who knows what she wants, and a woman who understands life. Yes.
Hey, get crap. What would you?
Holy shit! What?
Hey, get crap. What would you say right there if she asked you that question?
I don't know. I don't think I would say that. I mean, I don't.
What would you say?
I don't know. I don't know, dude. No, I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, honestly, I can't even believe this shit. A woman who understands life. Did you hear that? I don't know if I could say that. At least I don't know. I'm out of the game, man. I don't know any of this shit. I don't understand.
What he means is he wants a baby mama.
Oh man, is that really?
No,
man,
I'm making it up.
Oh, I thought you were serious for a while. I was like, is this real? No.
Well, if you have 4 kids, you understand life.
Oh man, I posted this on chat. That's like with Ava. I was like, in middle school, I protected myself from like black dudes that try to bully me with the Shaniquas, with the Laquandas. Like I had a whole army of black women protecting me because like they thought I was like, you know, I was like funny, you know, I was cute and funny.
Probably thought you were gay too.
No. They didn't. Like, no, it's like it's bizarre. I don't know why, but they really, I don't know. Like, black chicks really liked me just naturally. It's like I don't know why. It's like so I don't know. I would not say this shit for real. I mean, as an adult, like I don't know. This is weird.
Oh man,
he's from Ghana.
I can't say anything bad about the guy.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like,
Okay, what are your deal breakers?
oh my god, what
Liars
is
and
this guy
cheaters.
doing?
Liars and cheaters. Okay.
Hey, he said his deal breakers are liars and cheaters. What about you, Get Crack?
Oh man, yeah. Yeah, I don't think I relate to people in this generation, man. I don't know. Liars and cheaters.
I just like chubby women. Yes.
Oh, what? Oh my god. I don't know.
Well, that's an African thing, isn't it?
Like, yeah, apparently.
No, it is.
Chubby women.
So Stanley, do you like chubby women?
Not necessarily big, but average, very a little curvy. Yes.
No skinny women.
No, I don't like skinny women.
Boy.
Oh, okay, he doesn't like skinny women. Okay. Would you date a woman in Ghana?
Oh yes. But due to my work, so I'm looking for someone living like probably in America because I have my American visa. I've been to Europe.
Oh
I've been
my
to
god,
London,
no.
and currently I have a show. I have a show for one of my artists. As you can see, I have painters. That's what I do. I manage arts painters. So I have a show in New York coming up, and I already got my visa. So coming to America is no problem.
Coming to America is no problem. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, okay. Should she make a certain amount of money?
No, I'm a provider, so I don't have a problem with a
He's a
woman's money.
provider. Okay, he's a
Yes,
provider.
and also, I joined your app, but I couldn't find anybody.
Well, did you make your distance anywhere in the world?
Coming in?
Did you make your location anywhere?
I can hear you. I can hear
She has an app. The dating. Are you on that? Are you on that app, Stanley?
So my question is,
Say what?
What's going on?
Are you on that app?
Apparently she has an app.
No.
Yeah, my location is Ghana, and I still
No, I'm not.
anybody. Actually, like I said, I'm
Man, you know, I just
somebody
put
living in
Kendra
America,
G, and that's a third thing on there, dating app. Google is pumping her shit.
Yes, you're in Ghana, but when it says preferences, there's a distance, like further. You could do 50 miles, 100 miles, 250 miles, or anywhere in the world. So make sure it's set to anywhere in the world if you want a woman anywhere in the world.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Now back to you. Let's do the Kendra Cam.
Okay.
They want to know, why do you want a woman in particularly America?
Because I'll be relocating to America, so that's how I'll come. Yes.
Okay, to America.
Yeah.
You guys see your full body.
Okay. Let me set the camera. Well, is it okay? Is it okay?
I see your legs.
You want to see my legs?
Oh, what? Oh my god.
Can you see?
Okay, we can see.
All right. Is that okay?
Yes.
All right.
All right. Elmo 35, Ghana, marketer, dad to 11-year-old son. Okay. When was your last relationship?
Oh, that was back in 2020.
Okay. You don't have to answer, but I'm gonna ask. When's the last time you was intimate with someone?
Oh, a couple of, I think, 6 weeks ago. Yes, 6 weeks ago.
Okay, is she an option?
No, it just happened. It was just a fling.
Just a fling.
Yeah.
Okay. 3 flaws you have to work on.
Oh, okay. I sometimes get out of character. Yeah, so I'm currently working on myself. Yeah.
What? Not get out of character. Okay. And okay. Yeah, that's the only flaw?
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
You don't have any more?
No, I'm slow to anger, and yes, I'm slow to anger. But sometimes I get out of character due to pressures of life, like when people are being trying to put their shove their
You
beliefs
see the
down my
woman
throat.
they're gonna
I
present to
get out
me.
of character and I.
Oh shit!
Okay.
Get crack. You ready for this
All
woman?
right. And
Get
Yeah,
crack.
I'm ready.
all
I'm
right, baby,
ready.
see you before it goes.
All right.
May
All right, bye,
89.
baby. Bye, baby. Look, I be trying. What I'm not gonna keep doing is y'all better know your app name before y'all tell it to me. It's gonna be on you. All right. Nay
Get
love,
crack.
show me the room.
Give us the yeah and nay.
Nay love, show me the oh.
Oh,
Have you
no.
been here before?
No, I haven't.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a
Are you
yay. That's a
I
heck of
am.
yay.
Nay love.
Get crack. What would you do with all that?
Nay love, where you calling me
I have
from?
no idea, but I'll go for it.
Okay, how old are you?
What about you, Steph?
I'm 32. I'll be 33 in August.
32. Look at big shit.
She could
Nay
probably
love,
stand to lose a few
Fresno
pounds.
32.
A
So
few
you're
Yeah,
pounds.
she
a
can.
Leo
We
or
can
a
work
Virgo?
on it though.
Yeah, I'm a
It's
Leo.
And I'm gonna
improvement.
be honest with you.
You have any
I
kids?
I do.
tattoos
I have
I
twins that's
do not
9, a
find them
daughter that's
attractive.
Yeah, I don't either. Like,
no, my twins
you
is
know,
10.
I
My
don't know if
daughter's 9
Ava's
and
still
a daughter.
around, but yeah, that's kind of
Okay.
like a
So 4
drawback with
kids.
Ava.
I do.
It's
Okay.
like, oh man, I saw her tattoos. I'm like,
No, my first kid's
yeah.
father, he was murdered.
Listen.
So,
Oh shit! You see this?
2017. Yeah. So,
Yeah, this
How
is
many
good.
yeah,
Hey,
men?
this is a good
She's
catch right
pretty.
here.
Ready, boo?
Her
She
baby
I
did
am.
that
daddy.
murder
All
well.
right. What's your name, baby?
Yeah.
Nay love.
Nay love, where you calling me from?
Fresno.
Fresno.
Oh
Okay. How old are
God,
you?
Fresno.
I'm 52.
Uh
I'll be
oh.
33 in August.
Nay love, Fresno 32. So you're a Leo or a Virgo?
Yeah, I'm a Leo.
Uh oh.
You have any kids?
I do. I have twins that's 9, a daughter that's no, my twins is 10, my daughter 9, and then I have a 2-year-old.
Okay. So
Oh
4
boy.
kids.
I do.
Okay. All by the
Damn.
same man?
No, my first kid's father, he was murdered.
Sorry.
So
Oh
2018.
God.
Yeah.
Oh.
So how many
Yeah,
men? How many men do you have kids by there?
well, the first 3 is by one.
Okay.
And then my 2-year-old is by one. So
Okay,
2.
so 2 men.
Yeah.
Sorry about your first kid's dad. Why you not
Yeah.
with the man you had a baby with 2 years ago?
He old, and I was tripping.
He's what?
He old, like he ain't mine. Shit.
Was he ever yours or no?
No, I was just like from my first kid father, I was just like going through it a lot and turning up too much. And yeah. And it happened. And I kept my baby. Come to find out he had a whole baby mama pregnant with that baby and 10 more other kids, and my baby's a secret and he ain't in his life. He's a deadbeat. Like, it's just weird, like the baby did something to him. But yeah. He 50, what, 4? How old? Yeah, he's 54. He's my mom age. He was my mama friend.
Oh,
Damn.
oh,
All right now.
You crack. I grew up hearing these stories.
Where's she again?
All my life, I grew up hearing these stories. Probably in the South somewhere.
I might be able to deal with the tattoos if she likes older men.
No, don't do it. Oh no.
Would you take on the full Rugrats though?
No.
Yeah, no way, bruh. You know, it's
Stan-
like
Stanley, how do you date women without children these days? Do you just date them older
You
women?
don't? Well, I mean, actually, I haven't been dating, but generally, I would think, if you're dating someone who's around 59 or so, their kids are probably out of the house.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Hey, have you dated a woman with grown kids since your wife passed?
I haven't dated since my wife passed.
I was gonna, if you had, I was gonna ask you, what is it like dating a woman with grown kids? I know it's dating a woman with young kids. Clearly, you're gonna have the baby daddy issues, but I was wondering what it's like when the children are grown.
I will find out.
oh man.
You're on the app. That's right. You're on the app.
No, I'm not on Kendra G's app.
Hey, look,
I wouldn't, man.
Yeah,
I'm not on any app. You know what? Time's out for that.
I heard that. I gotta get out of here tonight, man. I gotta figure out what I'm gonna talk about tomorrow. I got a couple of topics rolling around in my head.
Wait, someone keeps complaining to you about the Palantir thing. It's like you're gonna talk about Palantir again, like on some reason.
I gotta do it, man. Yeah. He's
someone keeps complaining about that.
Yeah,
it's like, when are you gonna do that? When are you gonna do that? I'm like, oh man.
Maybe I'll do that tomorrow. Because I do want to do that. But just so many things keep coming up. So today, but the restaurant thing, that was interesting. Because whenever like Monday mornings, I like talking like some business stuff with Master Kim. So I like tee it up for him. You guys in the chat, what would you like for me to talk about?
Dennison wanted you to talk about real estate. Like, how did you pick those properties? Not like how you maintain them.
Is he in the chat?
No, he's not. But he was talking about that last night. I was asking, what do you want to talk about? Like, what did he want you to talk about, basically?
Hey, what do you think about it? You think that's a good people in the chat? We still have about 22 people.
I mean, there's a lot of channels that talk about buying properties, I guess,
Yeah.
But maybe you have a unique perspective that they don't, so maybe it's worth it.
Well, yeah, I do have some opinions about it. I think Grid One, he owns a lot of properties. And once you get to a certain level, you can take a little bit more risk and go outside of your geographical area.
Right. But how did you start? Because like when I talk with Dennison, it's like, yeah, he rents right now. He doesn't have a property.
Right.
So and I understand why he does so much of this risky options trading. It's like he's trying to catch up.
Yeah.
So that's why Stanley and all these. Yeah, it's like, man, everyone's in a different life situation, and it's like it's tough, right? And it's sort of like when you're younger, I think Dennison kind of regrets that he wasn't that risk taker, and it's like, you guys, if you're young, I think you should take more risk. Yeah, you shouldn't.
How old is Dennison?
I don't know.
Again, I think the biggest.
I mean, I don't know. If you went over that stream, it's like, it kind of felt that way. It kind of felt that way. It's like, he should have oh man, I should have been stuck in this corporate job for so long and got suckered in with a salary I don't know, man. Oh fuck.
I did some research years ago on the 401ks.
Yeah.
The origin and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if I think they were created by corporations for the benefit of
they are. And I could show you my mom's quarterly report from like CalPERS. CalPERS is a big pension. right? And it dictates a lot of investment
Yeah.
decisions, and I'll show you like what her returns are, like what they and it's like they beat the average. They do 10% where like most people would do less than and per year and this and that, and yeah, I could show you some of that probably.
Cammy things and 401k aside, you know, I definitely do. I think it stifles people's innovation.
Yeah.
Well, 401ks basically replace defined benefit.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's right, family. That's correct.
So the thing
So my
is,
mom is under a defined benefit. Yeah.
Right.
yeah,
Right.
but defined benefits definitely stifled.
Well, but it gave you a reason to stay on the job, and it put some of the company put some of the company, you know, put some, you know, the skin in the game on, you know, on their side, right?
Right.
I think that the 401ks were, I hate to say that, I would probably say like a banking invention, to almost like a milkshake theory for.
Yeah, it kind of is. Yes,
Yeah, but
that's true.
401ks work to the benefit of businesses. They would.
I think they work to the benefit of the banks more than the businesses.
Well, yeah, but the good thing is they at least are portable.
The portable, hell yeah, your money should be portable. That's not a benefit. That should just come
Well,
along with
yeah,
the
but
process.
defined benefit plans weren't. I think I
Yeah.
don't know how they work, but I think maybe you get vested into them.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like I'll tell you this, Stanley. Like my mom's like it's like because like yeah, my dad worked for the state and like when he dies, like she gets a
Right.
like a defined and it's and when she dies, it's like I get it and it's crazy. Like I basically get half his income, my dad's income basically when both of them like basically pass on. It's
Wow.
crazy. That's why
Hey, get credit.
CalPERS is like insane.
Get credit. What if we did like a show, like a anti 401k show? I know you probably agree with 401k.
Oh man, yeah. Ryan would hate it though. That's like an anti 401 anti IRA like show too. We're gonna group that into each other. Like they're
I mean,
different.
you know,
Yeah.
we can have the pros and the cons up there. I'll debate. Well, you know, I don't know where you stand, but I'll
Yeah,
debate.
it's tough. It's really tough because I feel like because the mutual funds and all that, they take away your vote, you know? Like Vanguard gets to vote on your shares that you own through and like yesterday I kind of like because Rashu was saying like, "Oh, Bitcoin ETFs are a scam." And I can't like okay, from a like a standpoint of like shares in a stock, ETFs are a scam. Mutual funds are a scam in a way that they take away your vote. And that's why if like those right sort of right wing like complaint is like, oh, Disney is like ESG, it's like DEI. And
Right.
that's one way they do it because they take away your vote and BlackRock can vote your shares in the mutual fund or the ETF and they'll
Yeah.
vote that way. So I could see the right wing argument that like, yeah, there could be a political. So I'm okay. I'm neutral, all right, politically. So I'm not gonna go one way or another way too much, but I could see that argument. Yes, from a 401k standpoint. Yes.
What do you think,
Yes.
Stanley? You think we should do it like a debate pro con 401k?
Yeah. Yeah.
I would I would watch the show. I don't know. I mean, I have never had anything other than a 401k. So, you know,
So did you could you roll over to an IRA right now, Stanley?
I don't
Or
know why
no?
you would.
Well, because if you roll over to it,
There's some things you can put in a 401k that you can't in IRA.
Yeah, that's true. But IRA kind of gives you more freedom if you rolled it over to a Roth IRA, and I don't know. I'm not your financial advisor, so I can't. Yeah,
Right.
I can't. Yeah, I can't really.
Hey,
Oh,
Stanley, do you live off of your 401k, your investments or whatever?
Pretty much.
And you know, if I ask you something too personal, but you know, you kind of are a roadmap for some of the people that may be listening in the chats. So that's why I'm asking you. Do you think it will sustain? Let's say if you live another, you're 59, you can live easily another 25 years, right? That will put you at what?
Well, yeah, but I mean, there's like, you know, unfortunately, my father's getting up there. I'll be taken care of.
Oh, okay. So your parents will leave you an inheritance.
Yeah, that's kind of how it
Okay.
works.
All right. Yeah.
But the other,
Yeah.
but one other thing I wanna point out.
Hey, Sam, man, my memory is terrible. Yours probably better than mine. Let me ask you this, because a lot of people don't have family that will leave them an inheritance,
Right.
and so their 401k is the end all be all. Do you think you would be okay without an inheritance, with only your 401k to live on?
If it's just me, yeah.
For 30 more years?
Well, I don't know about 30 more years, but I mean,
well, you'll get Social Security eventually,
yeah.
right, Stanley?
Oh,
So
that's right.
that will supplement.
Right, yeah, you don't
Yeah,
get your
I
Social
live.
Security.
I mean, I don't have like a Mercedes and a mansion and all that.
Right.
So
And at this point, I don't have like. I was gonna point out. My goal is to basically get my son through college without debt. I mean, I told him early on, you need to basically do well enough to get scholarships, and he has. So
Okay.
I don't anticipate a lot of debt.
So someone says, are they talking to me? Yeah. Was that last night, this morning? I can't remember. Yeah. Hey, thanks for stopping over. Hit the like button and subscribe if you haven't. Yeah, so Sam, damn, I was gonna ask you something. Yeah, so for the people that don't have the inheritance, do you, and let's say if they were in your position, what would you say to them? Go back to work, save up your money, or take your Social Security early? Do you plan on taking your Social Security early?
No, and I may actually go back to work. I mean, I need something to do now that I don't have a kid to take care of. So, I mean, it's really, I'll probably get something part-time, or, if it's something I like, full-time, but.
Yeah. Maybe we do like kind of like a retirement type show or something. I don't know. Like, it's interesting because a lot of people are interested in these financial topics, and a lot of people, I do get a chance to see some of the demographics, and they're 25, 35, 40, 45. And so you've been able to pull it off. Get Crack has been able to pull it off. I got to work every day, but I ain't complaining. So I'm trying to figure out a topic off of that. So I think that could be interesting.
I mean, I've told people, like, Peter Thiel like ripped off IRA by, like, I told you, like, he stuffed all his stock options into this IRA account, so now he can cash out with billions without taxes, and that's why I'm pissed with like Maxine Waters and all these people. It's like they knew this stuff, but they just like, okay, we'll look the other way. But when the news like kind of like went the other side, that's like, oh man, they noticed like Peter Thiel making all this like tax-free money. It's like it's way too late to close that loophole. It's like, Yeah, I don't know.
Well, it's not going to be tax free. It'll be reduced tax, right?
No, it's tax free. Peter Thiel got out. So Thiel, like, you know, you can look up the PayPal mafia and all those guys. Like, yeah, it's too late. You can't grandfather that like stuff in. Like he's
Holy
gonna get
shit.
his money cash, and yeah, it's terrible. So like so these yeah, I don't know, Stanley. It's like it sucks. It really sucks. Like if I tell you to do IRA with a Roth IRA now, it's too late, kind of. Yeah, you know, and it's like because you could have
Well,
bought like a bunch of stocks and stuffed it in the IRA and get out tax free, but like yeah, you're almost at the point where like you're gonna get Social Security, and it's like it's not gonna benefit you. Yeah.
yeah, I'll be okay. I mean, like I said, I don't
Thing that Kevin Gates
tend to
does.
live extravagantly, just as
Yeah,
a
yeah, yeah, yeah.
personal, like a
Yeah,
personal
yeah.
taste thing. You know, I tend to like to keep my life simple.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Now
Yeah,
that makes all the sense in the world. That makes all the sense in the world.
Oh man,
you know, guys, it's been a long day, guys. You know.
All right.
Yeah,
It is late on the East Coast.
I'm so high right now, y'all. I'm about to go to sleep on y'all.
Well, it's getting late for me too now. I mean, is HB gonna like come on in an hour? I'm gonna have to come back here.
Is HB coming on? I'm not sure.
Oh my god, I'm gonna be like, oh, hello, what's up?
idea
I'm
is,
fucking still awake.
The John Galts of the world just kind of want to go live together. It's where the idea is, the John Galts of the world just kind of want
Ava's
to go live
still,
together.
Ava's
Where
still
the idea
awake.
is,
Good night.
The John Galts of
Ava.
the world just kind of want to go live together. It's where the idea
I gotta
is,
get out of here, guys.
The John Galts of the world just kind of want to go live together.
Have a good night.
Where the idea is, the
All right,
John
I'll
Galts
see
of the
ya.
world just kind of want to go live together. It's where the idea is,